saves past mid-off. Lovely shot. Thrashed away through the offside. Lovely shot again from Crawley. This time it's gone all the way for 4.
Hi everybody, we're building up to the start of play on the 5th day of the second test match between West Indies and England in Barbados. Not long to go now. What have we got, 6 or 7 minutes? Let's hear from inside the England camp. Johnny Bairstow was with Samuel Badri just a moment ago.
Johnny, a couple arduous and grueling days out in the field, some 187 overs. Tell us a little bit about that bowling effort, particularly a new-look bowling team with 2 debutant fast bowlers.
Yeah, it was heck of an effort, wasn't it? Like you say, 180 overs. Leachy putting in the shift that he did. I think it was 69.5 overs that he bowled. And like you say, the 2 debutant bowlers putting in that shift as well. It was fantastic to see. The attitude that the guys showed, the never say die attitude, and the efforts they put in were great for those 2 days. But we also know that when we come to bowl today, we need that and a bit more. They're going to have to dig deep again if we are going to force a result today.
Yeah, interesting that you mentioned that. 136 runs ahead, 10 wickets in hand, a possible acceleration and declaration?
Potentially, yeah. Obviously, like anything, the further it goes into the game, the more pressure there is to either accelerate or also for them to have to bat out for the draw. We know that the pitch is deteriorating. We saw yesterday there was some balls that kept low. We also saw it start to turn as well off the straight. So I thought the way that Jack bowled, he was slightly unlucky as well. There could have been a few more that went up. Some hit the gloves. So yeah, look, when we do come to bowl today, it'll be very interesting. But like I mentioned, the first half an hour we're just probably going to bat normally, to be honest.
Looking forward to a fascinating contest today, Johnny. Go well.
Cheers, thanks very much.
Okay, so that's sort of evidence that England will look to try to win the game in the last 2 sessions. But equally, Johnny finishes there by saying, well, I think we'll just bat normally to start with. So, you know, it's kind of a bob each way.
Yeah, I wonder whether he maybe let that information slip without really realising there, Johnny. I think it's safe to say that England will get back out in the field and have a bowl. But again, the points we spoke about earlier, the pitch is breaking up ever so slightly. There is a bit of turn on offer, so the 2 batsmen will have to be watchful early on because they still want to drive the pace in which the game moves. They don't want that to be depicted by the West Indies, I don't think.
And the other point being that on this surface, it's far easier to score quickly if you're in rather than coming in.
Yeah, you don't want guys coming, like you say, guys coming into a turning ball and having to accelerate from ball 1. So the 2 men out are going to have to take responsibility, take it deep, get the West Indies bowlers coming in for their second spells and try and take advantage just before lunch.
Jared, given what we've seen with the England openers and the people in and out, and the uncertainty and the chop and change in the last couple of years, do you feel that Alex Lees will be given a run in the side, or will he feel that he's playing for his place every time he goes out to bat?
I kind of feel, it'd be interesting to get Jade's opinion on this. I almost feel like they've almost tried everyone at this point. I'm sure there will be a couple of players who might have a bolting county season and things might change, but unless they go to, you know, your friend James Vince, or, you know, bring in someone from the, you know, to try Dawood Milan or someone like that, I kind of feel that they've gone through the majority of the openers already. So if that's the case, they should be able to give him a good run in the team, and hopefully they've just told him that. I mean, that's the important thing, isn't it? The important thing isn't the chopping and changing. The important thing is saying to him, you've got these couple of tests, and then you've got a few tests in England, and then we'll make a decision on the back of that.
I don't think James Vince would now be considered as an opener, and he'd have to go and open for Hampshire, I think, a bit for that to happen.
I mean, we've seen some strange selections with England in the past, so I'm just saying that unless they made someone like Milan or Vince, don't forget Joe Denley wasn't really an opener, and he did it for a while as well.
Jared's right. I do have a bit of a thing about James Vince, because I feel that he can bat almost like no other, not maybe Root and Stokes level, but around the Bairstow level, and I've, you know, for long have felt that he should be in the England side, and had he been left alone to get on with an England career rather than constantly in and out of the side, because there's no doubt he lacks that kind of presence and self-confidence that others who are keener to impose themselves on opportunities managed to have. What's the sort of talk about him inside the game in England? Is James Vince a highly thought of player?
Remarkably highly thought of player. He's so good on the eye, he has so much time, and those are the things you look for in a player, certainly a top order player. He's been a prolific scorer in county cricket for a very long time, and he is one of those players where, even from a from within the game. You look at him every time you've seen him go up into an England shirt, you're just hoping and wishing that their big score happens. Even more recently in the one-day arena, you're just hoping he gets that big score because he's so talented. He deserves to be on the biggest stage.
He got a fantastic 100 against Pakistan, it was, last summer when England suddenly changed their whole team because of COVID outbreak. I hear that Mark Butcher is with us. Butch.
Morning, gents. Or afternoon, where you are, I guess.
Afternoon, where we are. We've seen a bit of you on this big monitor here. You've just been talking about the pitch. What do you make of it?
Not been wildly complimentary about it, has to be said.
Good.
Look, there are some, there has been increased turn from day 2 up until the end of day 4. The degrees of turn extracted have grown. As you would expect, really. I mean, the sun's been beating down. It is very dry. It is very abrasive on the surface. It's just been so lacking in any sort of pace that you just haven't been able to get through batters on any sort of regular basis. Now, we've all seen pitches that you get to the sort of end of day 4, and there were some deliveries that really turned sharply last night. And then into day 5, and all of a sudden it's unrecognisable from what's gone before. I think that's unlikely to be the case today, but we live in hope, don't we?
Well, I'm glad to hear you haven't been complimenting it, because it's a shocker as it was in Antigua, and it's really no good for anybody, least of all West Indies cricket. It's a false economy to say we want a match to last 5 days. All you want from a cricket match is a good balance between bat and ball and an exciting contest. Butch, I have to leave you now because I'm handing over to Neil Manthorpe, but I gather you're hanging on to do some commentary with us today. Great to hear your voice, mate. Here's Neil Manthorpe.
Thank you very much indeed, Mark Nicholas. It's slightly peculiar having Butch back in the summariser's seat. It feels like meeting one of your old school teachers in the supermarket after you've left, and you don't know whether to call him sir or not.
Morning, man. No, Butch will do.
Well, you've been so good as a ball by ball, one of us, but now you're back in the master's seat. Here is Vasami Permaul. First delivery, pushed away defensively out on the onside, and there's no run. 40 without loss, England. Had an escape for Zach Crawley yesterday, of course, in the second over when he was given out LBW, but it like many decisions in the first 2 tests, it was overruled. Vasami Permaul in once again, and that's pushed away defensively again on the offside. Alex Lees 18, Zach Crawley 21, 40 without loss, and Permaul 16th over of the innings. Once again, forward comes Crawley, playing defensively straight back to the bowler. I wonder, we're not going to have a spin from both ends because the West Indies don't really have a second spinner. Craig Brathwaite is a part-timer, the captain. Here is Permaul, whipped away towards mid-wicket by Crawley. That's a super shot, that's just short enough for him to rock onto the back foot and punch it away through mid-wicket, and they run through for 3, and Crawley moves on to 24. But what I wanted to ask you between overs, perhaps, is the legitimacy or not of England just looking to physically sort of grind the West Indies and giving up on any hopes of trying to force a result. I know that would generate some criticism and opprobrium from armchair critics, but if they decide, here's Permaul once again, and Alex Lees comes forward and nudges that one out towards the captain at mid-on, Craig Brathwaite. If they decided that there is no chance of a result, absolutely no chance of a result, and they just opt to keep the West Indies in the field all day. Oh, slog sweep from Alex Lees. Wow. Down on one knee, and he's trying to hit that one over deep mid-wicket, so clearly they are, judging by that shot, going to look for some quick runs. But would that be legitimate, Butch? Just keep them in the field? It's only 3 days till the third test.
It would be legitimate, but I think, Manners, that there is just about enough happening by the way of turn that England will fancy that if they can take 2 or 3 quick wickets, maybe knock over 1 or 2 with the new ball, and then get into a West Indies batting lineup in a very defensive mindset, that they have the opportunity to try and win. And I said on the TV during the first Test match that in a 3-match series, if you get a sliver of a chance or the slightest opening to be able to try and force a victory, then you should take it, because you never know that circumstances might change. You might get on the wrong end of a toss on a bad pitch in the last Test match, get ambushed and end up losing the series 1-0. So I think England will, without any question, look to try and force the issue later on today, and I think they're right to do so.
I'm going to ask you for some numbers then. Overs, how many overs would they need, how many runs up would they want? Jason Holder begins the second over of the morning. That's full and wide down the leg side. That was a very stiff loosener from Jason Holder. Zach Crawley tried to flick it away, didn't get any bat on it. How many would they be aiming for a lunchtime declaration?
Well, I mean, look, last week there was 98 overs in the last day. They had a 153-run lead leading into the final day in Antigua. And of course they're way behind that, and they don't have as much time this time. So I think they might look at it and think, look, 250, we get 250 ahead, which is, where are we, another 110 runs on from now, as quickly as we can possibly get them. There's a chance they might be able to do that before the lunch break, and then we have a go at the West Indies with whatever's left. It'll probably be somewhere in the region of 62, 63, 64 overs.
44 with that loss. Next one from Jason Holder is full on leg stump, and it is successfully flicked away by Crawley for a single. He moves on to 25. Alex Lees on 18. I think it might be a big ask for Alex Lees to play the kind of selfless innings that Dan Lawrence played in Antigua for the team's cause. He now does drive a wide delivery from Holder, square of the wicket on the offside, out towards the cover boundary for 4. Well, he had to reach for it. It was very wide from Jason Holder, and perhaps he's perfectly prepared, just his second Test puts, to play that kind of selfless innings and take a chance.
Yeah, it wouldn't surprise me at all. I think I get the impression that this group is pretty egoless. The young bunch of lads in the main trying to make their way in the game and trying to get some good results for England. I mean, that's basically what the whole thing has been charged with, isn't it? Operation Reset. We've got to come out there and start winning some games.
Right up in the block hole from Jason Holder, nicely dug out by Lees up towards mid-on. Yeah, it's not good, is it? 1 from 16. One victory in the last 16 tests.
And I also think that it won't be held against any of these players in terms of their numbers and their averages if they go out and do selfless things. And that's a great way to garner team spirit and unselfishness in the ranks.
Jason Holder stutters at the top of his run-up and then starts around the wicket to Alex Lees. Again, full outside the off-stump, and it's driven again by Alex Lees. I do like the way he started. Shamar Brooks has to chase it back towards the boundary. He does overhaul it. They go through for just 2, and that's the 50 up. Change in the batting order. Stokes Bairstow next in.
Potentially. I've not seen any sign of it on the balcony. I mean, look, Pamul is going to bowl a lot, and Joe Root averages 66 against spin, so you would say that having him come out next would not be a retrograde step for England. Just interesting watching Lees on the attack outside the off stump. He still looks to me as the sort of player who feels like he shouldn't be playing those sorts of shots. It's kind of an apologetic drive or square cut through the offside. But it's great to see him being positive, great to see him being willing to put bat to ball and to keep the scoreboard moving along. It'll do him the world of good.
Jason Holder and to the left-handed Lees pushes that one straight back to Jason Holder. I don't even know why I posed the question of a change in the batting order. It's ridiculous. Joe Root, of course he should come in next, and then why on earth would you relegate Dan Lawrence? I mean,
well, indeed. Lawrence played a magical little cameo in the setup in the third innings back in Antigua. 37 off 36 balls, or 36 off 37, and he's again another player who's perfectly suited to this scenario. And then, of course, you've got the very heavy artillery of Stokes and Bairstow to come after that. So England are in a good place to score the quick runs that they're going to need to try and set this match up and give themselves a chance to send a tremor or two through the West Indies batting lineup.
Sami Pamal will begin his second over of the morning, the third of the day, and it's a little bit of width outside the off stump, and Zach Crawley tries to enhance it by stepping back and looking to cut, but it was still just a little bit too close to him. 50 without loss, lead is 146. Leash 24, Crawley 25, Pamal in quicker one, and Crawley has to defend that one on off stump, squirts it square of the wicket, and there's no run. Are there certain areas on the pitch which bowlers will be looking to aim at, certain footholds? Pamal in once again, Crawley steers it away out on the offside. We haven't had the close-up look that you have of the surface. I know that Samuel Badri said yesterday that I think it was at the close of play, he had a close look at the pitch, and he said that there are parts of it which are deteriorating, and little scars flicked away behind square on the leg side by Crawley, and they go through for a single. I mean, we it doesn't matter how big the screen is we've got in our studio, we can't get a close-up look at the pitch, so you know how.
Well, I mean, look, there are scarred areas, and there have been areas that the surface has disappeared from, and they're very dry, and the sort of bits of loose rubble around.
Here's Pamal once again, sorry Butch, and that's slog sweep from Alex Lees. He tried it in the first over, and he's holed out to deep mid-wicket. Alzari Joseph has taken the catch. Alex Lees has perished in pursuit of quick runs. Second time he's tried to play the slog sweep, he missed the first one, and he didn't quite get the second one as he intended. The West Indies had the man in position, and Alex Lees has gone. England lose their first wicket.
Yeah, unselfish stuff from Alex Lees, looking to bang the left-arm spinner out of the rough on the slog sweep away over mid-wicket. Just didn't quite get the elevation on it. Hit it quite well, and it only needed to be timed a fraction better, or lofted a fraction more, and he might well have got it over the head of Alzari Joseph out there at deep mid-wicket. But he's gone, and now we'll see the master in terms of being able to manipulate and score off every delivery from spin in Joe Root. He comes sprinting out of the blocks, ready to go. Absolutely no question that he was going to come out at number 3. But going back to the pitch, man, is that there have been areas like that, sort of scarred areas, or areas with little potholes and parts of the pitch that have come out of the surface, but none of it has really translated into any sort of significant up and down movement for the seam bowlers, or sort of regular sharp turn for the spinners. One thing I will say about the surface, and it is slightly in defence of the surface, is that we haven't seen a spinner of the highest class bowling on it, and I think had we had, obviously the late great Shane Warne, or the Saklang Mushtaqs, the Anil Kumble's, the bowlers of yesteryear who had some real skill, Muralitharan of course, then this might have been a very, very different scenario, this pitch. Because it has offered spin, and the two guys have been honest, Pamal and Leach, but they've just not been great, and you needed greatness on this.
Pushed away immediately by Joe Root, high and square on the outside through the vacant gully region, and he's off the mark first delivery with 2. There was a very amusing whimsy on by Michael Allerton in the Sunday Times. He managed to bring Albert Einstein into his match report. I don't know whether you've seen it, Butch, but he said that Jack Leach was... he was paying tribute to him, and I think in a backhanded kind of way, saying he is one level below the kind of spinner that you need, and he said that for 69.5 overs he toiled away bowling the same delivery but expecting a different outcome.
Yeah. I mean, I spoke with Jeetan Patel quite a lot this morning about Jack, and the fact that he is still, despite sort of his relative experience now, very much a work in progress. and that he still doesn't quite have the confidence to try and let the ball go to get that drop on it.
Holder in, pushed defensively by Crawley out towards mid-wicket straight to the fielder. 53 for 1, lead of 149. Didn't give the ball much air, did he?
No, and then it's that sort of, the ability or the confidence to sort of whip the arm over quickly, to let the ball go at varying different stages in that arc of the arm, in order to get the batsman to come forward and think that he's got to the pitch of the ball but not be quite there. And that is the issue. That if you're looking he runs up and the ball pretty much lands exactly where you expect it to.
Oh, bit of bounce here from Jason Holder. Gosh, that was unexpected. He's not great pacer, as we know, but he is tall, very tall, and that one just maybe hit a crack. Butch hit the shoulder of the bat.
Yep, certainly. There we go. There's the gremlin. It's popped his head up. Zach Crawley was forward, the big sort of stretch forward for him, and it bounced over the shoulder of the bat and hit him on his own shoulder. So there is a first bit of real variable bounce that we've seen from this Kensington Oval surface. So Leach, when facing somebody like Leach, the ball tends to land exactly where you expect it to.
Holder once again, and that's pushed defensively out towards Brathwaite at cover. Jared Kimber.
Yeah, I just wanted to talk about Jack Leach a little bit, because I think one thing that's really important is that he basically learnt how to bowl spin by bowling on a pitch that rags sideways down at Taunton, and spins a lot more, and he's had all of his success on those sorts of pitches. What he hasn't really had much chance to do is really develop his game on flat pitches. Because he plays there, and because England have quite often rested him when they've been on the flatter pitches, he doesn't always have the ability to change his game up.
Holder again, a little bit of bounce here. Crawley, I think once again was gloved as that one is nudged out on the leg side. 53 for 1.
So it's something that Graham Swan talked about when he played for Northants compared to when he went to Trentbridge, where he had to learn how to bowl on a flat pitch. And so he's very good on a certain kind of pitch that helps his particular kind of bowling. But it's quite clear from Jack Leach's numbers that he really struggles in certain situations. Bowling the left-handers is one of them, bowling at the beginning of games, and bowling on pitches that aren't where a lot of wickets aren't going to fall to spin. And I think that's where he just hasn't been able to work on his game the way that he should have.
Here is Jason Holder once again, and that's clipped away out towards deep square leg. They're running through for 1. They're coming back for the second. That's good, really good positive running. Alzari Joseph wasn't able to prevent the second run. It stands to reason, though, doesn't it, Butch? I mean, if Jack Leach bowled 69.5 overs bowling the same delivery at Taunton, he probably would have got 30 wickets.
Yeah, and all of that backs up exactly what Jeetan Patel's saying, and that it's a work in progress. Very, very pleased that in the last 2 test matches that Jack Leach has been able to do what you would call the bare minimum, I suppose, for a finger spinner, to be accurate, to be able to keep the run rate down, to be able to bowl a consistent line of length over and over again. And what they're trying to do at the moment is get into him that confidence and the overs and the feeling and the sense of belonging at the level, to be able to kind of go up from that and to vary things a bit more, and to get the art of flight and guile and the other tricks of the trade that spinners need in order to thrive in all conditions.
Last ball of the over, Jason Holder into Zach Crawley, hits the inside edge of the bat, I think, and just pops onto the pad, drops out harmlessly on the leg side. Crawley 28, Joe Root 2. England have lost their first wicket this morning. Alex Lees caught a deep mid-wicket slog, sweeping the left-arm spinner Permaul. He's gone for 24, 55 for 1, lead of 151.
Also think, Butch, that there was a long period where he was in the side or in the squad or in the touring party and didn't play. Obviously health concerns had something to do with that, but there's a lot of time when he wasn't playing and he wasn't developing. He's a very good, I've always thought of him as a very good second spinner that you can bring in on any spinning pitches, but if England want him to be the frontline spinner, then they actually needed to develop him, and instead he spent a lot of time just not playing cricket when he probably should have been.
Yeah, you don't have to remind me of that fact. I mean, it's just, England going into matches overseas or at home with 5 seam bowlers and all that nonsense. I mean, they haven't helped his development. They've stunted it to a large degree. But hopefully that has and will have changed now.
For Sami Permaul, he's just got a slip in. It's a pretty spread field. It's a defensive field. That one is steered by Joe Root to backward point, where Alzari Joseph does the tidying up. Is that fair to say? This is a run-starving defensive field for Vasami Permaul. Here he is once again to Joe Root on the back foot. Delightful punch out towards the man sweeping on the cover boundary.
Yeah, it is. West Indies are in time-saving mode. The way that they were able to score or not able to score at a rate will tell you that they're unlikely to go after anything. England will still want to make it so that one cameo innings can't suddenly rip a game away from them that West Indies have no real right to win. But at the same time, they're looking to try and take as much time out of the game as they can.
56 for 1 England. Zach Crawley on 28 and 56 deliveries. Here is Permaul once more, and he plays defensively, and there's no run. We've seen 2 balls today from Jason Holder which have bounced unexpectedly high. As a batsman, it's the 5th day of a test match. Of course the ball has to bounce unexpectedly and unpredictably. A sweep shot from Crawley, plays it very nicely out to Kemar Roach, a deep backward square leg. Through they go for another single. But, as a batsman, as long as... what would you say? How many balls are misbehaving? Like 1 in 40?
Yeah, it's a very, very low percentage. Just to let you know, there might be more time lost out in the game because there is a huge dark cloud kind of hoving in from the eastern side of the ground. We might lose a bit of time, 1 or 2 overs out of that as well. All of this will not be helping England's cause.
Flicked away nicely again by Joe Root. Just plays spin so easily. I mean, the forecast then is for showers, isn't it, throughout the day? They may or may not hit the island.
No, exactly. The winds have been pretty strong, both in Antigua and here. So anything that does come along doesn't stick around for very long. But
he had some good food.
Yep, food's been good. It's been you had to sort of book a long way in advance, which is not sort of a strength of former cricket players. Commentary team, so there's a lot of UK fans out here taking up all of the restaurant spots around the island, so we found ourselves struggling once or twice, but generally it's been pretty good.
Holder again steered away behind square on the offside. I'm just chuckling from my memories. Yeah, if you've got to be quite organised, haven't you? You sort of think, let's just pop down to a beach bar, we'll find some fish and rice and peas. You can't get a seat anywhere.
Not for love nor money, no.
58 for 1. Joe Root on 4. Alex Lees, the man gone. Caught at deep mid-wicket, slog sweeping, selfless manner. He's gone for 24. Zach Crawley on 29. Root now goes back to Jason Holder and clips this one out to Shamar Brooks, who's fielding at mid-wicket. The worst case scenario is that if the West Indies decide that they don't want to bowl all their frontline bowlers at some point, if England delay the declaration, and then we have sort of part-time or Permaul and Craig Brathwaite bowling, that could be very soporific. Here's Holder once again. That's short, and again Joe Root advancing, and well, he's managed to play the pull shot on the walk down to fine leg for a single.
Yeah, Root, his intent is pretty clear. Manners, I can assure you England are going to be setting something up here. Please, be assured that things are going to be okay. We're not going to have decky bowling for the rest of the day and everybody heading off down the beach. Although, to be fair to you, the fact that people have stayed for much of the second, third and fourth days has been something of a miracle to me, because with all this beauty around here, I think I would have headed down there in a heartbeat given some of the cricket we've seen the last couple of days.
Jason Holder in once again, punched away defensively by Zach Crawley. We've had Alex Tudor with us for the first 4 days, Butch, and we came to the conclusion that there is no better ground on earth to be in with all its alternative entertainment options than the Kensington Oval if you have to go through a very, very slow, dull test match.
Yeah, you make a good point, actually. There are certain places whereby you certainly wouldn't have... I'll mention no names, you don't want to upset anybody, but there are certain places that you really wouldn't have wanted to have been.
Yeah, you're not kind of stuck in a plastic bucket seat. Not everyone is anyway. It's hold short. Oh, and a pull shot and a top edge from Zach Crawley, and that's going to run away down towards the boundary and into the boundary for 4. It was a false shot, but you need a bit of luck if you're going to force the pace and make something happen. And so Crawley moves into the 30s with a top edge over the keeper's head. He's 33 from 61 deliveries, and England have moved on to 63 for 1. If you're out and about, want to keep up with the cricket, don't forget you can get us on the talkSPORT app. Just swipe for talkSPORT 2, and we're on your smart speaker online, and now also on the talkSPORT YouTube channel, where you can find us alongside a ball-by-ball scorecard too. Another word from Mark Butcher, and then for the next 20 minutes you'll be with Mark Nicholas.
Yes, Manners, England stretched the lead to 159. Just to reiterate that when England set up the declaration in Antigua in the last Test match, they started the day half an hour early, so it was 9:30 in the morning there. There was an extra 8 hours added to the allotted 90 for the day, and England had already begun the day 153 runs ahead, so they've only just gone past that, already taking out overs from the 90 that are allocated today. So England's calculations are going to be that much more tricky in terms of setting this one up today, but it looks as though they are definitely going to be doing so no matter what.
Permaul now to Joe Root. Down the pitch comes Root. Lovely little shimmy, nails it over the head of the tall man at mid-on. 4 more for England, back-to-back boundaries. What do they lead? What do they need, Butch? 90 more?
Yeah, I reckon 240, 250 in as many overs as you can possibly get. I don't think there's any chance that the West Indies will go for them. But of course, when you're setting up the declaration, you don't want to leave them something whereby one streaky innings can take the game away from you. So that's what they'll be looking to do.
So you actually, here's Permaul again, and now Root goes to sweep, gets a top edge, and he's out. Caught at mid-wicket, running in. He didn't quite get enough of it. Quite a good delivery, actually, from Permaul. He held it back a bit, and Root, with that slog sweep that served him so well in Sri Lanka and India last year, and at times in his first innings here, perishes.
Yeah, and I think that gives you an indication of just how difficult it will be for the West Indies to try and come out and go at something around about 3.5, 4 runs per over. Joe Root is a magnificent player of spin, magnificent player of that sweep shot, and that ball just stood up on him a little bit. He perhaps didn't execute it as well as he normally would do. He didn't get the back knee down on the ground and really anchor himself, and therefore was slightly off balance when he made contact. But the catch was taken out there at mid-wicket. The clouds are moving in here. The green T-shirted groundsmen are sort of hovering near the tarpaulins, because it looks as though we're going to get a squall of some sort. England 67 for 2, and yeah, I mean, look, they will set something up. I think, they might even gamble with 230 from 60, something like that, something under 4 runs per over. But then you do set yourself up a little bit as a hostage to I don't know, one batter coming out and making a runnable 80 or something like that, and then all of a sudden you go from being on the front foot to kind of trying to save the game yourself. And I would think that after all of the endeavour that England have put in over the last 4 and a bit days, that they would be absolutely loath to give the West Indies a chance of winning a Test match that they've kind of not really been in since since day 2.
But most modern declarations come when you've squeezed the opposition out of the game.
Absolutely.
It's very rare, isn't it? Now it's more a closure than a declaration. It's not a declaration of intent that gives the opposition any chance. So I would think, let's settle on the middle ground of 240. If they set them 4s, I'd be surprised. 240 minimum lead, I reckon, for England. Dan Lawrence has come out but won't take guard because the batsman crossed, so Zach Crawley's on strike here, and that's just back of a length, and he too is back and tries to find a way to get it offside by staying leg side of the ball, but doesn't quite pick the gap, though it was nicely timed. Very tall man, don't forget, Zach Crawley, so he's got to reach to get to the pitch of the ball if he wants it, and that's also back of a length, and Crawley whips this away wide of mid-on, standing up on the back foot. It's a splendid shot, and it takes, I think that is Campbell running around the boundary to do the fielding. There's a couple there for Zach Crawley, who looks in pretty good touch this morning, actually. 35 from 63 balls in total, Mark Butcher was talking about the ground. The only thing I would say about the ground, Butcher, I'll let you comment after this next ball, is that, you know, it's been English supporters, not West Indian supporters, which is a great disappointment. Pamal again now, left arm around the wicket, and back goes Crawley, and that's fired in by Pamal, and the overspin or the skid on the ball cramps him for room, and he can't get away to hit it through the offside as he wanted to. Back he is into his stance now. Waits for the ball, stands with bat just aloft, right there he picks it up, and then he just nudges a single into the left side. Butch, the atmosphere that we know and love at the Kensington Oval hasn't been present because of those supporters, but there's been an atmosphere.
Yeah, there has been an atmosphere. It hasn't been the back and forth, I suppose, that you would remember from the days in the 80s and 90s, either watching or playing cricket out here. You know, and there are lots of reasons for that. The matches starting predominantly during the weekdays, ticket prices, all of these types of things play their part in terms of making it more difficult for the local supporters to come in. But you know, that doesn't mean that they're not out there with their radio sets and their television sets watching the game. They're just they're not as prominent in the ground. And you also have to remember, when the cameras pan around, if there are West Indian fans in the stands, they are likely to be in the shade. It's the Englishmen that are out there going pink in the sunshine. And with that, I will leave you.
Before you do, I've got one more question. The score's 70. Quick question. You've been with Bishop and Ambrose in the comm box. Can they explain the pitch?
Well, I don't know about explain, but they can they can describe it, and they have hated it.
They hated it, but that's down the leg side, no run, 70 for 2. But when you say they hated it, I know you have to go, but just one final question: have they been critical of it publicly?
Yes, they have. Yeah,
thank you,
absolutely.
Butch. Great to have heard from you. 70 for 2, Alzari Joseph and Jade Dunn back into the game with me here in the commentary box. That ball flew through, actually, from... there's a couple of locals. We're talking about local support for Test cricket in the Caribbean. Joseph again now. Oh, that's a cracking stroke, really. As good as anything you'll ever see. On the up by Zach Crawley, leaning on it and just thumping it through extra cover.
He's a quite wonderful player on the eye when he's in full swing, and that was a beautiful shot from Zach Crawley. On the up, extra cover drive, using all those levers you were talking about earlier, Mark. That's what you want to see from Zach Crawley at the top of the innings. Dominating the bowling. Yes, it is a friendly pitch, but he's still got to put those bad balls away.
Well, he's also shown us that for all the slowness in the pitch, you can hit the ball somewhere near the top of its bounce. And now he goes on the hook. Has he got enough of it? Oh, what a good catch that is. Jaden Seals, wow, he made some ground and threw himself forward, plucking it off the turf. Pity, because Crawley was going nicely.
That's a fantastic catch, running around from fine leg. Top of the bat, he's gone for the pull shot. And the fine leg man has had to make some distance in, make some ground in, and diving forward. That's a wonderful catch from Seals. That's the end of Zach Crawley. A very good innings from him.
Yeah, 40 he made. Pity, because it'd be fun to watch him. I do feel for the guys in this situation. You know, you work so hard for Test match runs, and then suddenly you're sort of surrendering your wicket for the cause a bit. At least you're throwing caution to the wind for the cause, and that's absolutely the right thing, and that's all part of the game, and you're not there to look after your average, but boy, you do have to work hard for your runs on some surfaces, and it's now, I guess, a frustration for Root and Crawley and Lees. All three have got out, caught in the deep, playing big shots. As Ben Stokes comes to the middle, I think there's some drizzle around. Mark Butcher did say that the green-shirted ground staff had got ready by the covers, but no one's been called off the field of play. So Stokes, of course, the ideal man if he just had a golden hour, not even golden, just a very good hour. England's whole declaration question would be settled. The current lead, 170. Now, those ground staff people do have the covers in their hands. They are ready to run onto the field of play. They've been sent back by the umpires. So they've taken those huge white ground sheets over the boundary's edge, and it looks like we will get continued play. Two batsmen on naught, and neither have faced a ball. A minute ago it was Lawrence and Root looking comfortable. Balls. Good little innings. It'll be Dan Lawrence on strike because again the batsman crossed. Now that umming and ahhing, the indecision here is clear.
It really is. With this weather around as well, it could be a case of maybe looking closer to the 200 mark potentially if there are any overs that we're going to lose potentially through some rain delays. Could that factor into England's thought process?
Yeah, maybe. We can't tell you what's going on because we've only got a picture of Alzarri Joseph standing at the end of his run, and he too doesn't know what's going on. Now we've got Ben Stokes, who seems to be walking off. Is he? No, walking to the non-striker's end. Play continues. Here we go. Alzarri Joseph to bowl to Dan Lawrence. And excellent batting from Lawrence. Quickly into line, stands on the back foot, works the ball away. We're using the pace of it for a single behind square. Immaculate backstroke that was.
Good bit of bounce outside the off stump there. Joseph running in really hard. I like the look of Joseph. He's got a bit of pace about him, and with the variable bounce, certainly outside the right-hander's off stump, we could see some of that now. As you say, 2 new batters. West Indian tails will be up there. Now a couple more wickets here, and they can force the play.
You can see frustration on both Root and Crawley's face as they left the field. Joseph bowls again. Stokes hits the ball straight to mid-wicket off the back foot. There's no run. He certainly timed it well, as one would expect him to, having made that sparkling 100 in the first innings.
Yeah, as you said, Mike, there's no better man striding to the wicket. Certainly if we're looking for quick runs, if we can just get a few moments, as we did in the first innings with Ben Stokes' blistering 100, that will be something exciting.
Stokes bat up, waits for Joseph, and he bangs it into the surface again, but Stokes is alert to it. He too plays well off the back foot, just using the pace of the ball for a single. End of that over, 76 for 3 here on talkSPORT 2. Such a shame, really, that Root and... we've got a great picture there of a cruise ship out at sea. Tremendous colours of the water in the Caribbean, all the shades of blue, from deep and dark and metallic right down to bright and turquoise. England's lead 172.
Yeah, 172 in the lead here, as we've been discussing earlier. It's going to be interesting to see how many runs Joe Root thinks we're going to need, or to at least entice the West Indies to maybe think that they can get it, which I think will play into our hands in the sense of, on a placid wicket like this, often you need players to come out wanting to play with a positive intent, as we've seen with the England players this morning. A few of them are trying to play some shots, not quite executed as the ball stayed in the surface, and we've lost 3 early wickets. So from an English point of view, we'd want to see the West Indies batters at least thinking they have an opportunity to win the game, which I think could play into our hands.
We're waiting for Kemar Roach. I'm going to ask Sam Badri just to hold on, because I want to ask Jade a question, Sam, just before he goes, so we'll let this ball happen. As Kemar Roach comes into the attack for the first time today, bowls to Stokes, who leaves it alone outside of stump. Friend of mine writes, I don't want to come off as a novice, which I am, of course, because I never played the game, but on a pitch that does nothing, my question is, how many different balls have the England team tried? With that many runs to play with, surely mixtures of cutters and yorkers and slower balls would have been welcome. I just don't seem to see enough invention, yet in one-day cricket they can bowl 6 different balls in an over. What do you think? You're the master of 6 different balls in an over.
I completely take that point on board, and we touched on it before yesterday's play. It's something I was very keen to see the England bowlers employ, certainly with a track that's breaking up. Having short extra cover, short mid-wickets, I think is a great option on the surface.
So yes, Jake, the answer is we all agree we should have seen much more variety from the England bowlers, and indeed different plans and long periods of trying those balls, not just little bursts of it. Jake's brother Toby is out in the Caribbean and was at the play only the day before yesterday. The rain has come. Stumps are out of the ground. You get these scudding showers in Barbados. They come with the the trade winds, and hopefully that's exactly what they do, is blow across the ground. The ground staff have sprinted out. This is quite a strong breeze today. This is more than just a breeze, actually. It really is a wind, and it's blowing that white sheet away, and they're now frustrated because they can't get the cover on the pitch itself. It's on one of the side pitches. The rain is now quite a bit harder, and a disconsolate Dan Lawrence leaves the field of play with Ben Stokes. And the ground staff have a billowing white sheet now that they just can't control. They need to peg it down, and they're struggling to do so. They got it. They finally got some control, and then a second big sheet comes out to cover the rest of the square. Lawrence and Stokes have a single each. Lees, Crawley and Root, the men out, all perished trying to force the pace so that England can declare, ideally by lunch, if not before. Lees made 24, Crawley 40 and Root 9. Lees was caught at deep mid-wicket, slog sweeping. Crawley playing the hook stroke, just got a top edge out to long leg, terrific catch by Jayden Seales. And Joe Root, also the slog sweep, caught out at deep mid-wicket. Bairstow, Folkes, Wokes, Fisher, Leach, Mahmood to come. What should we talk about? Let's just actually enlarge on that theme of using a greater variety of balls. We would have liked Jack Leach, for example, to bowl many more overs over the wicket and try to catch the edge of the bowler's footmark, and indeed maybe even pitch more balls outside leg stump and hope to rip round the backside and hit the stumps, Shane Warne style.
Yeah, again, that was the frustration, I guess. On a surface like this, you can't just keep doing the same things and expect a different outcome, would be my only thought process. And I say that through having had experience, having touched on it yesterday at the Oval, flat wickets, where you have to come up with inventive fields, inventive ideas to try and figure out a way of taking wickets. And one of those ways, of course, is changing up your pace, varying where you come on the crease, wide, round, over. And I'd like to see that, especially now, if we come in to try and take these 10 wickets on this last day to win a game. Let's have some inventive fields. Let's bowl some slow balls. Let's ask them to score in areas that they're not used to scoring in.
Okay, thank you very much, Jade. We can get across to the Kensington Oval. Samuel Badri has been waiting, and now Barry Wilkinson is with him.
Thank you very much, Mark. Well, this shower is not going to last long at all, and as a matter of fact, the rain has stopped already. And although the covers are on it, I don't expect this is going to be any long break. Sammy, I think the main thing to look at here is if England lose any more sloppy wickets like they have, are they going to just call it off and decide, look, we're going to turn it around and just bat normally?
Morning, Barry. I don't think so. I think they'll still continue to try to get maybe that 230, 240 run mark and set this game up where they can bowl the majority of the 2 sessions after lunch to try to get a result in this game. We've seen their approach this morning. We were talking about what it would be like today, and they came out immediately. Alex Lees demonstrated that aggression and that positivity. So they came out with a plan, and that plan was to get runs quickly so that they can declare and that they can try to get a result in this game. And quite admirable of them. Someone like Alex Lees into only his second test match and having to play that sort of shot against his natural grain, but all in the effort for the team to do well. So it's commendable the way that they've come out in trying to get quick runs and sacrificing their wickets, but I really like what I've seen from them. They've also seen some balls deviate and variable bounce on this surface, so it's going to be pressure exerted by England on the West Indian batsmen to try to survive later on.
And what do you know, the sun is back out, and let's hope it's here to stay for a little while. I want to talk about Lees and Crawley, though. I'm really impressed with what I've seen. Crawley for sure. Has England found the opening pair that they've been looking for quite some time?
Well, they'll hope so, and they would want to believe that they have found that opening combination. It's their first 50-run opening stance since they came together in this test series, and on the back of what we witnessed in the Ashes, they are desperate for 2 batsmen at the top who can give them that solidity and that stability. Alex Lees seems to be one who is very patient, very watchful, very good technique, and the type of batsman who can really wear down the opposition bowler. Zach Crawley is a perfect foil for him. He looks to score much more freely, and if those two can operate in tandem and do that job for this English team, they would feel that they have 2 players here who can survive and make a name for themselves in this format for a long, long time. But again, it's the infancy in their careers. Lee's just a second test match. Crawley just getting into double figures in his test match career. So it's early days for them, but from what we've seen, there's a lot of promise there, a lot of potential, a lot of talent. I think talent and potential may be the most overused words in cricket, but it's all about converting that into performances consistently and regularly.
So the covers are coming off and the stumps are going back in. Our good friend Colin, who's become an internationally acclaimed Usain Bolt track specialist, who runs on to the ground and has gone viral throughout the entire world, has put the stumps back up. The Barmy Army absolutely love him. In fact, they sometimes pray it just rains so they can film him running on. But he's got the stumps back up, and umpire Leslie Reefer Jr., who's the reserve umpire, he is indeed just ensuring that everything is going to be A-OK for England to resume. As the covers go off and the golf cart with the rope is circling around, trying to take some of the surface water off of the rope, the England's batsmen are just hovering there in top of the Garfield Summers Pavilion. The West Indies team too, so everyone wants to resume. It seems that both teams seem eager to get this contest on the way. West Indies, their approach, will their approach be let's bat normally, see how it goes, or do you think they're hungry to win this test match?
I think they'll just bat normally. I don't think they have the type of batsmen within their ranks to really come out and chase any total that England set them. So it's a matter of survival more so than anything for the West Indian batsmen when they do get an opportunity, despite what total may be set and how many overs. Get back into this test team with some sort of consistency, so he'll be under pressure as well. And you go through that list there, and Nkrumah Bonner is not the type of player who will come out and score freely. Shamar Brooks similar. So I think that the only two results possible in this game, despite the score being 76 for 3, an England win or a draw, the draw being the more likely option at this point in time.
And this pitch has been much maligned. I heard Nicholas ask Mark Butcher a lot about what the experts, the local experts, have said about it, in Sir Curtly Ambrose and Ian Bishop. Ian Bishop has been on this pitch a long, long time, saying that it is just gone, totally gone from what he's seen over the years of playing here. Of course, he would have been playing here in a very famous test match in 1997 when India, with all odds stacked against him, lost a test match. And from that point on to now, and he's looked at the pitch, he reckons that the pitch has just continued to get worse. Is it that bad? Are we overreacting about the surfaces that we've had at Kenton and over in Barbados? You yourself have played on a lot of them.
Yeah, it doesn't make for entertaining cricket, that's for sure. What we've seen in Antigua, 5 days of attritional cricket, I don't want to use the word boring, but certainly not entertaining cricket. It's not a fair contest between bat and ball. The bat has dominated the ball. How many centuries have we had in this series to date? We've had quite a few, and it's been a real toil for the bowlers to get wickets on these types of surfaces. Even the spinners have struggled. So despite the deterioration and the wear and tear as we go through the 5 days of the test match, it's still very difficult to prize wickets out. Having said that, I don't think it's necessarily an easy wicket to bat on, particularly today. So when the West Indian batsmen have their second turn to bat, it will be quite challenging and it will require tremendous effort. Craig Brathwaite, in my respectful view, has such an important part to play when the West Indies have their second opportunity. If England can get him out early, then I really think that they're in with a chance to win this test match. So the pitches have deteriorated, that's for sure. The quality of the cricket hasn't been one that will attract people to the stands. It wouldn't be attracting anyone to turn on their televisions and look at this, what we're seeing here. So I think certainly I agree with all of the past players who have spoken about the quality of the surfaces here in the region.
Sammy, do you regret never having the opportunity to play Test cricket? You were always seen as a white ball specialist, especially for T20.
I don't think there's any regret there. had a particular skill set that was more suited for the white ball game, and I accepted that fact quite early in my career. And there certainly isn't any regret. Of course, I would have loved to play Test cricket, but given my limited abilities with the ball and with the bat, I think I did well for myself in white ball cricket, and I'm quite happy with my accomplishment. So certainly no regrets there whatsoever.
The great Barbadians that you would have played with in terms of growing up, coming through the ranks, you did obviously came on the scene when the greats of Greenidge and Haynes and the likes of them would have been gone. But then there was Wallace, there was Campbell, there was others that would have represented Barbados that you would have played against and with. Who are some of the good ones that you thought you would have played cricket with from Barbados?
Yeah, quite a few. They've always produced good fast bowlers here in Barbados. Fidel Edwards, Tino Best, really aggressive. Suleiman Ben as a tall spinner, he was one who was really good during his playing days. Pedro Collins, ability to swing the ball, and you go through the list, the fast bowlers in particular stood out. There were quite a few batsmen who came through who I thought should have represented the region for a long time. Ryan Hines was one of them, who was an exceptional talent but didn't really quite materialize the way he would have wanted it. Dale Richards at the top of the order. For me, I thought that he was a really good batsman at the first class level, at the regional level for sure, and I expected him to maybe go on to West Indies ranks and have a good career there as well. It wasn't to be, but I think the fast bowlers from Barbados have always stood out.
Yeah, well, Dale actually did play. In fact, he got the opportunity when there was that infamous strike, I think in 2009, and yeah, I did think he was going to perhaps go on to play much more. It was very exciting opening batsman. You're not missing any cricket. As a matter of fact, the players are now making their way back out onto the field. Hopefully we've seen enough of the rain for the day. I don't think so. I think it might come again. It's that kind of day. But the West Indies and England are ready to resume this contest. The lead is 172. Stokes, he's not too long come to the crease. He's actually only faced 4 balls. He's got 1. And with him is Lawrence, who's also got 1 from 1. It's 76 for 3. And here comes Kemar Roach now from the Malcolm Marshall end and bowls to Stokes. And Stokes is looking to cut. Doesn't time it. Hits it into the ground, rather. And it goes out to the mid-off area where the captain, Craig Brathwaite, is there. And there is no run. The sun continues to shine sweetly. But the clouds are just starting to move again from the east. The ground staff are still there. Once you don't see the ground staff at the ready, you know it's not any cause of concern. And when you see them coming out, you know that the rain is definitely coming. They know where the rain comes from here at Kensington. As Roach around the wicket again and bowls now to Stokes. And Stokes is getting a short ball, looking to cut outside the line of the off-step, misses it and taken by the keeper.
Yeah, an exaggerated step across to the offside from Ben Stokes, just trying to get close enough to that ball to make contact. Deliberate plan from the West Indies fast bowler Kemar Roach to bowl that ball wide, very wide. As a matter of fact, he has the third man, he has the deep point in position. Ben Stokes and England just trying to get a move on. That delay would not have helped their cause. Very short, albeit.
As Roach comes in again and bowls to Stokes, who's square cutting this one, almost a square drive. It's gone down to the backward point area. He'll get a single, and that takes the total to 77 now for 3, and the lead's 173.
And then interestingly, as soon as Ben Stokes came to the crease, Captain Craig Brathwaite dispensed with Versamy Pomo, the left-hand orthodox bowler, bowling to the left-handed Ben Stokes. Could be quite dramatic, quite entertaining, so he's decided to go with the 2 fast bowlers, despite the fact that Versamy Pomo picked up 2 quick wickets this morning.
Here comes Roach now as he runs in past the umpire and bowls to Lawrence. Lawrence is pulling down to the fine leg boundary. Field is there, and he'll just get that single.
That's
Over, so that means he'll keep the strike. So we've had 24 overs gone in this innings so far by England. And Windies, after making, of course, just 440, this was under what the 507 made. They have now reached 78 for 3, England, in the second innings, to lead by 174. I'm seeing the same players that you're talking about here having a bit of a watch into the cricket action. Suleiman Ben. There's also Vaspat Drakes, who quite sadly buried his mom yesterday. She would have passed away a couple of weeks ago, and he obviously missed cricket yesterday because of that funeral. May she rest in peace. She was indeed a cricket fan as well. And there's also young Kirk Edwards that's there with them, having a watch. Here comes Joseph now, bowls to Lawrence, who's turning this one into the outside. He's going to get one behind square. That's all there is for the offering. 79 for 3, and the lead goes up to 175 now. Lawrence goes to 3, Stokes is on 2.
And the field spread far and wide as you would expect with this current scenario ahead of us. West Indian fielders and captain and bowlers would be looking to ensure that England don't get too many too quickly and set up this game for them.
Here he comes in again and bowls to Stokes, and Stokes is steering this one down to third man. Runs here for him. He was going to get one, well fielded in the end there by Jaden Seals. He covered a lot of ground running from a very wide third man just in front of the boundary, picked it up, and there's only one run.
And the fans who are in here today, not as many as we saw in the previous 4 days. They'll be looking for a result, and they'll be hoping for some entertainment for sure.
Joseph again bowls, and this delivery is outside the line of the off stump. There was Lawrence looking to nibble at it, almost made connection as well, taken there by the keeper. No run. What line and length would you be telling your bowlers to be delivering to this England team who are looking for fast runs?
I think I'd be bowling wide outside off stump with an offside field if I was Alzarri Joseph bowling from that Joel Garner end, because I'll be asking the batsman to hit into the wind, and when I'm bowling from the other end, I'll be doing a similar thing but bowling that straight line and asking the batsman to hit into the wind once again, so it will be different on the different sides.
This delivery outside the line of the off stump again, steered away to the backward point boundary for another single. 81 for 3, lead now 177. We've got to keep you in tune with what that lead is, because we do predict 240, 250 is where England might want to declare. We just have an hour before lunch. We still need time. We saw how close it got in the last test, even though the West Indies lost 4 wickets. England brought it down to the last 5 balls of the game, thanks to the cut of wickets that they lost, the West Indies. Joseph bowls to Stokes. Stokes turns this one down behind square again. Another run achieved, and it's now 83 for 3.
Okay. Yeah, anywhere around that 230, 240 mark with 2 sessions to go, I think England would feel that they're in with a chance, especially with what we've seen from the surface so far. Jack Leach, has he recovered well enough from that marathon spell in the first innings? Some 69.5 overs. The fast bowlers as well.
This one is short. There he is trying to pull it, and it almost rolled onto the stumps. Luckily for Dan Lawrence, that did not connect to the stumps. It almost did. So the over ends 82 for 3 then. Lawrence and Stokes have got 4 apiece. The lead is 178. The latest score here at Kensington Oval in Bridgetown, Barbados.
Yeah, that previous ball could have ricocheted and so easily gone onto the stumps, bat, onto pad, onto body, and just fell away from the wicket. Fortunately for Dan Lawrence, a good short delivery from Alzarri Joseph, pacey delivery, tried to heave that one over mid-wicket, but didn't make the connection that he was looking for.
So lunch is now going to be taken at 12 minutes after 12 local time, which is an hour and 12 minutes, and then the afternoon session goes from 8 minutes to 1 to 8 minutes to 3, and the final session will finish all the way at 10 to 6. Wide of the off stump. That was almost signalled wide. In fact, it is being signalled wide now, belatedly, by the umpire, so England will be happy with that sundry.
Yeah, very wide from Kemar Roach, but you can see that concerted effort to try to get it wide with the field set. And I wouldn't be surprised if Ben Stokes stands outside off stump to try to access those deliveries.
Let's see what Roach will do as he comes in and bowls to Stokes again, wide again, and Stokes is hitting this over cover. That's gone into the boundary like a bullet before. That's Ben Stokes at his best.
Yeah, he anticipated the line here from Kemar Roach and absolutely smashed that one over Craig Brathwaite at extra cover. And despite fielders in the deep, bisected everyone and got to the boundary in quick time. A wonderful strike from Ben Stokes.
Well, this is a man in good form. A century in the first innings. Got a text a moment ago from a good mate of mine who's in the aviation field in London, Matt Atkins, a Barbadian. He predicts that the West Indies will win this. Perhaps he's being a little bit too parochial, even though he's now living in London.
More than a little bit, Barry.
Sammy Badri said that. They've changed the field up. They've moved the slip. He's now at a sweeper position as Roach bowls and Stokes comes across his stumps and swings his high, hard and handsome for 6. Over mid-wicket into the Greenwich and Haynes stand. And that pair of illustrious cricketers will look on at that shot and say, wow, not bad.
Not bad at all. Took on the fielder in the deep, Jermaine Blackwood, and he would have thought for a split second that he had an opportunity, but just had to watch it sail over his head. So 10 runs in 2 balls from Ben Stokes, and this is the acceleration that England were looking for. And who to deliver but Ben Stokes?
Here he comes again and bowls, and Stokes is getting inside edge down to the 5-leg boundary. Will he get 4? No. Well picked up just inside of the boundary. He gets a single though. This is happy hour for England. 94 for 3, and the lead now is 190. It's also no ball.
Yeah, an additional run to the total there for England. And as is so often the case, if anyone has to deliver for England, Ben Stokes is the man. A magnificent slap over the offside for 4, and then a belligerent pull over the leg side for 6. Inside edge almost went to the boundary. So some 11 runs in just 3 deliveries in this Kemar Roach over.
Here he comes again and bowls to Lawrence, and Lawrence is on driving out to long on for a single. Just 1 run.
Make that 13 runs in over with that no ball. So it's been a very expensive over from Kemar Roach. Exactly what England were looking for. 96 for 3, overall lead of 192. 14 runs in this over so far.
Stokes continues as he taps away. Here comes Roach and bowls to Stokes, and Stokes gets a short ball that he's cutting just outside the line of the off stump out to the boundary, but they've plugged that gap from Sammy Pramol is there, and Stokes will just be limited to 1 run. He's gone on to 16 now. 1-6, 97 for 3, 193 run lead. But it's always wonderful to see Ben Stokes in this kind of mood. Very, very entertaining. He's just lighting things up at the moment, bringing some sunshine on a rainy day. As Roach comes in and bowls to Lawrence now, and Lawrence gets a short ball that he's just tailing away and steering it down to the backward point area. Only 1 run to end the over. After that, a very good one there for England. There's actually 1 more ball. Forgot the no ball was in that over, giving Joe Wilson some exercise, because he's moving from point to backward square. He obviously doesn't like to be standing in line of the batsmen and their eyesight. Some umpires just stay. Here comes Roach now again and bowls to Stokes, and Stokes gets the deal that he's coming down the pitch and driving. A bit airy-fairy, but no chance for a catch. The ball goes down to the long off area, and there is just 1 run. He'll kick the strike. At the end of the over then, England lead by 195. They're 99 for 3. Ben Stokes has got 17 in leading the charge. Lawrence has got 6. More now from Neil Manthorpe and Jay Denver.
Thank you very much indeed, Barry Wilkinson. So the 100 beckons for England, 99 for 3, a lead of 195, and the 3 men to be dismissed have all perished in pursuit of quick runs, in pursuit of a declaration to give England a very slim outside chance of victory. Alex Lees went for 24, Joe Root for 9, and Zach Crawley for an enterprising 40. He batted conservatively within himself yesterday evening, but he played some super shots on the 5th morning, departing for 40 from 68 balls with 4 fours. I must say England must be commended for their efforts so far on the fifth morning. There were questions about how committed they might be and how many risks they might be prepared to take in pursuit of setting up a target in the fourth innings. Well, I think they've answered those fairly emphatically, and Ben Stokes has 17 off 14 balls, pushes that one away defensively up on the onside for an easy single. Pretty much what you were expecting, Jade, or have they been more enterprising than you thought they might?
Yeah, I think they started playing shots a bit earlier than I anticipated they would, which is pleasing for everyone to see. We certainly don't want this game meandering into nothingness, really. So from an English perspective, it's very good. I like what I'm seeing, and hopefully there's going to be a competitive target produced for the West Indies, maybe with an offer of a chance of them thinking that victory could still be on the horizon.
I tell you what, the scoring rate is just a fraction under 4 runs and over overall, but today closer to 5.5 in the play that we've had. Oh, Dan Lawrence has heaved this one from Alzari Joseph straight over deep mid-wicket for 6. It's an extraordinary pick-up pull shot over mid-wicket. It honestly looked premeditated.
Yeah, I think he's set his stool out here. Dan Lawrence has just opened up that front side, and a ball just back of a length. He's just flat batted over the mid-wicket boundary for 6, comfortably for 6, one must add. So he's certainly showing intent here. Lovely to see from Dan Lawrence.
Gee, he was into the shot so quickly, it looked like he'd made his mind up beforehand. Here is Joseph once again. He backs away, does Lawrence, chops it to backward point again, and this one's gone straight to the fielder, and there's no run. I mean, he wouldn't necessarily have gone through with the shot if it had been a Yorker or a bouncer, but he was playing that shot, wasn't he? He was setting himself up for it.
Absolutely, 100%. I've had the unfortunate pleasure of being on the receiving end of a few of those shots before. Dan Lawrence is a quite wonderful T20 player, so this is a kind of situation which plays into his hands nicely. We've obviously only seen him in the Test arena here in the England shirt, but he's a quite wonderful white ball player, so these sorts of situations will certainly suit that part of his game.
Here is Alzari Joseph once again. He's got a scowl on his face. I'm not surprised as Lawrence backs away once again. He's just looking to... Well, you just said he's in T20 mode. He's just looking to hit every delivery at the moment, and it can't be much fun for a bowler, particularly the quickest bowler in the game, Alzari Joseph, just get heaved over mid-wicket for 6.
And there's not a lot he can do, unfortunately, because of the placid nature of this pitch. He can't even bowl a bouncer. So Dan Lawrence knows he can sit back on that front foot and play shots all around the ground. Just back of a length and fairly wide outside the off stump, and it's chopped away towards Jermaine Blackwood at backward point, and they scamper through for another quick single. Lawrence is 12 off 12. He did exactly the same thing in Antigua, scoring at a run a ball in the third innings to set up the declaration, and there is more rain. Showers were predicted throughout the course of the day, and we said before or during the last one that nowhere in the world are the players off the field for a shorter period of time than in the Caribbean, particularly it seems to me Barbados. The ground staff got the one canvas cover on to cover the playing surface, and look, it's a very sharp shower, as in very heavy, because mostly the England supporters just haven't bothered moving. They're just going to sit there and it cools them down. But on this occasion, it's really heavy, and they don't obviously want to get drenched, so they're heading for cover under the stands of the roof. England 107 for the loss of 3 wickets. That first innings lead of 96, so they're pretty well placed. Dan Lawrence on 12, Ben Stokes on 18, and obviously they... I'm assuming that the plan is, everybody's aware of it, or are there some of the juniors or the fast bowlers who just
don't bother telling them what the plan is, because it's not really going to affect them. But I assume everybody would Joe tell everyone, look, this is what we're going to do. We're going to head for a lunchtime declaration, and hopefully with this many runs, everybody be in on it.
I would imagine so. I would imagine after the day's play yesterday, they would have digested what had taken place and probably had a conversation. The management group certainly would have had a conversation. And I would have thought upon arrival at the ground this morning, or maybe even last evening, they would have had a talk about how many runs they thought they may need in order to give themselves something to bowl at. So from a team perspective, I think people would certainly all be on the same page. Because from a captain as well, let's not forget, you're going to want the buy-in from your bowlers. He's just had his bowlers out there for 180, best part of 188 overs the day previous. So in order to get them up and ready for a fight to try and take 10 wickets, he's got to get them on side. So that takes a conversation, a bit of coaxing, and I'm sure they would have had that conversation last night.
Well, there are a few more covers coming on. In a moment, we're going to hear some audio, a fabulous interview, as they all are, when Mark Nicholas conducts them. He spoke to Lance Gibbs, the great former West Indies spinner. We'll hear some of that interview in just a moment. But before we do, I would ordinarily develop a theme with you, but I'm not going to, Jade Dernbach. I'm just going to ask you 3 questions in a row. I'm curious to know whether, A, you set out to specialise in white ball cricket, or whether you inadvertently got boxed there, because you played 64 times for England in white ball cricket, and I'm curious to know how you feel about watching a test match, and you know, whether you have any regrets about not having played one, because it's not like you were a white ball specialist at Surrey. You played lots of 4-day cricket and you were very good at it. So how did you end up getting put into the England white ball box?
It's quite strange how it ended up coming about, because I was on a Lions tour with England playing red ball cricket in the West Indies, of all places, and was doing pretty well. We were having a very successful trip, and I got pulled into the office after first day's play, I think, of one of our last games, and they said, you've just been called up to the England World Cup squad. That was back in 2011 in Sri Lanka. So I flew home, got another plane, flew straight out to Sri Lanka, and all of a sudden my kind of England white ball journey began. But at that point it was through good performances with the red ball for England Lions. The even crazier thing was, 2 years previous to that, I'd done very well for Surrey with the white ball in Pro 40. We were very successful, and I think that kind of enabled me to get pushed onto that stage. But it was strange. I guess it's because we've touched on it with Mark. At the Oval, we've had some very flat pitches, and you had to find ways and inventive ways of trying to dismiss batters, and that meant developing a game, developing balls, slower balls, and I think my game developed that way with the red ball, but in turn kind of helped my white ball skills. And then people saw that there was a lack of it in international cricket, or in the England side at that point, and therefore my opportunity came.
Were all of your variations copies? Did you see something in somebody else and then set out to copy it, or did you? I'm hoping you're going to say, actually no, I invented a couple of deliveries that were completely unique by myself. Not initially, let's say. So the back of the hand slower ball, I've spoken about this quite a lot before. I saw it in a young man who I used to play club cricket with, second team cricket for Guildford. This young man called William Saby had a back of the hand slow ball. He bowled it every Saturday and had 40-year-old men ducking into it, having no idea what was going on, and he was cleaning up. That is so cool. He's a club cricketer. He was a club cricketer, and he was. And he developed a back of the hand slower ball that. And he was brilliant at it. He was absolutely brilliant at it. Had such great control. So I started learning. I took myself off into the nets and kept practicing and practicing. Tried to bowl a few times in the game. It wouldn't even reach a batter over batters' heads. It was awful, absolutely awful. But it took me a long time to develop it. And finally, when it clicked, when I was playing cricket for Surrey in the first team, all of a sudden nobody had seen it. Nobody had seen the ball that went up and down, and people were ducking into it. And obviously, when you have a delivery like that, you start making a few highlight reels, and then people start talking about you, and that's how it develops. But then when you only have that ball, then you think, well, that's not enough, and then you go away and you see somebody else do something. The key to it is every bowl is different. Cricket's a fantastic game like that. Everybody has a different bowling action, not
everything will suit you. So you have to go away and find a way of it kind of moulding into your action as such. So you might see an off-cutter, you might see a knuckleball, you may not be able to bowl it the same as everybody else. So it takes a lot of work, and I guess in a weird kind of way, each delivery is personal, and you have to make it up yourself in the sense of your action has to fit it.
So, the background to the question that I want to ask you about Test cricket is I once made the mistake of saying to Jonty Rhodes, is it a source of regret that you'll always be remembered as the best fielder in the world and not your primary job? And he just looked so bewildered by the question and said, you're asking me if I'm going to be regretted for being remembered as the best at something in the world. It's like, no, I don't have any regrets. So, I mean, I don't know whether that applies to you and Test match cricket, but would you like to have played a Test match?
I 100% would have liked to. I was lucky enough. I got called into one Test match squad. That was at Lord's. Jimmy Anderson got injured, and I remember I was playing for Surrey at the time and got the call from the England selectors, and they said, you're in with a chance to play the next Test, and we were playing against Sri Lanka, I think it was, and I was playing a game at Derbyshire, and they said it's between you and Graham Onions, so whoever bowls better out of you two this week in your championship game, we will select. I started awfully in the game against Derby, and I thought, okay, well, I've ruined my chance. Late on the day, took a couple of wickets, got the phone call, and I've been called up to the Test match squad. So drove down to Lord's, and I thought, I've got a good chance here. They'd said I'd had a good chance because Jimmy wasn't playing, and they thought I could potentially take Jimmy's place, which is strange to think that anyway. But I didn't get the opportunity, as they went with Stephen Finn instead, who ended up having a fantastic Test career for a long time. You know, went to number 1 in the world. But it was my one little taste of Test cricket. I loved it. I didn't get to play it, but I loved to be around the guys and to feel the atmosphere of a Lord's Test match was something special.
Your 64 appearances for England, which are the memories that come back first when you recall those days?
Making my debut at the Oval, which I was very lucky on. My one-day international debut, I made that at the Oval, so I had all my friends and family there, which was a wonderful experience. So you'll never forget that. And I'd say T20 game, I remember in UAE, missed by hack, last ball to win a game for us. I remember that. I also remember again my first series for England. We were playing Sri Lanka and it went down with 2-2 in the series, and we were playing at Old Trafford, didn't get too many runs. I remember getting down to the end, and I ended up getting Lasith Malinga out right at the end to win the game again for England. It's those memories when you contribute to winning a series or winning the games for your team. Those are the ones that really stand out for me.
Just a reminder, you're or would be listening to live and exclusive ball-by-ball commentary on day 5 of the second Test match between the West Indies and England from the Kensington Oval in Barbados. But it's raining at the moment, and England have been very, very positive, scoring at just under 6 and over in the morning. They've lost 3 wickets in the process, but they're doing everything they can to set up a declaration to give themselves an outside chance of winning this game. At the very beginning of T20 cricket, and it had started when your career started, it was regarded as a kind of hit and giggle. And in the 20-odd years from the early days to now, the level of analysis has just grown so exponentially. It's totally beyond me. And of course, it's provided Jared Kimber with I don't know whether it's a concurrent career or an alternative career or his real career as well as broadcasting. You two were talking about some aspect of analysis that was way over my head before we went on air this morning. I have to be very careful here about bringing Jared in because I won't be able to contribute, but I'll listen with interest. But you start off at the beginning. I think it was kind of fairly simple, wasn't it? We'd bowl some slower ball bounces, look for the Yorker. You try and bowl Yorkers at the death, and that was, you knew obviously something about the batters that you were bowling to, but how much has it? Can you describe how much it's changed since the beginning to now?
Yeah, drastically is the short answer from that point of view. There certainly wasn't any analysis. The only analysis which would take place would be previous experience of bowling at these guys, or how a pitch would particularly play. The deliveries you bowled were the best delivery, which everybody knew was the top of the stumps, kind of thigh pad height. So that was your go-to delivery in the power play and through the middle overs as a seam bowler. And then at the end, you'd bowl a Yorker, and if you had a slower ball, try your slower ball. That was pretty much the game plan to begin with for T20 cricket. And in a way, it's going to sound strange, in a way it was a lot easier as a bowler in the sense of you didn't confuse yourself, because often the more information you have, it gets more and more confusing. You sometimes outthink yourself, as opposed to resorting back to your 1, 2 or 3 best deliveries, which are generally a length ball, a bouncer if you got enough pace, and a good straight Yorker. Those balls haven't been outdated from the game. Unfortunately, or fortunately, there's just so much more information, and sometimes as a bowler you cloud your judgment. But Jared's going to come in shortly, and of course the more information you have, the better prepared you can go into a fixture, certainly as a bowler. So the game has developed exponentially.
I can't help thinking there must be bowlers for whom there is too much information. But how can they remember it all?
Yeah, no, I've certainly seen that. There's the famous story of Ian O'Brien, who lost his career in T20 cricket for New Zealand when he went out, and there were 2 Scottish players, and they'd done all the analysis on them, and one was Watts and one was Watson, and he got them confused, and he was bouncing this guy, and he just kept smashing it everywhere. He looked at his notes, he's like, I'm doing this right, and he went in again. It was at the Oval. I think it was it was like an 8-over game or something, and Ian O'Brien, who at that stage was a chance of getting an IPL gig, got hit for 25 runs or something in an over by a Scottish player, and no one really ever hired him ever again. So it can be confusing, and to be fair, Ian O'Brien's not one of the more basic bowlers either. He's, a teacher and quite intelligent, but misread his notes and hadn't realised that a different guy had come into bat. So it does happen. I don't know if you know this, Manners, but Jade is the reason that I do analysis.
No, I had stumbled onto a little gold mine here.
So, I remember I was staying at my auntie and uncle's house. I was in the country, and they were watching the Big Bash, and it came up on the TV, and they were talking about Jade's economy being really high. And I was like, but this is stupid. Of course his economy is really high. He bowls in the death all the time. That doesn't even make sense. Like, you can't compare his economy to, someone like Tom Cooper, who was playing for the, Melbourne Renegades and bowling like 1 over. He was bowling 2 overs, the first over and the 7th over, which are the slowest overs in T20 games. And I put out a message, and someone who used to work at the Oval, I don't know if he worked with you as well, but someone who used to work at the Oval, who's now gone on to be involved in all facets of T20 cricket around the world, sent me a message back going, yeah, there should be analysis that actually does this. And that was what started my whole thing in. And the first new metric that I invented was something called True Economy, which was all about Jade's bowling specifically, because what I wanted to see was, in the overs that Jade was bowling, was he a plus or a minus compared to other bowlers who would have to bowl the same overs. So the best way of explaining it to you, Manners, is the first over of the innings goes at the first over of the innings goes for 5.8 runs and over. The 7th over of the innings goes at 6.1 runs and over. And the last over of the innings goes at 11.5 runs and over. This is on average right through all T20 cricket.
I love the concept. I'm thinking, okay, first over of the innings, very few people tee off. They say, well, just be sensible for the first over. Yeah. And then there's just kind of collective deep breath after the power play.
Yeah.
Right?
And then, straight away they put everyone back, and a lot of openers go, well, now I've got to start knocking around, where it's probably not the right way to play, but that's a conversation for another time. But what it means is, if you bowl, let's say you bowl the 7th, the 9th, the 11th overs, your economy in your career is going to be around 7.5, 8 runs and over, even if you're not a particularly good bowler. Jade could be a great bowler, but he bowls the third highest percentage of death balls in the world. Jade bowled in his career. In fact, not even in his career. I think that's the history of T20 cricket. So, of course, even if his numbers are great, his economy is going to be like 8.2, 8.3, 8.4, and people like him were missing out on jobs because we were looking at the wrong numbers. So that's actually where my analysis started, was trying to prove that death bowlers should be looked at differently than everyone else.
Makes so much sense now, but I mean, at the time, you just looked at a bloke's economy rate, didn't you? And you go, Jade Dernbach goes for 8. Actually, Jade Dernbach bowls the first 2 overs and the last 2 overs of the innings. That's pretty good.
Yeah. and when you look at it, I think it was Alfonso Thomas and Mitch Clayton were the only guys that bowled more, but he's bowling, over 50% of his overs at the death, which is, it's not actually that common. What Jade is a real outlier in that sense. So there are very few bowlers who bowl that much at the death, but he was doing it because he was really good. But it made his, he, as he knows, I've told him now, he no longer holds the record. I don't know if you know this, Manus, but he did have the record for the worst economy rate in one-day cricket history. He's now got the second worst economy rate in one-day cricket history. But again, England were putting all of his overs at the end. And of course he was going to have a higher economy rate than many other bowlers, and especially as the game was changing as well. I mean, he'll say it was all about the fielding restrictions.
You're listening to coverage here on talkSPORT 2 of England's Tour of the Caribbean. It's day 5 of the second test match. There are a couple of drying machines on the sides of the square that look like they were made by the Flintstones. So I'm not sure how much drying they will get done, but we've had a very heavy shower and the square is still covered. Just to tell you that England have been proactive and positive in the morning session. They have lost 3 wickets, Alex Leach for 24, Zach Crawley for 40 and Joe Root for 9, but they're looking for quick runs. They're doing all they can to set up a declaration, but if we're not satisfying your urge for live sport, then I can tell you that over on talkSPORT, our sister station, there is an FA Cup quarter-final going on between Manchester City and Southampton. I got that right? Well, no, nobody's correcting me. Manchester City are 1-0 up against Southampton in the FA Cup quarter-final, but we're discussing the changing face of white ball cricket, particularly T20 cricket, and the role that analytics and statistics is now playing. I mean, it's in some ways the old man in me feels quite nostalgic that what I like to think of as an art is becoming more of a science. T20 cricket is all about expressing yourself and being innovative and creative, and I'm kidding really. I mean, I like the fact that it's a combination of art and science now. Jared Kimber and Jade Dernbach are with me.
Didn't your great friend write a book about the science of cricket many years ago?
Bob Woolmer. Yeah, absolutely.
So it's not new, is it? I mean, Bob Woolmer, if you read that book, he was, he's still probably decades ahead of anyone else.
He was totally decades ahead. I mean, there are a couple of his. In the 90s, we were very close, and he used to run his ideas past me, and if my response was, Bob, you're mad, then he would know that was a brilliant idea and he would pursue it. If I said, gee, that sounds interesting, he'd abandon it straight away. But
that's what I do in my work.
Well, a couple of things that he, God rest his soul, believed would have taken place by now were ambidextrous fielding. That hasn't happened. And he was actually working with some sports scientists manufacturing a bodysuit of protective gear, like a field hockey goalkeeper. And do you remember Dermot Reeve was the first man in county cricket to regularly try and sweep fast bowlers? And so Bob had this idea that there's no point just having pads and a rib, a chest protector. You needed, in order to be able to play these shots, you needed to have basically full flexible body armour, from your shoulder all the way down to you. So that hasn't quite happened yet. I think it would have done if Bob had still been around to cajole the manufacturers into making it.
I wish we could have. Man, as I really do. The way I used to bat, I needed all the protection I could get. So if that was on the market, they would have made a fortune from me. I can promise you that much.
One thing that Bob did introduce, and he tried it with Dave Richardson, who was pretty long in the tooth anyway. But wicketkeepers are always taught take the ball behind the stumps, and then television cameras came in and electronic runouts, and he kind of worked out It seems obvious, but he was way ahead of his time. He told all his keepers to take the ball in front of the stumps. Now everybody does that, especially when there are television cameras involved, because, he worked out that the time it takes to take the ball behind the stumps and then go forward to take the bails off equated to about 20 centimetres, and he said, that could be two run-outs in a series.
He did one of, I think it was the first test in cricket of this, where they would turn the lights out on the batters. So what they wanted to test really was whether batters had incredible eyesight and reflexes, or whether it was something else. And I think we already knew in cricket that it probably couldn't be eyesight and reflexes, and science had already said that I think you get 90 miles an hour, you get something like 4/100ths of a second to be able to react to the ball. And scientists were like, well, there's no way that anyone can react to a ball in that time, so there must be something else that we're doing. And he tested it on amateur cricketers, semi-professionals and professionals, and what happens is when you turn the light out just as the ball is coming out of the bowler's hand, a professional will get into the position roughly of where the ball's going to be, and an amateur will be standing there absolutely terrified that they're about to get hit. And what we realized then was most of what professional batters, baseballers, and also tennis people who return the serves in tennis are doing is they're actually reading everything beforehand. The way that the bowler's coming in, what the ball is doing in the bowler's hand, what the field is, what the previous ball was, what the pitch is doing, and what very good amateurs are doing is something completely different. They're trying to react to the ball, which is why if you put a test player on a 75 miles an hour or 85 mile an hour bowling machine next to an amateur, they'll look pretty much the same. But if you get an 85 mile an hour bowler, a test player will look fantastic, and the poor amateur now can't hit a ball. And so what you're really doing is you're reading all these little things, and he was one of the first people that really taught us that in cricket, which is a huge step forward, because before you would hear people talking about reflexes and all these other things, and now you realise that the players who have a lot of time, it's because of what they're mentally processing in the run-ups, and that was a huge step forward for cricket, I think.
Have matchups gone too far in T20 cricket, Jade? When somebody gets told they can't play this shot or that, or they've got a bad record against left-arm spinners, it seems to me that there's a danger that everyone just accepts that now, and he doesn't bother to work on his play against left-arm spinners. But there's sort of a left-hander walks to the wicket, and you immediately bring an off-spinner on. I understand the theory, but can it go too far?
I personally do think it can go too far, because I don't know if it takes everything into the equation, in the sense of, you could say, or people did say for a period of time, Kevin Peterson had a problem with left arm spin, but I guarantee you, if a left arm spinner from club cricket bowled to Kevin Peterson, he wouldn't be forward defending them. So there's got to be context to everything that is said and understood with the analytics of players and matchups and whatever you want to call it. I think there has to be a bit more meat on the bone, and I think that's where we do go in depth now, and Jared will back me up on that. It's not just a case going, okay, well, any old left arm spinner can bowl, or any leg spinner is going to take wickets on such a surface, or if you bowl here it's going to work. There has to be context to everything. But fundamentally, for me, I think the game can have a way of moving too quickly without people kind of settling in with what's taking place. And from my point of view right now, I think stuff kind of has to go back to basics a little bit, in the sense, certainly from a bowling point of view, a Yorker is still the best ball. Okay, yes, guys can lap, they can move around the crease, but fundamentally, a Yorker is still a good delivery. I don't know if enough people can execute them these days, compared to when the game first started, or even when I first started. Everybody bowled Yorkers. I know it's a difficult ball, because if you miss now by just half a metre, you disappear for 6. But I don't know if we practice enough. Do guys go back to the fundamentals of top of the stumps, Yorker, good bouncer? Fundamentally, there's still 3 best balls that you can bowl. But can you overthink it? And because you think this matchup, or a wide Yorker's one of the hardest deliveries to try and bowl, and you're limiting the amount of chances you can get somebody out with that delivery. There's a lot of info out there. You've got to really make sure that it identifies with you as an individual and a player, and that you can prescribe that to your game.
I think the interesting thing with matchups is that it's stolen from baseball, and baseball has 1 batter at a time, and we have 2 to begin with, so it doesn't actually make as much sense. But the other side of it is that the original, if you watch Moneyball or read the book or even follow sabermetrics, the original Moneyball is quite reductive. This player can only do this, and this player can only do this. What's happened in baseball and is now happening in basketball, and I hope that will be the next phase in cricket, is, okay, we know that you can do this. So how do we actually use our analysis to help you become a better player? Whereas before it was like, well, he can't do this, so we're not gonna hire him next season. We'll hire someone else. That doesn't really make a lot of sense because this player has made it all the way through to that level, and a lot of it is simple things. There's one with Jade that I don't think Jade knew this information before I gave it to him, and he's probably WhatsApped to people since I gave it to him. But one of the things that England realised when they did analysis on Jade was that when he got hit for a boundary in limited overs cricket, the next ball he would always follow up with a back of the hand slow ball. And batters, Manners, didn't need the analysis to work this out. They worked this out naturally over time. And so they would wait for that. They would basically score 2 boundaries in a row because they take a risk off him, slash one over backward point, and they knew that the next ball they could sit back in their crease, hold their shape a little bit longer, and try and hit the slower ball. Giving him that information improves him as a cricketer because now he can mix it up and he can understand, and at the very least he's got that in his head of, well, I don't need to do that every time now, and that's a very normal thing. That would have worked for him for probably 5 years, right? It's developing that. And so what I started to doing was less about judging players on what they could do, but actually going to them and saying, you're not very good against left-handed batters. You've only ever bowled over the wicket to them. That's a really easy change for you. And the bowler would say to me, well, I don't know how to bowl around the wicket. I have trouble running on the pitch. Great. Well, let's match you up with a bowling coach now. And let's go through this. And we need you to be able to do that skill. Even 5 years ago, you bowled over the wicket or around the wicket, depending on your preference. That can't be, that shouldn't be the situation. Everyone should be coached differently. And I think that one thing that the analysis should allow us to do is upskill these players. Everyone in professional cricket is really talented. Right? There are no players who are not very talented, but generally what happens is you're very good at limiting your problems, your problems in your technique. So a perfect example of this is your friend, the eye doctor. Is she the eye doctor?
Dr. Cheryl Calder.
Yeah, from South Africa. When I talked to her, she said her biggest problem when working with professional athletes is literally that it takes her a while to work out where their flaws are because they're so good at hiding them. The analysis actually helps us a lot quicker work out what they are. So we can say to someone, a coach was talking to me about this recently. He said to me, do you think that off spinners are better than left arm finger spinners? I said, yes. And he said, why is that? And I said, because left arm finger spinners basically bowl 60% of their time to right-handers. They don't develop the skills that they need to bowl very well against left-handers because they have a natural advantage. And he said, it doesn't make any sense to me. But every time I work with, 2 young spinners, I get the off spinner will try everything. He'll try leg spin, they'll try the doosra, and the left arm finger spinner pushes me to a side. It's getting that information to these players and going, great, you're going to be a really good player against right-handers. But if you do want to get to the level of the IPL or play for England or play for your national team or become a franchise cricketer or even have a very long career, how are we going to bowl to left-handers when one day we go up against the team and you do that? That might be the difference between you having a career and not having a career. And I think that's where it's really important to not say, well, these players can't do this. It's literally to take the information and go, how are you going to tackle this situation? And I think that when you explain it that way to coaches, suddenly they're like, well, now I understand what an analyst is for. Whereas beforehand they're like, why is that annoying person in the corner on the laptop all the time?
It stopped raining in Barbados, I'm delighted to tell you, and players scheduled to restart in 10 minutes' time at 3:45 UK time, and we're still working out how much play we'll get before the once again moved lunch break. But we're talking about one-day cricket at the moment. Just a reminder that England are 106 for 3, leading overall by 202. We've lost 3 wickets. England have lost 3 wickets in the morning session in pursuit of quick runs. Alex Lees caught a deep mid-wicket, slog sweeping for Sami Permaul, the left-arm spinner, for 24. Joe Root also top-edged a sweep shot against Permaul and was caught by John Campbell. And Zach Crawley hooking hook pull to Jaden Seals on the deep backward square leg boundary off the bowling of Alzari Joseph. He went for 40 from 68 balls. We have Ben Stokes has certainly lit the fuse. How big the action will be, we'll wait and see. But he's 18 off 15 with a 4 and a 6. Daniel Lawrence is with him unbeaten on 12. We're talking analytics. We're talking with Jade Dernbach and Jared Kimber. And Jared Kimber, I think, was midpoint.
I wasn't so. I was just going to say, on the screen at the moment, the TV crew are doing a special on Roddy Eswick. Roddy Eswick was the first bowling coach I worked with as an analyst. So I'd worked with head coaches and captains before, but I'd never worked in a team environment. And Roddy always used to say, some of the players would complain, he said, no, these are the facts. We know what shots these people can play now. We know what skills that they have. It's about us to take the facts from the analysis and put that to use either in a game or in practice. How do we get better? If Jared says that this team's got 3 left-arm bowlers, there's absolutely no point getting a bunch of net bowlers who are right-armers beforehand. It's things like that are very, very important, and they were missed. There's only so much coaches can do, and also coaches haven't been trained in how to do this. There are some coaches who don't like to do paperwork, but there's a reason why all that information is quite handy and eventually helps them. It's just that cricket hasn't been at that space before, and I think that's where we're trying to get it.
Talk about batting basics, and in fact, every batting coach I've ever spoken to has always said, you know what, you start with a player, you want them to be able to stay at the crease. You want them to be able to start with the forward defence. The game's changed a lot, but we still need to be able to play a forward defence. And one of the best bowling coaches, certainly his record in the IPL and various other places, is Eric Simons, who's been with Chennai Super Kings in the IPL for a long time. And 2 years ago, Josh Hazlewood was signed by them, and he was just a bit unsure about. He said, I don't have any tricks, and I haven't got very many variations, and I can't bat, and he was. I'm not sort of down on it, but it just didn't see how he was going to fit in, become regular. And he said to Eric Simons, do I need to learn these new deliveries? And he said, if you can hit the top of off, guaranteed, 24 times in a row, you'll be in the team. And now he's not just a regular for the Chennai Super Kings. He's in the Australian T20 team.
I think he got in the World 11, didn't he?
Yeah, exactly. He said that's exactly. And so, Eric Simons is not saying, that's all you need to do, but what he is saying is that if you can do it consistently enough with changes of pace, then...
And if you're 6'6",
that helps. that helps. And you're quite quick.
Miles an hour.
But do you know what I mean? That's one discipline.
100%. I couldn't agree with you more, Manners. And I was lucky enough to be the other end during my time with England. I guess I was playing with Stephen Finn at his peak. He went to number 1 in the world in T20 cricket, and he did that by running up with a tall man with a bit of pace and bowled back of a length just over the top of off stump, and that's all he did. He didn't have any slower balls. He didn't particularly bowl Yorkers very well, but he did that. He did what he does very well, and that's the key. And I think we can have all the analysis, we have all the information, like Jared's saying. If you want the ability to upskill and get better as a player, that's what the information is there for. But for someone like a Josh Hazlewood or a Stephen Finn, sometimes for them it's a case of keeping it simple as better. Run up, be more consistent, put the ball in the same area more often than somebody else who does your job, and that's going to make you successful. Whereas for me, the skills I need to bowl at the end, I need to go to Jared and say, okay, well, I'm struggling with round the wicket to left-handers. Where am I putting the ball more often? Why am I going for more runs? So that information is more pertinent to me. Stephen Finn doesn't need that, neither does Josh Hazlewood.
I think, I don't know if you know this, Manners, but me and Jade actually did a podcast about this not that long ago. And one thing that
I missed that one.
Oh, it's a good one.
I have to go back and find it.
It's available on all podcast networks. But one of the things we were talking about is how, especially death bowling, the one thing it's becoming is more like baseball pitching. So you don't actually need... It's funny, I've heard both you and Mark talk about how many different deliveries Jade had. Jade didn't have that many different deliveries. He had a back of the hand...
Well, it certainly looked like he did.
Well, that's the thing. He had a back of the hand slow ball, occasional cutter, and basically on pace. Right? Those are the 3 deliveries.
Don't say that. I every time I commentated him, I said, he's got a different delivery for every ball of the over.
But the thing is, and you hear people say the same thing about Dwayne Bravo. Oh, look at all these different slow balls. Dwayne Bravo has one slow ball. He bowls a cutter. He bowls it very well, and he can bowl it in slightly different ways. Sometimes he gets overspin, and sometimes he gets side spin, and all that. But he has one. Mustafizur Rahman. Oh, look at all of his variations. He has a cutter. He bowls in 2 different ways, right? It's very rare for a bowler to bowl a back of the hand, a knuckle ball, a cutter, and a split finger slow ball, or back of the, some of the other slower balls that you have.
Jade Dernbach bowled all of those
in the nets. And the point is that was what I was sort of getting back to before with the skill thing. Yes, you want to be up. You really want. if Jade was coming through now, you probably want him to have the knuckleball as well. You probably want him to feel comfortable with it. Maybe only once every 24 balls, but you want him to have it so the batter knows about it, right? But realistically, what you want to be able to say to him is, this is what you're going for with your back-of-the-hand slow ball. This is your strength. You don't need 7 other balls because your back-of-the-hand slow ball does 3 things really well. The first thing is it looks like it's going to hit people in the head so they get terrified. The second one is it drops massively. So no matter how you're trying to line it up, it doesn't land exactly where you want. And then, because of the overspin, it bounces up. It's already a magnificent delivery, right? If you can mix that up and use it in the right way, it will always be a natural advantage for him. His back-of-the-hand slower ball is Stephen Finn's 6'7" height. Right? And again, that's getting to that sort of thing. Be able to say to a bowler, this is your skill. You talk about Hazelwood. There was another really interesting bowler who almost went to the IPL, was Peter Siddle. The end of Peter Siddle's career, he'd never been any good. I can say this as a Victorian and a huge fan of Peter Siddle. He'd never been any good at T20 cricket. And then he had 2 years when no one hit him in the Big Bash. And he bowled round the wicket Yorkers. Right? And basically tried to bowl at the back of the heel of batters so that they had no swing arc. Why could he do that? Because he can bowl 85 to 88 miles an hour accurately. Now, it's a really weird delivery to be able to do. He didn't have good slow balls, and he didn't have anything else extra to him, but he had those specific skills. And I think sometimes we actually think that players have a lot more than we do. There are a lot of batters in the world that I promise you, they have very good strike rates in T20 cricket, and they have 1 or 2 shots.
Fascinating. In 10 seconds, because the players are coming out at the Kensington Oval, did you bowl your slow ball bouncers at different paces on purpose, or was that just an accident?
Absolute accident.
You disappoint me.
Leaves.
You disappoint me. You fooled me every time I saw you.
Sorry, Manners, I apologise for that.
No need to apologise. England are 202 runs ahead. Play's about to get underway again at the Kensington Oval. And to take us through, well, I'm not sure what time lunch is delayed to, but I know a man who will. Either one of them will know. Steve Harmison and Barry Wilkinson.
Okay, go. Thank you. Stokesy. Sorry.
And as you come back, we're just about to see us Aaron Joseph continuing his over. He's just got 1 ball left.
You want?
This 27th over, bowling to Lawrence, who's on 12, and Stokes on the other end on 18. Don't forget the lead is 202. To Lawrence, and Lawrence is on the front foot, pushes the ball into the offside, dashes off for a single to now end the over, and it means England finish on 107 for 3 after 27. The lead is 203. Lunch is now in another hour, gentlemen. So if you're hungry, the ear's going to have to wait. Steve Harmison.
Yeah, I'm always hungry. I'm starving. No, it's been a good morning from England point of view. Been a lot of selfless cricket played. Alex Lees came out intent, along with a good innings from Zach Crawley, and then obviously Joe Root, Ben Stokes and Dan Lawrence have kept this going. Start of the day, England were obviously 136 ahead, I think, in Antigua, 153 ahead, looking to force and change the game. They set 286 off 71 in Antigua. They might need something similar from an overs point of view. Maybe it's not as much. I think there's a bit more in this wicket than there was in Antigua, so I would imagine they're the number crunching what's going on inside the England dressing room. They won't want any more in.
Roach comes in now and bowls to Lawrence, and Lawrence comes across his stumps, almost shows Kemar Roach all 3, and flicks the ball back with a square down to the boundary where Sammy Pramod is waiting, and they only get 1 more. Would you the interval, would that make England think twice in terms of their target? The approach obviously is not changing.
No, the approach won't change. If you look at it, we've got an hour till the lunch break. Can't imagine the West Indies being in any hurry to bowl the allotted overs that needs to be bowled. I imagine only about 14 overs. From here, can Stokes and Lawrence somehow get to 4.5, 5 and over?
As Roach comes in and bowls, and Stokes is driving out to the long off area for another single.
Can England get to another 60 or 70 between now and then? Possibly a few more. 260, 270. Will Joe look at that and think, right, what is the 70 just under 78 overs left in the day. That gives them round about 65 if they do it at the brick.
Roach again bowls, and this is full into the onside, driven away out to the long on area. Shamar Brooks is there, and just one more run.
I think England want 2 sessions. So, and if obviously the 2 plus the 1 you're in for the change of innings, England might think, right, the break is the best time to do it, so we don't lose any overs. If England were to declare at the break, there'll be no overs lost in the game, and I think the game with the rain, it's come down to that they can't afford to lose anymore.
Roach again in bowls, and this delivers at sideline the off stump, extremely wide. Roach just pushing it much wider for Stokes to go at it. He tried to kind of carve it, and in the end he didn't time it at all, missed it, and is taken there by the keeper.
But England don't have to chase it too much here, because literally, if you can think of the imaginary circle, 30-yard circle, there's only Craig Brathwaite in it. Every single fielder's on the boundary, so England could get 2 a ball here just with precision, just getting the ball into the gap.
Roach in again, and this time Stokes is driving straight to Craig Brathwaite at cover, and he's out caught. That happened so easily. It was wide again. Stokes reached for it, drove it straight to the captain, and he's gone. 110 for 4.
Yeah, width from Kemal Roach. He's trying to bowl wider, trying to hide the ball, and Ben Stokes has got the lower part of the bat. He got a good piece of it, to be fair. Wide, it would have been, if you imagine the wide line in a T20 or a 50 over game, it would have been sort of halfway split between that and the outside line. It was really wide of outside off stump. Stokes batting on off stump, and he's got a piece of it, but he's hit it straight to the only man that's inside the boundary, inside the 30-yard circle. Every single other player is on the boundary, so position point of view, Craig Brathwaite got it spot on, the angle that he needed to be, and Johnny Bairstow comes out 55 minutes before the lunch break with positive intent, and hopefully trying to get England in a position to declare and give them a chance to win the game.
Yeah, let's see how it goes with Bairstow coming in now. He's also a very positive player, averages 34.93. He's got 22 half centuries and 8 centuries. One we saw that was played with splendid aplomb in the last test. Johnny Bairstow joins Lawrence, who I really like the looks of. I actually like this England batting lineup. Lawrence and Lees. I've been a fan of Crawley's for quite some time, and of course Rutan and Stokes speak for themselves. I think England have got what should be a pretty good team going forward. They just need to keep positive. So here comes Roach now as he runs in and bowls to Bairstow, and Bairstow is on the front foot and pushes the ball to Brathwaite at cover, at mid-wicket rather, and there is no run. Total remains, of course, on 110 for 4. The lead is now 206.
Yeah, I agree. I think there's a nice balance and a nice flow to this batting unit. There's also, having been around them in the bubble and Antigua and in here, they've got a nice little team spirit going, a good group going, and I think that's largely down to the support staff, the coaching staff. I think they've made a big difference. I think Paul Collingwood and Marcus Trescothick, John Lewis, Jeetan Patel, I think they've made a huge strides on what they're trying to achieve after the Ashes, the debacle of the Ashes. Yes, they're not playing against Australia, playing against a team not anywhere near in the Australian ability class.
A new over now, and this one is square driven out to the fielder there, Nkrumah Bonner, who's on the backward point boundary for another single.
But the character that this team's shown in Antigua, the way they've played and performed, the batsmen have took responsibility to get runs. Yes, the bowling you could say hasn't been as effective as what the batting unit has, but we've got to remember we've been playing on so slow and benign wickets that I think England have been honest with their bowling unit. Has the quality been high? No, but we're trying to find out about some of our bowlers without Broden Anderson.
Here he comes again and bowls, and this today was a Yorker, dug out, played out to cover. That's well bowled there from Azari Joseph. That's where you want to bowl if you don't want your opponent to be driving and pulling right in that line and length, right in the toes. Alex Tudor knows that very well. I think his dad used to tell him right by the bootlaces. That's just where that one was.
Yeah, it's a good ball by Alzari Joseph. Good pace as well. 142 kilometres an hour. Has good pace on it.
Here he comes again and bowls. This time is pitched up. A little wide. Given a little width. They get one. Bairstow wants two. Lawrence says no. Good decision. But Bairstow's off the mark. 112 for 4.
And the character of this side and the way this side has sort of behaved around, I think, has been very, very good. And I've enjoyed being around them. And I think the coaching staff have made a difference and have made good strides. I think it was at 400s now that these guys have got.
Here he comes again and bowls to Lawrence, and Lawrence is on driving. Crisp shot out to the long on area for 1. Before the last rain break, England were scoring at 5.73 runs per over, and that's this morning in 11 overs in total. Bairstow, which is good, averages 54 in second innings of Test cricket, with 7 half centuries in his second innings, a best of 83. So he seems to be very consistent when they're trying to do something smart in the second innings of Tests. Johnny Bairstow, he's on strike now. He's only got 1. Just faced 3 balls as this delivery is short. He's going to pull, misses, taken there by the keeper. Very good take by Joshua De Silva, and there's no run.
Yeah, Johnny's looked in decent order. I think he's made a little bit of a change. He stands bolt upright, but he's also looked to leave the ball. He's left a lot of balls, whether it's in Antigua or in Barbados. He's left balls in and around or outside off stump. The West Indies bowler touched wide at him in Antigua. Give him a little bit of a start.
Here he comes again and bowls to Bairstow, and Bairstow's driving pleasantly, but still can't get to the boundary. Everyone is on the boundary. Like you said, there's only one man in the inner circle. The over ends. Bairstow's going to keep the strike with that single. 114 for 4. The lead now by 210 with Lawrence 17 and Bairstow's got 2.
And the way the group's going, if they can just get a win on the board, it would give them a huge amount of confidence, whether it's in this Test match or in Grenada. If they were to win this series and go home, they could set themselves up and give a huge amount of credit to the way Paul Collingwood, Marcus Trescothick, John Lewis and Jeetan Patel have developed this younger group, and put some responsibility on the batters to go out and score some runs. So, yeah, so far so good in the reset policy that has been deemed by the ECB.
This delivery is down the leg side and is played out to the fine leg area for 1. But you're so correct. I mean, England could even just get 6 runs per over and might be happy with that.
Yeah, they've got the field spread, so I don't think there's much of a challenge from the run rate point of view of England. I don't really feel as though they need to go and try and hit the ball over the top and try and hit sixes. They can just run it around quite nicely.
This is a good delivery, Yorker delivery by Kemar Roach, just in that block hole. He was unable to do anything with that, Lawrence. Couldn't free his arms, and there's no run.
Yeah, good bowling by Kemar Roach. He just seemed Dan Lawrence open his body up. Remember in Antigua, he used the wind perfectly to the offside, and the same, not as strong, but similar wind going over Dan Lawrence's left shoulder towards extra cover.
In again and bowls. This one is full, back to Roach, who stops it, fields his own bowling. Spectators catch that he would have dropped. No cause for concern.
And he did it very, very well in that first Test match when he looking to set the game up, hit the ball over the top of extra cover with the wind. This time it's a little bit different. He's going back across his stumps and he's looking to hit it into the leg side. And Kemar Roach is a wily customer. He can see that and he's moving his plans accordingly.
Full, driven, beautifully. That's a good shot out to extra cover. But they're going to come back for the second. Yes, they do. Making up for the couple of dot balls to try and still keep it at least 6 runs and over. But good running there between Lawrence and Bairstow. The key there was that they took the first one fast.
Yeah, the intent was good. Lawrence, as soon as he hit the ball, he said 2. Bluey, Johnny Bairstow's nickname, made sure that no question of turn, and Bairstow turned quickly and got down the other end comfortably.
Short, pulled away, well fielded there by Kemar Roach. Have you ever played with any of the England players, Root or...
I did. I played with Stokes at Durham, Wood at Durham. Played with Bairstow and Root at Yorkshire for that short tour. I went to Yorkshire. 2 very, very young players at the time, but you could see there was no question that they had the talent to go on to the next level.
This delivery is flicked away out to the mid-wicket area. Bradford is there, but the single is still taken. Still a good run rate by England. 30 overs they've faced. They now have 118. 118 for 4. They lead by 214. Earlier, Alex Lees was caught Joseph bowled for more, 24. Zach Crawley was caught Seals bowled Joseph for 40. The captain Root was caught Campbell bowled for more for 9. And Ben Stokes, a couple of overs ago, was caught by Bradford at cover off of Roach for 19. Bairstow has got 3. Lawrence has got 20 with Kemar Roach. 8 overs, 3 maidens, 1 for 31. Pramod, 10 overs, no maidens, 2 for 29. Seals, 3 overs, no maiden, none for 16. Craig Bradford is 1 overs, cost just 5. Jason Holder, 4 overs, 1 maiden, none for 14. And Alzari Joseph, who is on the attack, about to start his 5th, has bowled 4, none, 1 for 22. The overall lead, like I said, 214. England continue to chip away. They've got 45 more minutes before lunch. And here comes Joseph now and bowls to Lawrence, who was driving powerfully out to the long on area. A field is waiting for the ball. They all are waiting for the ball. I can tell you that there's a third man, a backward point of the boundary. There's a sweeper, a long off, a long on, a mid-wicket on the boundary, backward square leg on the boundary, and a fine leg. The only person in the infield is Craig Bradford, the captain, who is at a very short cover position. So the keeper's all by himself, and the boundaries are very, very well protected. Here comes Alzari Joseph now and bowls to Bairstow, and Bairstow is playing this down to third man. He'll only get 1. Shamar Brooks is the man manning that part of the world, and it's 120 now for 4 as the lead goes up now to 216.
Yeah, there's guarantee 1 a ball if they manage to get the ball past either the bowler or Craig Brathwaite. Like they've seen the West Indies try and put a little bit more pressure on England. England don't have to work too hard to go at 6 and over, and if they get a couple in the gap, they can go 8, 9 and over and just take this away from the West Indies.
Yorker delivery played out to Craig Brathwaite. Very well bowled there from Alzari Joseph as the sunshine returns, but there was some rain in the distance. I wonder if that's going to come across again and make things miserable. Speaking of making miserable, a man who runs right across the sight screen, I think it's one of the players, looks like the 12th man, of course, with some towels, and I don't know who he's going to, perhaps going to Roach on the boundary. But it's Joseph who turns now, and he comes in, steams in from the Joe Garner end, and bowls to Lawrence. Lawrence is driving handsomely straight to the cover area, out to the man there on the boundary. It's for Sammy Pramod, and he's going to get 1.
It's good bowling from Alzari Joseph. He's watching Dan Lawrence. Dan Lawrence is, well, he's moving early, and he's giving himself a chance to set a stable base to hit the ball. It's not always the same way, though. He's sometimes looking leg side, sometimes looking at the offside. So it's good bowling, it's well watched from Alzari Joseph, and when Dan Lawrence gets in a position, then the bowler can make his change.
This one is edge down to fine leg, came off the inside portion of the bat, and it's going to be 4, a rare boundary, but that was hit so quickly in terms of how it came off that inside edge. It was way past the keeper. He had no chance of stopping that, and it was just too fine for Seals, who was on the fine leg boundary, or for the man at third man to even dare to get it. A lucky boundary there for the England side, and they go to 125 now for 4 to go up to 221 with the lead.
Yeah, there's two areas where there's no boundary riders, one straight behind the wicketkeeper and one straight behind the umpire, and Johnny got a little tickle on that, and that's what I mean. You get a 4 and then 5 singles.
This delivery now is played down to Brooks, that third man, outside the line of the all-stump, just steered it. Bairstow wanted 2, that would have been detrimental and deadly. And he decided against it. Over ends 126 for 4. Bairstow keeps the strike on 9. Lawrence has got 22. It's a lead now of 2-2-2. England still on top.
See on our screens here a picture of Root having a laugh and a joke with Collingwood and Trescothick on the balcony of the England dressing room, just working all the calculations, the permutations. How many overs do you think we need? 74 overs left in the day. You're looking at another half an hour, 28 minutes before the luncheon break. So probably going to get 6-7 overs. I don't think the West Indies are in any hurry, so it might just be 6 overs from now. 68 overs left. Can England get another 35-40 runs if they really have a go? 260, 270. So we are in the calculations of similar number of last week from a runs point of view, with a few less overs.
Jason Holder, he's back with the ball, and this delivery is down the leg side, turn to fine leg for 1. Holder's only bowled 4 overs for the morning for 14 runs.
Work, Jay. Go, boys.
The West Indies team a little flat. It's difficult to try and G up the side when everyone is on the boundary. Usually when you've got 4 slips in the gully, a short leg, and someone at mid-off and mid-on, you're being heard.
Yeah, absolutely, but I also, you've got to pat the West Indies lads on the back, the bowler's point of view on the back, because they could easily have just gone through the motions waiting for England to declare, but they really had a go this morning and tried to limit the damage from England.
Hold the balls, this one is full, driven out to the long on area. Shamar Brooks is the man picking up, and just 1 more run achieved.
2 experienced bowlers in Holder, he's replaced Kemar Roach. Craig Brathwaite seems to like Alzari Joseph bowling at the end. The Joel Garner end, he did it. He bowled 9 overs off the reel when England was setting up the declaration in Antigua. So again, just wasting a bit of time. Brathwaite, West Indian captain, talking to the former West Indian captain, Jason Holder. Impressive man, nice guy, really, really nice guy. Polite man, knows the game inside out. Fantastic cricketer, King of Barbados at this minute in time.
This delivery is on line, the off stump, places into the onside, and there's no run. Yeah, this is his theatre of dreams, if you want to call it that. Double century, 4 wickets, a beaver trick. He's done just about everything here, and that's just for the West Indies. For Barbados, he's also had some very memorable performances.
He was a very stiff and sore Jason Holder I bumped into this morning on the outfield. He's managed to get his long limbs going, get himself ready, and he's now in the battle and bowling nicely for his captain.
This one is on the line of the leg stump. There was Bairstow trying to turn it into the onside, but he didn't get past the bowler Holder, and there's no run. He's also the captain of the Barbados franchise in the Caribbean Premier League called the Barbados Royals, and he's been the captain for the last couple of seasons. So yeah, you're right, he's pretty well loved in these parts.
Just trying to slow the game down a little bit here, and then so getting his game head on as he turns and knows what he's going to bowl. He's more or less into one-day mode.
Yorker again, but Bairstow was able to just eke it out into the covers for 1. Well bowled, well played, good sense of cricket.
Yeah, good bowling again from Jason Holder. Talk about one days and 2020s. We were here not long ago, end of January, bowling at the death. He was deadly at the death. 4 and 4 balls, I think it was, Barry, at the end of the last T20 to win the series.
Here he comes it again, and this time he's bowling to Lawrence on 23, and Lawrence this time is getting a full delivery outside the line of the off stump. It's a full toss almost. That's a gift, and it's gone into the boundary just in the middle between a backward point and a third man area. That was indeed a gift when Christmas is gone since December there from Jason Holder. Full outside the line of the off stump, and he could have put that anywhere, and he chose the right place.
That's a good shot from Dan Lawrence. I don't blame Jason Holder for going the way he did. Dan Lawrence gave himself some room, so Jason Holder's gone to try and go width and go wide of the off stump. Dan Lawrence stole out very, very early to give himself some room to open up the offside, and Holder's gone for the full ball. He's probably gone for the Yorker round about the wide line that you would have, the imaginary wide line which would be on in a white ball game. And Dan Lawrence has just been able to just turn his body enough and reset. Just let his hands use the pace of the ball, full toss. Managed to get it between backward ball, point on the boundary and third man.
Joseph now with the over and both. This one is flicked away. That's a beautiful shot from Johnny Bairstow. It's gone for 6 over backward square. He picked it up so nicely off of Alzari Joseph. Bairstow's 6 takes him to 17 and the lead to 235.
That's a gift. That is a gift. Half volley on leg stump, 140 kilometres an hour. Wind going with the wind. And Johnny Bairstow's just picked it up. Clip, didn't try and hit it too hard. Used the pace of the ball and just eased it into the air and let the Barbados wind take it into the Greenwich and handstand. Fantastic shot. 6 off the first ball, pressure on the bowler.
Here he comes again and bowls, and Bairstow hits it straight down the ground. Bang! 6 more. Just in the middle of the World Weeks and Walcott stand. This is T20 stuff from Johnny Bairstow. He's loving it. The lead now, 241.
First one going down leg side, half volley. This one, half volley on middle and leg, I would say. And Johnny Bairstow, full flourish of the bat. Straight bat, eased it. Not tried to hit it too hard, just eased it straight back over the bowler's head. I had mentioned before when he got an inside edge, there's no fielders on the boundary behind Joshua De Silva, the West Indian wicketkeeper, and there's definitely no fielders behind Nigel Dugan, the standing umpire at the striker's end. 2 good shots, 2 sixes. Pressure is now really on Alzari Joseph.
What will Joseph do? He comes in and bowls again to Bairstow, who's hitting this one in the air. A couple of bounces out to the sweeper. He'll just get a single, but 13 off the first 3. You don't need to do much more than that. Good batting from Johnny Bairstow, who quickly goes to 24, 146 with 4.
This has been brilliant from England. Joe Root is on the TV screen at the moment, and it really has been good energy, good desire to try and set this game up. Lees, Crawley, Root, Stokes, obviously Lawrence and Bairstow at the middle, not thinking about anything other than trying to set the score up.
Outside the line of the off stump, pushed very wide, but there was Lawrenson just chopping it out to the area and cover. Craig Brathwaite, the captain, running across, couldn't stop the single. 147 now. The lead approaching 250 is 243.
And this is what I mentioned a little bit earlier about the new regime that Paul Collingwood and the rest of the coaching team are looking with Joe Root. Tried to be a unit, playing together as a team. They've stuck together throughout this tour, and this has been an innings like that. They're not bothered about any sort of self. It's all about the team unit.
This one is wide of the off stump, not wide enough to be called wide. It would have been wide in a one-day game. Bairstow's looking and saying to the umpire, come on, are we playing wides? But to be fair, Johnny Bairstow, that's a normal delivery. Perhaps because they're playing in a one-day mode, they probably thought that should have been called wide.
I think that was close to a wide, I really do. I think that was really tight to the sideline. I think the benefit of the doubt was going with the bowler, which is rightly so in Test match cricket. But I think Johnny has got a point to be a little bit aggrieved.
This one is wide again. He connects though, but he gets it down to Bonner, who's on the backward point boundary for another single to ease up to 24 from 18. Lead now to 44. We keep reminding you of that lead because that's going to be very key. It's critical to how England see this game and when they'll declare. Don't forget, lunch is still about 32 minutes away or so.
Yeah, 32 minutes away. Johnny's just having a look around to see what's happening on the Indian balcony. Looking at 2:44 in front. Will England have a mad 10 minutes at the West Indies tonight? Risk the overs that you would lose in the game, because obviously for a change of innings you lose 2 plus the 1 you're in. So have England got enough time to have a go tonight? Go before lunch. There's a rain cloud coming over. I think we'll get to lunch without any interruption. It is a bit darker over by the hills.
It is, as hold the balls, and this delivery is outside down the off stump, and there was Bairstow looking to cut, looking to nibble it. He missed it and is taken by the keeper.
Yeah, Johnny was disappointed there. You heard the anguish on through the stump mic. It was a little bit of an off-cutter, bounced. Will encourage the England bowlers. just bounced a little bit on Johnny Bairstow. That's why he didn't get it down to third man where he was trying to. Jason Holder, tall man, 6'8", 6'9", big long limbs coming in.
Here he comes in again now. Bowls to Bairstow. Bairstow gets a slow delivery down the leg side, turns it to short fine leg. He gets one, and that's all there will be. Kemar Roach runs in from fine leg quite gingerly. There is the rain falling. It's actually falling behind the World Weeks and Wickets stand. It's actually going west somehow, and I don't think it will interfere with us here. Once you don't see the ground staff alerted and they don't believe that they should be up on their feet, you don't have to worry about it.
No, they're not. They're having their lunch, so I think we should be all right to get to our lunch without any more interruptions. It's just whether if England decide to have a go before it or not.
This is another slow delivery down the leg side and turn out to the short fine leg for one more run. 100 now, and 50 comes up. 150 for 4. The lead 246.
32 minutes to go before lunch. I think a 10-minute change of innings. Could England have 10 minutes, or will England want to keep the overs in the game? England could potentially declare at lunch, and that means there'll be no overs lost in the match. England might want to think that, even though that's not what captains do, they might have to do that in this scenario.
Holder, this one is wide down the leg side. Would have been a one-day wide, but it was well within the ranks of not being called wide. Therefore, Bairstow.
Again, well bowled by Jason Holder. Back of the hand, slower ball. Seam bolt upright, going towards the batsman. So the batsman seeing the seam. Johnny just deceived a little bit. He had to reset himself and then go again. He tried to sweep it towards fine leg and missed it.
Here he comes in again. As he passes the umpire, Wilson and bowls a short ball that's played into the onside. He was thinking of a single there, the short cover, but Jason Holder was very, very quick and alert, showing some athleticism, and there is no run. Joe Root, you can see him tapping his fingers on the bench, perhaps saying he'll declare 250. I think he's definitely going to want a ball before. It looks to me, the way he's looking and talking to Marcus Trescothick, it looks to me that they're thinking about declaring any minute now.
Yeah, I think they would like 10 minutes before lunch, and I think that might not be a bad shout. Ben Foakes standing behind him, but he's still got his batting pads on, so obviously next into bat.
Here he comes in and bowls to Bairstow. Slow ball down the leg side, turn to the backwards area. They come for one, they're going to come out for the second. This could be close. The throw comes in, not good enough. I'm sorry. Bairstow gets a brace, and the lead goes up to 248. He goes to 28. Lawrence on 29. It's the end of the over. The latest score here at Kensington Oval.
248 in front. I think we might have one more over here. I really do. I think we might just have one more over. It's 30 minutes before the break. England have one more over, and if they have a big over, I think that might be enough for Joe Root to walk off. That would give them 67 overs. If they could get a 10 or a 12 off the over, you're looking at 260 off 67. That would be, or 68. And I think, you know what, that would be a good declaration from an England point of view. Yeah, I think 68 overs is a number that I still think it gives you a good crack, 2 good cracks if somebody puts a partnership together.
Seals bowls that and is whacked in the air, over long on, into the crowd. 6 more. The 250 lead comes up as Lawrence smacks that for his first 6 of the innings. He goes to 35. This is exciting cricket. Alex Tudor was wondering if we were going to see something exciting today. Well, he's asked for it, and they have obliged. England making a big game of this. The lead is 254, and we're seeing some cricket from England that we haven't seen before. They're trying to get 260, 270, and I think we might see the declaration soon. Here comes Seals in again and bowls, and this time he gets a Yorker, but he's still going to get a single. Is eked out to the long off area, and there's one more run. The sunshine returns, but it's pretty hot with the England bats at the moment as well. 159 for 4. 255. All of a sudden, the bugle that I thought was put up and being packed for Grenada seems to be back out and making its presence felt again. The Barmy Army, They have woken up and all of a sudden they seem to be quite excited by the happenings. Here he comes in again, seals and bowls to Bairstow, and Bairstow is driving, coming off the inner portion of the mat, out to the mid-wicket area, and there's just one run. So Lawrence on strike, 36, just 3 balls left in the over before we let Martin Nicholas, of course, pick it up. 50 partnership as well, and I think that we might very well see the declaration at the end of this one. Just 3 balls left. Here he comes in again, turns and bowls to Lawrence, passes the umpire, and Lawrence is driving handsomely backward a point out to the boundary. 1 more run. I like the look of Lawrence. I think he's the kind of player that you pay your money to come and see in terms of his attractive batting. Got 91 in the first innings before he was caught. Penultimate ball of the day. Denied a century. Would have been a great maiden century for him. Joseph turns now and steams in from this Joe Garner end. And passes the umpire now and bowls to Bairstow. And Bairstow is driving in the air. Chance for a catch. Taken by Kemar Roach at that long off position. And Bairstow goes with England now. 257 run lead. Are we going to see a declaration? Bairstow's asking the captain, and they haven't made a decision, have they? No, they haven't, or have they? Yeah, it looks to me like they have declared. So it looks to me like England have declared. The other batsman, of course, Lawrence, is walking off and taking this. No, they haven't declared, as a matter of fact, because the batsman is coming down the steps. So no, England are going to bat on, perhaps for another couple of minutes or so. In the meantime, as Bairstow departs for 29, 161 for 5, a lead of 257. Let me say hello again to Mark Nicholas and Jade Dernbach.
Thanks, Barry. Great job. I think he can declare right now. I'm surprised he hasn't. I understand a semblance of caution, but I don't think there's any need for it. I think this has been a blistering performance, actually. The Bairstow-Lawrence partnership specifically that's taken England to exactly where they want to be. If they declared now, they'd get 15 minutes at West Indies before lunch and then another bite of that new ball cherry. Just the new cherry would do, wouldn't it? After lunch, so it's a good time to declare. But anyway, I think he probably wants another 10 or 15. What do you think, Jade?
I'm in agreement with you there, Mark. I think we've got plenty of runs here. Can't see the West Indies coming out and trying to take this mammoth total on the last day on.
I think you just need to give them the tiniest hint of opportunity. Not realistic opportunity, because remember in Test match cricket you can kind of bowl where you want to. You're not restricted by strict wide laws, and the left arm spinner Leach can bowl wide into the rough instead of leg side field, those kind of things. So I think there's ways to control scoring, but I like the idea of just giving them that tiniest sort of sense of bait that might make a couple of players who have attacking instincts, who knows, might make an error. Anyway, Lawrence is on strike here to Jaden Seals, and he knocks it down the ground. Ben Foakes is the non-striker who arrived out in the wicket and will now take guard. I think Lawrence has had the most fabulous game. I love his attitude. I love his style. Actually, when he's playing his strokes, he's a good-looking player to watch. I was very worried about his pickup initially, because it was hinged entirely by the wrists and there was no extension of the left arm, but he seems to have conquered that in his stroke play, yeah, I mean, he's a good sight for English cricket supporters right now, isn't he?
He's a good sight, and as you said, and having the runs now to back it up in this game with the 91 in the first innings and 38 to his name now, and an innings of this nature in terms of being able to be free and full of strokes is going to do him the world of good leading forward.
162 for 5. Still Chris Wokes, another good stroke maker, and Matt Fisher actually, who hits it pretty well to come. But you don't want any sense of wasted time now. Like West Indies can take their time, right? All the field's back. Have they got anybody saving a single? Nope. Yeah, one. Mid-wicket is the only fielder saving a single. Everybody else on the boundary. Holder now to Lawrence, and he just tucks that away off his toes for a single to square leg, where Brathwaite runs round to pick up, and it'll bring Ben Foakes onto strike. So it's very difficult now for Ben Stokes to force the issue immediately with this field, isn't it?
Yeah, it's a difficult one. You're damned if you do, damned if you don't. I guess he will know the number in mind. Joe Root would have had a conversation with him, I'm sure. He'll know how long they're going to be out there to bat. So it's a case of just, I guess, going to that plan and getting some free test runs, as it were. It's not often you come into bat first up and there's only one man in the ring. So it's an opportunity for folks to get some runs and get a little knot out and push the England cause forward.
Well, he's taken his guard and he's waiting. Here comes Holder now. Number 98 on the back of Holder, running away from us. And he bowls back of a length, and Foakes tries to kind of work it a bit for a single on the offside, but it doesn't get to him in time, and therefore he's a bit early on the open blade, and the thing just pops off the edge back down the pitch. Chris Woakes is padded up, so at the moment at least England are going to bat on a little longer.
It's always a strange one, this, Mark. It's a sense of it might get to the end of the game if, by hook or by crook, we don't end up getting a victory here by bowling the West Indies out, or at least get close. It's these sorts of situations you start questioning, could we have pulled out a bit sooner?
Holder now to Foakes. That's a lovely shot. He steps across it. I'm going to say something that you're going to be in disbelief at, because it's gone down to wide long on for one. But oh, please don't send me messages about why am I comparing Ben Foakes to Viv Richards, because I'm not, right? But what Viv used to do was put his front leg down the line of off stump and drive it wide of mid-on with enormous power, and that's what Ben Foakes did there. Oh, there's an inner sanctum conversation here. Joe Root and Paul Collingwood, but interestingly with the security manager of the England side, although he's got a smile on his face, so I don't think they just look concerned. Root looks concerned. That's a full toss that Lawrence drives down the ground for a single. Everybody's back, so the singles everywhere if you want them. Jared looks worried. Why were you giving me that look?
Joe Root's got, I think the best way of putting it is a contraption on his body. Obviously he's had back concerns. I think it's something that you twist at the front and it makes it tighter for your back, but it's a concern that he's wearing it so openly. It looks quite hardcore. Jade, am I right?
What, no. Hardcore kinky or what?
Well, it did look hardcore kinky, but I meant hardcore physio.
Really, Jared, you've changed the tone of the day. A single to square leg, and they're ticking over like that. I think Root's just deciding with Collingwood whether they do want a little bit of time before lunch or not. I just think it's such a horrible time to bat, isn't it? If you suddenly got 10 minutes.
Oh, it's awful. It's absolutely awful. Opening batters don't want to come out and face and have to get their pads off again, have a bit of food, come back out, putting the pads on. You get 2 bites with the new ball, which is a great opportunity for the new ball bowlers for England.
Holder now over pitched and slower ball, and it's Holder who has to do the chasing, of course, because it's hit gently into the offside and it's just run a ball stuff here. The lead is 263 caught. I see what you mean. Now we can see Root up close. That's a sort of corset thing that gives support to the lower back on a more serious note.
Yeah, and also it's got some hardcore tech at the front, so obviously they must be able to change it or test something on him. I've never seen anything like it. It looks like he's about to be in a Ridley Scott movie.
What's that material called? Remind me. Do you know?
I don't know. I've just worn a lot of it at my time.
But okay, so it's that sort of firm rubbery support stuff. There's a name for it, annoyingly. Anyway, it's strapped round Root's midriff, and you're right, at the front is a dial type thing, isn't it? Yeah.
Looks like a computer on it. It's remarkable.
I think it sends kind of pulses and waves through. It's almost like think of it as a massage.
A theropod type thing.
Yeah, therapeutic type thing.
Okay. Jaden Seals, what a super shot. That is crunched down the ground by Dan Lawrence from a full ball by Seals, but there's just a single from it, or does he turn the single down? No. Does he? He did. What?
We're seeing some strange things go on here, Mark. He's just turned a single down.
Okay.
Maybe the declaration's coming at the end of this over.
Seals Arriving at the crease now, bowls very wide of the crease, good wide Yorker, and Lawrence can do nothing about it, and this time he picked out the man at extra cover, so Brathwaite has come across from mid-wicket to extra cover, everybody else still back, and no runs, so 2 dot balls. 41 not out for Dan Lawrence, 2 for Folks, 167 for 5 the score, which is a lead of 263. We're wondering whether the declaration will come before this late lunch after some morning rain. So lunch due to be taken 4:45 English time, 16 minutes away. Jaden Seals bowl wide, and Lawrence plays a sort of half Kevin Peterson, half MS Dhoni shot, and it goes out too long off, and I think it's been caught by the response from the fielder. Is that right? Catch taken? No.
Yeah, it was taken. He's out. I mean, the camera operator got so confused by the shot, they went out to deep point looking for it. But yeah, I think he's hit that down long on's throat, and Alzari Joseph has taken the catch there. Long on, sorry.
Yeah, we now get to see that picture, and yeah, it's been taken out at long on. And again, I feel for Dan Lawrence, though I don't understand why he turned down the singles. It's everybody's responsibility to look for the big shots, not just you, the man in. Anyway, he's gone for 41. England 167 for 6.
Yeah, we're still... declaration has still not come. It looks like Chris Woakes is striding out in the middle here. An interesting decision here from Joe Root. I'm not sure what the game plan is yet, but as I say, I don't get paid to make those decisions, but we're going to see some more batting from England, and as Dan Lawrence passed, but for a well-made 41, he definitely struck the ball well, better than most on the surface. It's 167 for 6 now.
So he doesn't take 2 singles in a row. The second one, maybe he would have had the scamper anyway, but he certainly knocked back a single, and he wasn't looking for one for the second one regardless. Then he plays a one-legged hop helicopter shot like MS Dhoni, if MS Dhoni had been out on the Terps. And another batter's coming out? Doesn't make any real sense.
Doesn't make sense. No, I agree. But there we go. I suppose cricket was never entirely meant to make sense. The only thing I would say, gosh, it's so easy from here, but I just think this is taking time out of the game. That it doesn't mean anything what's happening here. You know, that... I don't think it helps to have closed West Indies out of the match completely. I think it's easier just to get the mental approach right if you only think of blocking. A drive by Stokes that flies off an inside edge down to long leg, where Jason Holder jogs in, tries a bit of footwork to flick it up, fails with it, and it's now 168 for 6.
Yeah, I completely agree with you there, Mark. In terms of, even if it's just creating the illusion of being able to win the game from a West Indies point of view, especially if you have a batter who is a bit more positively inclined, getting them to go after those deliveries they might not necessarily do if all they're looking to is block out the game.
Matt Fisher's got his pads on, so it looks like he'll come in next. Seals bowls short, and Woakes goes back and sort of taps it down as if he was patting a child on the head, and there's only a single from it. He has a big smile on his face. The only other thing is Root going to declare at 9 minutes to the start of the lunch break, and then they bring lunch forward, and he gets that time this afternoon. That would be one other sort of potential explanation of what we're seeing here. Lead 265, 14 minutes until lunch. Jaden Seals bowls, and that's wide of off stumps. Quite good defensive bowling this from Seals. For a 20-year-old, he's got a very calm and intelligent head on young shoulders. It's a single out to long off, 170 for 6. And Jared, yes, go for it.
Gary Morgan, our statsman, has now sent through. Back support is made from neoprene, elastane, polyester, polyamide, I don't know how to pronounce that one. I won't go. Polypropylene, cotton, and natural rubber latex.
Yeah, neoprene, polypropylene, yeah.
Polyurethane is the one I couldn't pronounce.
Right. Why not? You're a smart guy.
Well,
polyurethane.
Well, when I first read it, I got a little bit confused. Also, natural rubber latex confused me as well. I thought that was for something else, but...
Oh, easy, Tiger, really. Then, folks, looking around the field, many bearded cricketers. Jason Holder into the attack here. Very long levers and a nice loose wrist. Drags the ball into the surface. Very hard for folks to do much about that, so he pulls it for a single. Just folded 126 kilometres per hour, so no pace to work with. Holder's figures so far: 7 overs and 1 ball, none for 31. All of the England wickets have come entirely through the batsman's sense of adventure. None of them have been worked by the bowler. They've all been caught somewhere or another trying to go big in chase of a declaration. Back goes Wokes, and rather like Gordon Greenwich, since I've done a comparison with Viv Richards, let's do one with Gordon Greenwich. That left knee, that front knee was up as he played a little sort of flip pull back foot drive type thing with his knee up in the air for a single out to square leg. There you go, boys. This Lawrence and Folks and Wokes compared to Richards and Greenwich. There can be no higher praise. Only compared in look, right? Not in quality. Holder now. Again, back goes Folks. That seems to be what the West Indians are doing here. There's another single square leg because the field's back, but it seems to be they're either banging the middle out of the pitch because they know it's hard to judge the pace of the ball if you want to play a pull or cut shot, or they're bowling wide Yorkers, or full and wide. It's one or the other.
Yeah, it's, as you said, very good defensive bowling. Certainly as a bowler, this stage of the game, the last thing you want to do is have your figures ruined when a team's trying to go after a total here. But it's very smart bowling and looks difficult to score. England are happy just taking the singles to the boundary riders out on the leg side.
That's another good full ball, this time right in the block hole. Would have been a cracker if he needed 6 to win off the last ball of the match. No chance of hitting a 6 off that. Over is not called. He said something, the umpire. And we've got a picture of the dressing room balcony, and Matt Fish is definitely coming in. He's got his gloves on, he's practicing a semi-off drive. Root looks very chilled, as if nothing's happening until the lunch break. So I can't imagine now that England will declare before the scheduled lunch, which is 10 minutes time from now. Holder again. It's a lovely strong shot from Wokes, who moves smoothly back and hit it firmly out to square leg. Another single in that.
I think the other interesting thing from that picture, Mark, was Sajid Mahmood was in his shorts and vest top. He didn't look particularly ready to come out and open the bowling for England, so that could be the biggest sign we've seen yet, that England might just meander onto the lunch break and potentially look to declare thereafter.
A decent crowd in today, not jam-packed like it's been on the previous days. There's a lovely shot down the ground from Wokes off a half volley for a single. The crowds have been predominantly English, a few West Indians in, but by no means enough to reward the great history of cricket on this island. It's not true to say there's no interest in cricket anymore, but there's not the same obsession with it that there once was. And people say the tickets are expensive. Actually, there was quite a good offer on tickets for today. Somewhere the lowest price was $15 and the highest $30 for West Indian people, local people. It was $30 and $60 for visitors, tourists, which I thought seemed a bit cruel. But anyway, that was a decision made by a West Indies board. England 272 runs ahead. We're waiting on a declaration. If you've just tuned in, a number of the side have done their bit now in pursuit of quick runs. Zach Crawley initially, but they've all played their part, some with more success than others. Seals bangs that into the surface, and it can't quite find the gap as Campbell runs round to do the fielding at square leg. He's a potential danger man, very quick scorer, opens the batting, and he's got a bit of game if it's his day.
Yeah, almost looking a bit forward. I'm intrigued to see who England open the bowling with coming into the second inning of this game. Did we go with Jack Leach? Certainly with the left-hander, we saw some trouble caused for Lees outside his off stump when Permal was bowling at him. So it'll be interesting to see if we try to adopt that approach with the left-handed Campbell.
Seals bowls wide of off stump, but the ball keeps very low, so although Folkes tries to cut it, he really had absolutely no chance. So this is what I mean about times being taken out of the game unnecessarily, because England's progress doesn't warrant the time that it's all taking. That this isn't a risk and reward moment. I'm not suggesting Root should have declared 45 minutes ago, but I think there was a time 10, 15 minutes ago that was just spot on right. When Bairstow got out, I thought was exactly the moment. Here's Seals again. Another nice off drive from Folkes. A single out to long off. Looks good outfield. It's certainly mown attractively, and it certainly played well. We've seen no odd bounces. We've seen it got quicker actually on the second and third days, and now is somewhere near how we remember it.
Yeah, the other interesting thing is you've had players come in previously, the likes of Bairstow, the likes of Lawrence, who've somewhat thrown their wicket away in the sense of looking for boundaries, and the game's kind of just slowed up a tad again. We've kind of dropped or gone up a gear, I guess.
Well, here's Seals, and there's Wokes with another single. You know, this is an age-old problem. If you're a top-order batsman and you effectively give your wicket away, or in the search for quick runs, and then you see other people knocking singles around, you sit in the dressing room thinking, it's a bit rough. It's something that you have to deal with, because it's the old line about a team game played by individuals.
Yeah, it certainly is. The likes of Alex Lee's only in his second game holding out to deep wicket with the slog sweep, and we're seeing guys just taking singles.
Yes, but there's not much that isn't their fault either. There's no balls for which they could have hit big. Everybody's on the boundary, so singles it is. And there's another off the back foot, firmly struck out to the deep extra cover fielder. 180 for 6 now. England lead by 276.
I guess just the excitement of seeing the guys playing a few shots. We've had some moments of slow cricket, let's put it, over the last few days. So having watched the guys come out and play a few shots, I guess we got a bit excited. The crowd got into it. We started hearing the music from the band again, from the Barmy Army, and I think we all got our hopes up that there might be an exciting finish to this game, and it's just kind of slowed down ever so slightly.
Well, the finish is a long way off, and who's to say there won't be? As Seals bowls again, and that's firmly driven by Chris Wokes with just a flick of the wrist. The ball was sort of off, middle and off, and he drove it down to long on. Root looks quizzically out at the field of play, as if he simply can't make out something. Truth is, he's probably feeling that sensation going through his back. I've just been given some good news, but of course I'm North London on this subject, and others at East London. Tottenham have gone 1 up on West Ham. Don't look at me like that. Are you a hammer?
No, I'm an Arsenal fan, so anytime Tottenham scores a bad day.
Even better then. FA Cup matches and that Tottenham West Ham game still the race on for the 4th place amongst the Champions League qualifiers for next year. Holder again, and that's nicely driven, and actually a sliding Brathwaite misses it. He had half a chance of stopping it and he missed it, and it is the drip of torture, this, not just for the West Indians, though of course oddly enough for once the West Indians will be pleased to still be out there, if that makes sense, because it's shortening the time they have to bat to save the game, because I really don't believe there's a chance of winning it. But for the spectator, it's the drip of torture, really, after the excitement earlier this morning. Holder again bowls a great loopy, slower ball, which is driven out to wide-ish mid-off. And it's another single. A lot of singles. I wonder how many singles in the last few overs. Certainly, I would think of the last 30 runs, most of them are singles, if not maybe all. Something maybe our statistician will be able to provide. Gary, oh well, I think he sent this 5 minutes ago. He said in the last 6 overs there had been 3 sixes but 23 singles. That was at the end of the 38th over. Okay, the 3 sixes were right at the start of that period he's talking about then. That was Bairstow, wasn't it? That ball was, well, just a nothing. Nothing happened. So we won't, there's not much point describing it. It was wide and slow, and Wokes mistimed it, and nothing happened.
It does sort of feel that way at the moment, Mark. I think Jason Holder's just going through his repertoire of slower deliveries with every man back on the boundary.
Bangs that into the surface. There's another single to mid-wicket as Brathwaite jogs around, and I look out of the window at a beautiful day in London. I can see across to the city, the business district, and see a lot of stunning buildings. Actually, it really is a great skyline. In fact, if I look hard left, I can see down to St Paul's. I can see the Gherkin and the walkie-talkie. Look down the Thames. Look hard left for the London Eye. It's just out of view, actually, in our position here. Folks on strike. Pulls a short ball from Holder straight out to... I can't see who it is out there, actually. But anyway, it's another single. Now the ground staff have got the covers out again. Oh, and they're wrapped up, really wrapped up in their green, yellow and blue Max. So that will be an early lunch as the sheets are being bored on here. And there's a bit of drizzle. We've had these squalls, these showers throughout the day, and that's frustrating. And yesterday, actually, we had quite a lot of delays, which took play a little later into the evening. The problem in Barbados is the light suddenly goes. You know, you feel absolutely fine playing, and then all of a sudden it's really dark. So West Indies come gently off the field, no rush. Lunch will certainly be taken early. I think if we... Yes, that's now official, actually. Lunch will be taken. I think, Jade, though, if we were to summarise the morning at large, we would probably say England have done well to get themselves in this position. We would have liked them to take advantage of it 10 minutes earlier than they did.
Mark, I think the opportunity to come out, score some quick runs, move the game forward, England certainly did that, and we saw that from the intent Lees and Crawley came out with. Crawley quite wonderfully for 40 runs of 68 deliveries, and so did Dan Lawrence. He also scored some good runs, so it's good to see him in some fine form. But as you said, we went from a period of accelerating the run rate and putting England in a position to be able to declare to the game just sort of petering out to a quiet close, let's say, with a rain delay here.
Lees made 24, Crawley 40, Root 9, Lawrence 41, Stokes 19, Bairstow 29, and Folks and Wokes were unbeaten with 11 and 9 respectively. 185 for 6. There was a wicket for Roach, 2 for Pamol and Seals, and 1 for Joseph. The other bowlers used Brathwaite bowled an over. Of his off breaks, Jason Holder bowled 11 overs and 5 balls, none for 40. And England's lead is 281. And lunch is now going to be taken, and for sure, I like the way I say for sure, one imagines that Joe Root will declare, and England will have 2 sessions to see what happens, really, to cause a bit of chaos, if nothing else.
Yeah, it's an opportunity again for the young guys. Like we've said previously, there's 2 guys in debut in Fisher and Mahmood. They'll be raring to go and have another opportunity with the ball. Jack Leach will certainly get a bowl with all that rough outside the off stump, even though he has got through some work in this game so far. There's 70 overs in the first innings, but they'll be buoyant with the opportunity. A couple of early wickets can bring. West Indies will be in a defensive mindset for sure. I don't think they'll come out and look to take this total on, which could play into the England bowlers' hands with a little bit of variable bounce with that hard new ball. There could be an opportunity, but it's going to take some hard work, and that's just coming off the back of them being in the field for 190 overs.
Yep, you need to get the odd panic going if you're going to do it by back-to-back wickets. That's the thing that changes a dressing room mood, perhaps more than anything else. Okay, Jade, terrific morning. Thank you for your input. The first World Cup was played in 1975 and won by West Indies. The captain, Clive Lloyd, played a staggering innings, one of the great hundreds, man of the match, and of course he was the one to lift the trophy, and it was under Lloyd that they won it again a few years later. He was a fabulous all-round left-handed batsman, a brilliant fielder known as Super Cat in the field, one of the great men of the game. And our lunch today is devoted to the best of Sir Clive Lloyd's My Sporting Life.
Exclusive international cricket live. The West Indies versus England on talkSPORT 2.
White and Jordan's supercharged weekend preview on talkSPORT with the new Renault Traffic. Big space for big things. From powerhouse Premier League clashes and full throttle grudge matches on the grid. Sparks will fly as the most well-connected duo in sport look ahead to another action-packed weekend. White and Jordan's supercharged weekend preview, Friday morning from 10 on talkSPORT with the new Renault Traffic. Celebrating 40 years of helping the nation's businesses. Search new Renault Traffic.
Over 2/3 of postcodes in Britain are already playing People's Postcode Lottery. In our April draws, one lucky postcode area will win a share of £7.9 million. Sign up before midnight on the 24th of March to play. PPL manage lotteries on behalf of good causes. 18+, conditions apply. Play responsibly. Not available in Northern Ireland.
Get closer to the drama, the passion and the rivalry of Gallagher Premiership Rugby. The Showdown 2, Saracens men versus Bristol Bears at Tottenham Hotspur Stadium. Watch the mighty Men in Black host the Bristol Bears at the stunning 60,000 capacity home of their North London neighbours. Fill the world's best football stadium for a Gallagher Premiership Rugby match. Challenge accepted. The Showdown 2, Saracens men versus Bristol Bears. Saturday, March 26th at the Tottenham Hotspur Stadium. Tickets are selling fast and available now at saracens.com.
Sometimes there's nothing quite like a McDelivery. Getting an extra cold milkshake straight to your door on an extra hot day, a Big Mac on a big night in, or a quarter pounder with cheese without missing any of the footy. There's nothing quite like munching McNuggets without heading out in the rain, or enjoying fries at home on a Friday. There's nothing quite like a McDelivery. Order now on the My McDonald's app or via Uber Eats and Just Eat. Participating restaurants only. Serving times and delivery fees apply. Service charge may apply. See the My McDonald's app, Uber Eats or Just Eat for full details.
At Crown Trade, we ask painters and decorators to share their personal thoughts on the important stuff, like what the most awkward room to decorate is.
For me, it's the downstairs loo. I'm not a small man. Kitchens.
Conservatories.
What are you painting them for? They're glass.
I mean the fiddly bits that aren't glass.
It seems there's only one thing that our decorators can agree on, and that's their choice of trade paint.
Gotta be Crown.
Crown?
Aye, Crown.
Find out why 98% of painters and decorators who use Crown Trade say there's no better paint. Visit crowntrade.co.uk. It's not just paint, it's personal. Findings based on 200 professional decorators.
Hear the biggest sports stories first and fast with the Back Page Review on talkSPORT with Tesco Mobile for Business. Listen to talkSPORT Breakfast every weekday morning from 6 for the latest breaking Back Page news, plus unbeatable reaction, opinion and comment. Back Page Review on talkSPORT with Tesco Mobile for Business. Big mobile networks are raising your bills again. Join us for prices that stay fixed. Tesco Mobile. Every little helps. For applicable terms and verification, see tescomobile.com/fixed prices. The EFL Show.
Tomorrow night from 6
on talkSPORT 2.
What an absolutely stunning goal!
From Mark Webster, myself, Dan Window, and our raft of top EFL pundits.
It's the post, and what a finish!
Expert analysis.
It's us against the world, and I think that's shown in the performances.
Superheated comments.
They can't right now afford to fire him.
The EFL Show.
On paper, they now have the strongest squad in the league.
Tomorrow night from 6.
Smashes it into the back of the net.
On talkSPORT 2.
talkSPORT.
Download the talkSPORT app now for online fun, fixture talk and lashings of live football.
Football.
Then stick it in your ear. Ouch. talkSPORT. This is what real sport sounds like.
On DAB+, online, via the talkSPORT app, and on your smart speaker.
Exclusive international cricket live. The West Indies versus England.
Oh my goodness, what a shot. And the runs are blowing.
On talkSPORT 2.
Magnificent hook shot out of the ground. Superb shot there by Lloyd. The West Indian crowd on their feet.
Oh, short swung away. Wonderful shot by Clive Lloyd. He got
it in no uncertain terms. Beautiful flashing cover drive, typical of the man. The bat raised, the crowd on their feet. And what a delightful exhibition this has been by Clive Lloyd.
On DAB Digital Radio and 1089 and 1053 AM.
My Sporting Life with Sir Clive Lloyd
on talkSPORT.
Over the course of the next 2 hours, he speaks about the infamous defeat to Ireland in 1969.
It rained, and our captain, Basil Butcher, tossed the coin in front of the pavilion. Didn't see the pitch, so he decided to bat. And this guy was a big guy, O'Reilly, and I remember him, and he got quite a few wickets. At one stage, we had more byes than runs.
Meeting Nelson Mandela.
As I was approaching him at Alibag, he said, "Oh, there's a sportsman I know." And I couldn't believe it. Here's a man incarcerated for what, 25 years, and he knows about me. And it was the best hour of my life.
And captaining an invincible West Indies team.
We played 27 test matches without losing one. At one stage, if you're 18 years old, you would not have seen the West Indies lose. Now that to me says a lot. We became a professional unit, a unit that was proud of what we achieved, and we did it with aplomb.
My Sporting Life on talkSPORT.
Sir Clive Hubert Lloyd, born the 31st of August 1944 in Georgetown, British Guiana. Clive is one of the greatest cricketers to have graced the game and is arguably its finest ever captain, having led the West Indies to unprecedented success during a magnificent career. He made his Test debut for the Windies in 1966, going on to win 110 caps over the next 2 decades and scoring 7,000 runs as they became the dominant side in world cricket. In the one-day international arena, Clive made 87 appearances, captaining the West Indies to World Cup glory in 1975 and 1979, as well as leading the side to the final of the tournament in 1983. At county cricket level, he was a pivotal member of the Lancashire team, which became one of the greatest one-day sides the game has ever seen, winning the Sunday League in 1969 and 70 and lifting the Gillette Cup on 4 occasions between 1970 and 1975. His performances saw him named a Wisden Cricketer of the Year in 1971, and since retiring from playing, he's been an ICC match referee, had a spell as head of the ICC Cricket Committee, been the senior team manager for the West Indies, while he was the West Indies chairman of selectors from 2014 to 2016. On talkSPORT this evening, I'm joined on My Sporting Life by the former West Indies and Lancashire captain, the legend, that is, Sir Clive Lloyd. Good evening, Sir Clive.
Good evening.
I'll dispense with the sir for the rest of the programme, if you don't mind.
I would hope so.
Listen, we're going to talk a lot about your life. Just bring us right up to date. Joe Root is now the captain of England. Here in these islands, we think he's one of the great players in the world. How good is he?
Yes, I think he's a tremendous cricketer. The thing about it is that when he bats and he gets in, very difficult to dislodge him. He's a boycott in the way he thinks, and it's obvious that he's a proper team person, and he's probably the right person to lead England. I hope he does so for quite a while, because he's quite an exciting player.
One of the things that, obviously, when you started playing cricket, we'll come on to how you got into it in a second, when you first started being known to the world, when you got in the West Indies team, of course this was days before helmets, but not only could we see your face, but you're also wearing very thick, sort of accountancy glasses, if I might be so bold, right? But that's because of something that happened to you as you were growing up, to your eyes.
Yes, when I was quite young, probably about 12, and I went to part a fight, trying to be the mediator, and got hit in my eye with a ruler.
Wow.
And it just got progressively worse over the years. And I had to get drops in my eyes, which cost $25 at the time, which was quite expensive. At the high school, I couldn't really see that well from the back, and then they put me up front. And then I realized that something was radically wrong. There again, I went to the optometrist, and they had a look, and I got these new glasses. Again, quite expensive. And when I started to play with them, it was like a new day. I mean, everything looked different.
I think it's very hard for those of us who are a bit myopic to explain to people the first day you get your new glasses, just how the world takes on a different character.
Yeah, when I went to bat, I could pick the ball up early, so I was playing shots all. I was really at home.
Clive, even now, in your early 70s, you're a very impressive physical specimen. When you were younger, you were tall, you were languid, you were a brilliant fielder. It seems to me you could have played any sport, but was it always cricket for you?
No, I was a good athlete. I hurdled 100 yards dash, which was not 100 meters in those days, 200 yards, 400 yards. I did all of that. I played a bit of football, I played a bit of basketball. So, yes, and there were a great amount of sports to choose from at that time in Guyana.
My Sporting Life with Sir Clive Lloyd on talkSPORT.
Clive, you made your Test debut for the West Indies against India in Mumbai. Tell us about that landmark in your career.
Yeah, it was a situation where I wasn't down to play. I was supposed to be 12th man or 13 or whatever. But then Seymour Nurse, just before the toss, injured his hand. And Gary came and he said to me, "Oh, you're in." I said, "In?" He said, "Yes, you're playing." So that was a sort of a shock to the system. And the good thing about it is that we fielded, so at least we got rid of the butterflies and so on.
Yeah.
And then you get into this atmosphere, 90,000 people. You weren't accustomed to that. If we had 7,000 people in the West Indies, it was sort of packed out. So you had to get to that. And I, get accustomed to that. And the point is, when we batted, we were in trouble. And there was a fellow called Chandrasekhar, and he was a tremendous cricketer. Spin of the ball. Bedi, Prasanna, Venkat.
Incredible battery of spin bowlers. All of them you could say were great bowlers.
And the minute the umpire said play, the ball started to turn a mile.
Yeah.
So his skills came into it.
Also, with 80,000 people in the stadium, you were nearly always LBW as well, weren't you? There was no saying no.
There are no neutral umpires there, too. And there's no third umpire to have a look to see if it was turning too much.
Clive, here's the point I want to make. I think it's part of our story that we're going to unfold tonight. That team was full of players who you could say were great cricketers. Lance Gibbs. All right, you're young. Let's call you promising at that stage. Yeah. Wes Hall, Charlie Griffiths, Basil Butcher, Rohan Kanai. But this was an era when West Indies teams had brilliant players, but they were inconsistent, and one day they'd win and one day they wouldn't win.
Well, they were top of the tree at that time because they'd just come from England, and they'd won in England. But there were quite a few guys who probably didn't have long. They were, it was the swan song for quite a few of them. But we still had to, hold the fort sort of thing. And the youngsters that we had to step in. We had Robin Bino, we had Brian Davis. But I played all the Test matches.
68 is an important year, I think. First of all, I'll mention the fact that England came to the West Indies. In the days when there were lots of draws, England won 1-0, 5-match series with some very old great names, Jeff Boycott, Cowdrey, Graveney, Basil D'Oliveira came as well. And you also, that was the first year you signed for Lancashire. Tell us about, we'll talk a lot later in the show about the time you were in one of the great English cricket teams, that Lancashire team that won all the one-day competitions. Yeah. What was your first experience of coming to, have you been to this country before?
I came here in 66. Wes Hall was supposed to play for Haslington. And
in the Lancashire League?
In the Lancashire League, and he couldn't take up the contract because he had a job offer with Banks Breweries in Barbados. So they asked me to step in, and I did, and I was glad I did. I thoroughly enjoyed it. The north of England, the people were so warm.
What did you make of this country?
Well, I was young, oblivious to anything, to all the, if they talk about racism, that's not something that I got involved in, but it probably was there. And you played your game, and you played to the best of your ability. Your players thought the world of you. And I thought I'd settled in the right country, and still do. But like every place, you have problems. But the point is that I learned so much by being here. A lot about people, a lot about how you, and if you want people to perform properly, sometimes you've got to be a little cruel to be kind,
These are the lessons that will lead you to hopefully being we can now in retrospect we can say the fantastic captain you turned out to be and leader of what was an amazing team.
I had Jack Bond was my captain, and I remember him saying, I don't want that cricketers who are that talented. I want brave cricketers. And that was an important statement. The other thing, too, is that because I was a bachelor and his wife said, oh, I'll wash your gear for you. And I would give her my shirts and so on. And I didn't want to give her my underpants. And she said, no, I want all of those. And she washed everything. You know, I said, my God, this was... And I've really cherished those moments. And she's a woman that I thoroughly respect. She was a wonderful person.
I must talk about the West Indies tour of England in 1969, and with a name like Danny Kelly, you won't mind if I add on the part of that tour that went to Ireland as well.
Oh, yeah.
Because they lost you lost the Test series over here 2-0, and no doubt you can tell me why that happened. But somehow the West Indies, if you don't mind, contrived to lose in Ireland as well.
Yes, and the point is that we came from, because we had just had a very good Test match at Lord's. I had got 70 in the Test match, and we came the next day. We flew the next I think the same night to Ireland, and it rained.
Mm-hmm.
And our captain, Basil Butcher, tossed the coin in front of the pavilion. Didn't see the pitch, so he decided to bat. And this guy was a big guy, O'Reilly, and I remember him, and he got quite a few wickets. At one stage, we had more byes than runs. And we got sent back in a one-day game. And that's when Clyde Walcott came out of retirement to play, so he was totally embarrassed. And he said, Clive, listen, this is not very good. Let's hold our own. And the two of us batted out the afternoon, really.
Well, in that famous collapse, I'm sure you won't mind if I remind you of exactly the sort of thing that was going on.
And he's out. He's caught at mid-on. Clive Lloyd out for 1. As Goodwin now bowls to Shepherd. And he's out, caught at gully. And the West Indies now 8 for 6.
8 for 6, sir.
Oh, that was embarrassing.
But you can take some credit for that,
well,
Clive.
Right, we gave them that
that boost, yes. Of confidence. Talk to me, if you would, about the series that you played for the West Indies team in the late 60s and early 70s. How would you say that performed? I know you went to New Zealand and lost a series to Australia in 73. What was the team like in the early 70s?
Well, the early 70s, I think we were in a rebuilding phase because we had lost a lot of the top-class cricketers during that period. You know, Wes Hall, Charlie Griffith, and we had Seymour Nurse, Basil Butcher, Joe Solomon, and we had Conrad Hunt, the opening batter, Jackie Hendricks.
Yeah, I mean, these are names who, if you're a cricket fan, you would know them, but we are in a kind of, I suppose in football terms now, we'd call it a transitional period, wouldn't we? But it lasted a long time.
Well, it did, because, as I said earlier, because of the vastness of our islands. And then our cricket wasn't as progressive as it should have been. But the good thing about it, during that period, a lot of us started to play county cricket. So it gave us that professional attitude, a changing situation. You know, you were batting 7 or 8 times in 1 week. In the West Indies, that was your domestic season was over. So you had to adjust. You had to keep yourself fit. You had to travel a lot. You know, so your thinking had to be good. Your professional attitude had to change. You know, the whole demeanor, your whole structure of thinking had to think. You had to think outside of the box.
What about, I mean, you're doing well. You know, you keep up a tremendous average throughout your career. And people talk about your heavy bat, your big man, bashing the ball to all parts of the ground. Did you always have the ambition to be the West Indian captain? And how did you get the job?
No, I was quite surprised when I got it. I mean, but I remember when we went to Jamaica, when we played England in '68, and there's a guy who was a saxophonist, and he was playing at a place called the Flamingo, where we were staying, and he said, "Oh, you're going to be captain one day," and I just took it as I'd played about just 10 test matches or what. I took that as just a passing comment. But the point is, as it turned out, I became a senior player very, very early because we lost all those guys I just called. And I remember I made 100 against Yorkshire, and a fellow called Howard Booth. He was from the Daily Mirror. And he said, "Oh, Clive, congratulations." I said, "Oh, it was a good pitch. It was a test match pitch, and they probably were very kind to me." The boy said, "No, I wasn't talking about that. You just been made captain of the West Indies team." And that's how I knew. There was no conversation before or a letter or something asking me if I would take the job, or, you know.
Well, you won't take me as rude if I say that sounds like the organisation of West Indies cricket that I've seen over the past half a century.
I mean, if you a position like that, you would have thought that somebody was giving you a ring and say, well, you know. But as it turned out, they made a good decision, because for 11 years they didn't have to worry about a captain, and they were winning, and everything was hunky-dory.
My Sporting Life with Sir Clive Lloyd on talkSPORT.
Clive, we'll talk about one-day cricket with Lancashire a little later in the show, because you were part of, I suppose, statistically, the most successful English club side ever in one-day cricket. But that means that the one-day game comes to the international arena. And in 1975, there's the first ever cricket one-day World Cup. And I think it was one of the first times we started to say, OK, this West Indian team, which has been talented but perhaps not successful for a few years now, comes to the fore, and you win the first Cricket World Cup. What do you remember about the emergence of one-day cricket?
Well, by playing at Lancashire, because we didn't play a lot of that in the West Indies. I played more one-day cricket in England than in Lancashire. And as you said, West Indies team was just about coming good. I was the captain in 73 and 74, and then against England, and then I took over. And we were just gelling with all the youngsters, you know, Viv Richards, Alvin Callie-Turan, Lawrence Rowe, Roy Fredericks, Gordon Greenidge, Sir Vivian Richards, Derek Murray, Van Bernholder, Bernard Julian. So we were beginning to just gel nice. Keith Boyce from Essex, as you know, I used to... One of the managers used to call him Miss Pocket Dynamo. He was always, you know, strong young man. He was a tremendous cricketer. Could bat, could bowl, could field. Whenever he was throwing a ball from the boundary, we had 3 men backing up. I think Derek Murray wasn't too happy when he was zinging it end to end. But so all my one-day cricket experience I got from playing for Lancashire. You know, and we were doing quite well. We were probably one of the best sides around. We were beating everybody, and everybody came to see this great team that emerged, was emerging from Lancashire. So we had a good following, and that carried over to the 1975 World Cup, because we weren't the favourites. Australia, England, they were all...
I should make the point that, of course, in these days, the first 3 World Cups were all played in England.
Yeah.
So this was the very first one, and it's in England. You're right to say Australia would have been one of the favourites, England as the hosts.
Yeah.
Can you remember, were you confident, though, that you could do something in this tournament, the West Indies?
Well, don't forget Pakistan wasn't a bad side, too. Pakistan was one of the top sides. They had some very good cricketers. But we played them at Birmingham, and if we had lost that game, we'd have been out of the tournament. And at one stage they were doing well, and then we lost wickets, and we had the last pair needing 6 to 6, 14 overs. But I had an accountant called Gordon Andrews, and he came and he said, "Oh, Clive, you guys are going to win this game. I've just put some money on you. Here's a case of pale ale." I said, "Gordon, you don't have anything else to do with your money?" And because, you know, anyhow, the guys came and they said, "Well, Skip, what should we do?" I said, "Well, listen, if you bat these overs out, we'll win it. 14 overs. So I'm drinking a pale ale every over. And then we got to the last 2 overs, and you can see the tenseness. And when we won that game, I don't know, I can't say I was inebriated, but I was close to it. And we were all hugging and crying, and, you know, we were happy.
Yeah, of course.
And I knew from then on that we couldn't lose that tournament.
Well, you beat, having got through that group with Australia, Pakistan, as you mentioned there, and Sri Lanka. You won the semi-final at the Oval by 5 wickets against New Zealand. And then England lost to Australia in the other semi, so you played the first World Cup final at Lord's on the 21st of June 1975, and you batted first. Australia would bat second. I have to say, West Indies got off to a terrible start.
Oh, we were in desperate trouble. We lost 3 quick wickets, and Roy Fredericks trod in his stumps. Gordon was dismissed, and I came with Canai. We came together, and we sort of repaired the situation, and he got 50 odd, and I got 100 and 102, and it was such a great atmosphere. You know, you can hear the guys cheering you on, and you know, it was in those days. You know, you're the normal fan could get a ticket. You didn't have the corporate hospitality.
Sure.
You could go and buy a ticket.
It was also more affordable, let's be honest about that as well.
And I just want to change a little bit of it. I think at Lord's that we should have a stadium where people can come from work and watch a test match after 4 o'clock, and you don't have to line up days before, or you be with some company, because this is the home of cricket. I love Lord's. It's a cricketer's stage. It's like an actor's stage.
You come in with Rowan Canai, as you say, in that first World Cup final. I remember the contrast. Canai is such a classical player, such a correct player. Clive is a little bit more, how should we say, free and easy. And, well, you weren't used in those days to seeing 100 made at more than a run a ball. You didn't do that in those days, but you did.
He got it in no uncertain terms. Beautiful flashing cover drive. Typical of the man. The bat raised. The crowd on their feet. And what a delightful exhibition this has been by Clive Lloyd. You couldn't really wish to see a better 100 than that in any form of cricket. 100 made out of 190 for 3. And the whole of Lord's on their feet applauding this man, whether you're a neutral, whether you're a West Indian or an Australian. Nobody can fail to appreciate it.
Yeah, the ball where you made your 185 balls to set West Indies onto a reasonable total, and the World Cup was won in, I think, very unusual circumstances, because I think you could fairly describe Australia's innings as a shambles, couldn't you?
Yeah, well, we realised too that the Australians they were never good runners during that period. And we always would have a run out or two, and they had quite a few.
5 run-outs in a World Cup final, sir. What about that?
Yeah, and I think they panicked, and and we had some tremendous field. Viv Richards was light.
You were a magnificent fielder. Richards was a tremendous fielder. I mean not split fields. I mean in the covers, and in the deep.
Kelly Turan.
Yeah, fantastic.
So we had some Gordon Greenidge, and we had not only good fielders, but with good arms. They can throw from any angle.
This was Gordon Greenidge before he started to pretend he was permanently injured and then thinking about the cricket pitch. You're happy, Clive?
Very much so, yeah. I would love to be a little fitter, but yes, I am. I'm quite.
Well, it's been a joy for me the last 2 hours, and it's something of an honour as well. As I say, you've met Nelson Mandela. I wouldn't compare it with that, but I've been very, very happy for the last 2 hours, and you've been listening to My Sporting Life. And all I can say is to Clive Lloyd, one of the great cricketers, one of the great captains, one of the great men of cricket and international sport over the last half century, is thank you so much for coming in and doing My Sporting Life.
It's a pleasure, I must say. Thank you very much for inviting me, and I hope you've enjoyed it. I have.
Exclusive international cricket live. The West Indies versus England on talkSPORT 2.
Women's Football Weekly on talkSPORT 2 with Now. Join talkSPORT 2 tomorrow evening for top analysis, debate and guests, reviewing all the latest women's football action from across the weekend. World-beating, big match conversation on the station that's raising the game for women's football. Women's Football Weekly, tomorrow evening on talkSPORT 2 with a Now Sports membership. Stream the biggest moments from the Women's Super League live without a contract from $11.99. Search Now Sports, 18+, stream via internet, terms apply.
Mike recently opened a Crown Decorating Centre's trade account and got even better prices, which put a huge smile on his face. A smile that got noticed by a passing model scout who made Mike the face of a global toothpaste brand called Brilliant White. Coincidence? We don't think so. You see, everything's better when you open a Crown Decorating Centres trade account. Sign up in store or online today for preferential pricing and more. Crown Decorating Centres. It's not just paint, it's personal.
Over 2/3 of postcodes in Britain are already playing People's Postcode Lottery. In our April draws, one lucky postcode area will win a share of £7.9 million. Sign up before midnight on the 24th of March to play. PPL manage lotteries on behalf of good causes. 18 plus conditions apply. Play responsibly. Not available in Northern Ireland.
At TalkTalk, we know some things are better faster, like our ultra-fast full fibre with speeds right up to 900 megabits per second. New speeds, same great value. It just makes sense. TalkTalk for everyone. There, that was so fast you have more time to relax. Search TalkTalk Fibre. Subject to local availability. T's and C's apply.
Big tasty, please. The big tasty with bacon, yeah. No, in fact, it's got to be the big tasty barbecue.
Big tasty with bacon, an all-new Big Tasty barbecue. 3 big tasties, 1 big decision. Served after 11 a.m. Subject to availability at participating restaurants until the 26th of April.
My prostate cancer was thankfully caught in the nick of time, but it shouldn't be down to luck.
Men at higher risk are
aged over 50,
those with a family history of the disease, or black men over 45.
Check your risk of prostate cancer now. Search Risk Checker or visit prostatecanceruk.org. Men, we are with you.
We don't do slapdash. We don't do sloppy. We don't do bodge jobs. And we never do that'll do. We do a job properly. We're Trust a Trader, and we're proud of all our members and the great work they do in homes like yours. So when you need something doing, from locksmiths to landscaping, just type it into trustatrader.com and you'll get reputable, reviewed tradespeople in your area, because you can always trust a trader.
Women's Football Weekly with Faye Carruthers on talkSPORT 2, the only dedicated women's football show on UK national radio.
Knocks it past her and gets it in.
With expert analysis, speculation and opinion from some of the biggest names in the global game.
Becky Spencer, Jamaica goalkeeper. How are you doing? Yeah, not too bad.
All the action, excitement and drama from across the entire women's game.
I think she deserves an apology, in my opinion.
Women's Football Weekly with Faye Carruthers.
We are across everything that goes on in the women's game.
Tomorrow night from 7
on talkSPORT 2.
The home for women's football.
Fight Night Extra on talkSPORT 2. Tuesday evening from 5.
Get weighed in for a massive night of big boxing drama.
I'm just ready to go to war.
Explosive insight and heavyweight boxing banter.
I'm the generation fighter. I actually feel sorry for all these guys who's had to fight me.
Hard-hitting boxing discussion that jabs you between the ears.
Fantastic boxer. But this is a big step up in weight class. Really big step up.
Get in the ring and go the distance.
She's got movements that look like Mayweather at times.
Fight Night Extra, Tuesday evening from 5.
On talkSPORT 2, the home of boxing.
Exclusive international cricket live. The West Indies versus England on talkSPORT 2.
Slightly peculiar having Butch back in the summariser's seat. It feels like meeting one of your old school teachers in the supermarket after you've left and you don't know whether to call him sir or not.
Morning, man. No, Butch will do.
Slog sweep from Alex Lees. He tried it in the first over and he's holed out to deep mid-wicket. England lose their first wicket. Here's Pamal again, and now Root goes to sweep, gets a top edge, and he's out. Caught at mid-wicket. Joseph again now. Oh, that's a cracking stroke, really. As good as anything you'll ever see.
That was a beautiful shot from Zach Crawley.
And now he goes on the hook. Has he got enough of it? Oh, what a good catch that is.
That's the end of Zach Crawley. A very good innings from him.
Stokes is hitting this over cover. That's gone into the boundary like a bullet before. That's Ben Stokes at his best. Stokes comes across his stumps and swings his high, hard and handsome for 6.
So 10 runs and 2 balls from Ben Stokes.
Oh, Dan Lawrence has heaved this one from Alzari Joseph straight over deep mid-wicket for 6.
Roach in again, and this time Stokes is driving straight to Craig Brathwaite at cover. He's out caught. Joseph now with the over and ball. This one is flicked away. That's a beautiful shot.
6 off the first ball, pressure on the bowler.
Here he comes again and bowls. The Bearshaw hits it straight down the ground. Bang! once more. Beershire driving in the air, chance for catch, taken by Kemar Roach.
Natural rubber latex confused me as well. I thought that was for something else, but...
Oh, easy, Tiger, really.
So England have declared, and the West Indies need 282 runs to win this contest. We have about 65 overs for them to try and take a bite at the cherry. But I do suspect that they won't be the ones trying to win this. It's going to be all England. For the West Indies to score 282, I think you need Kieran Pollard here, and probably a couple of others like Nicholas Pooran. But with Bonnan, someone like Craig Brathwaite, it seems a bit impossible. Samuel Badri, declaration coming for England at 185 for 6 at the lunch break. The weather's pretty good. 65 overs, 282. What result do you fancy?
I think only 2 results are possible, to be quite honest. I don't see the West Indies chasing this total whatsoever. It will be a matter more of them resisting and surviving these remaining overs, or England getting the 10 wickets. Those are the 2 possibilities that exist at the moment, and that wicket of Craig Brathwaite will be so pivotal as we head towards the final 2 sessions on day 5 here in the second test match. If England can get him early, they will be in with a sniff. We've seen how he's batted in that first innings, how up the rate he is, how patient, how disciplined. If they can get into that West Indian middle order early, they will have a really good chance.
So Wilkes is going to start from the Joe Garner end now and bowls to Brathwaite, and Brathwaite gets a short ball in the air just over the head of the short leg fielder. But what a start. Whoa, England will feel quite spirited by that, because there seemed to be a bit of awkward bounce.
Yes, some awkward bounce there, and that ball just stood in the air, went in the air for quite a long time. Alex Lees was moving to his right initially and then had to go to his left, comfortably away from him. But what signs here? First ball for England in the West Indian second innings, and already some problems being created.
Wilkes comes in now and bowls to Brathwaite, and Brathwaite is on the back foot and defending, pushing the ball up to the mid-off area. Had you said to Craig Brathwaite, who was batting this time yesterday, that he's going to be back in the middle, batting now to either save or win the game, he would have said nada. But that's just the case. You can't tell with Test cricket. When you've got 5 days, anything is possible, and they've certainly made a game of this, England. Brathwaite has been in pretty good form, 55 and 33 in the first Test, 160 in the first innings, as Wilkes comes in and bowls to him now, and this time he's getting off the mark, turning the ball down to flying leg for a single. He's off and running, so too are the Windies, leading 282 to win. They're 1 without loss.
I mentioned how important Craig Brathwaite is in this particular innings, but what an innings it is going to be for John Campbell. He hasn't had the best starts to his return to international cricket. Good starts in terms of runs in those 2 innings in Antigua, but gifting his wicket away in the first innings in this Test, just wafting at one outside off stump, which he should have left, and got dismissed for 4 of his second delivery. So an opportunity once again for him to solidify his position at the top of the order.
Average is just 23 in Test cricket. Still looking for a century. He's got 7 half centuries. The man from Kingston, Jamaica, John Campbell. Really should have been much further in his career, as it's going to be Wilkes around the wicket to him. He comes in now, bowls to the left-hander, and Campbell is on the front foot, defending solidly and playing the ball square into the offside, and there is no run. Wilkes coming from, like I said, the Joe Garner end. He bowled the majority of his spell in the first innings from the other end, the Malcolm Marshall end. What is the thought process with him switching?
Yeah, right. He started with a new ball in that first innings from this end, Malcolm Marshall end, and Fisher was given the new ball from the end that he is now operating on, and he had immediate success in his second ball. I just think that they saw that bounce when they were batting, that awkward bounce.
As Wilkes bowls to Campbell, who's looking
of awkward variations in bounce there might be on this surface, and that's the reason for that change. And as you can see, he's hitting that length, Barry, on a consistent basis, that length that produced those awkward bounces previously.
Here comes Wokes in again and bowls to Campbell, and Campbell gets the ball that's outside the line of the off stump. Pace and bounce, movement as well. Good first over for England, just 1 run conceded. The target is 282, and the Windies are 1 without loss. So it's been a very, very interesting day with a lot of rain. We started late. We had about 3 delays so far, but still we're trying to squeeze in 65 overs. Might be a big ask. However, you look at the match summary: 507 for 9 declared, and then England 185 for 6 with Lawrence top scoring with 41, Pramod taking 2 for 29, Windies 411 just falling somewhat behind.
In this test match, and he did get that wicket in the first innings, his first wicket in international cricket, and bowling from the Malcolm Marshall end with that wind moving across from leg to off might just assist his outswingers. 2 slips and a gully in position for him. Those catchers waiting in the cordon, very straight mid-off in Ben Stokes.
Comes in at the end and bowls to Brathwaite, who's defending into the onside, and there's no run. Our statistician Gary Morgan, always alert, tells me that Wokes bowled his last spell in the first innings from the Garner end, which is where he's operating from now, and he had 4 overs, 1 maiden, 4 runs, 1 wicket, 4-1, 4-1. So I guess that's why he's actually continuing from that end, you can say.
Yeah, he had that LBW of Kemar Roach, his wicket in that first innings effort, and yeah, might feel a better rhythm from that end.
Short ball, there's Brathwaite getting onto that. It died on the way to the keeper, Ben Fowkes. Fisher trying to get that bounce from this end. The pitch has been much maligned, but if you ask me, I think it is still a pretty well. We haven't seen any shooters. I know Winston Reid and Prof Edwards there and the rest of the ground staff are very proud about this pitch. I'll tell you what they said in a minute. Well, not Prof and Winston, but the other guys, as Fisher bowls, and this delivery is on the line of the off stump, pushing to the off side, and there's the run. So I was passing by the back of the party stand yesterday, and one of the guys said, "Barry, tell the men on TV and radio, nothing wrong with this pitch. The men got to learn to bat." I just felt that was hilarious.
Yeah, the batsmen have enjoyed it. We've seen 4 centuries in this game, so I don't think it's any issue with the batsmen. It's the bowlers who have found it very hard.
Perhaps they need to learn to bowl. Here comes Fisher now and bowls outside line of the off stump, and Brathwaite is cutting but can't pierce the offside field, and there is no run.
Yeah, that was a little bit loose from Craig Brathwaite, away from the body, short delivery, and just fleeing at that one. Fortunately for him, going towards the ground and towards the fielder at point. No chance of a catch. What was really heartwarming as well, Barry, for all English fans in particular, to see Jofra Archer during the break running in and bowling some balls, just getting back into cricket.
Here comes Fisher in again and bowls, and Brathwaite is defending out to the mid-on area, and there's no run. I was telling our local producer here, Cameron, that I'm really glad that he's at play, Jofra, because he was bowling so quick, and he's injured. He's not fully fit. Could you imagine if he was fully fit playing? So 2 overs gone, 1 without loss. The maiden, Windies needing 281 more runs to win.
Yeah, he would have been a difficult proposition on this surface. Yeah. Obviously, with his additional pace and his skill, the West Indies would not have wanted that. As a matter of fact, they will be quite pleased with the bowling lineup that they they are actually coming up against two debutant fast bowlers, Chris Wokes, who has an unenviable away record, and the spinner Jack Leach. So it's, comparatively speaking, a very mellow bowling lineup.
Wokes in again, comes in and bowls to the left-handed Campbell, who's defending into the onside, no run. Brathwaite averages 16.6 in the second innings here at British Young Barbados in Test. All told, 39.24 in first-class matches in the second innings, so he's not a big second innings batsman. In fact, he's got quite a few ducks in the second innings of his Test career. I think he's got 7 or 8. So he's more known for his first innings prowess, like he got that 160 in the first innings. Wokes in again to Campbell, who's on the front foot and driving confidently. There's a fielder there at a short point who's in somewhat of a catching position. So we've got 2 slips, a third man, there's a short point, there's a mid off and a mid on, mid wicket, fine leg, and a short leg that's very deep, almost at a short backward square position, as a matter of fact. But they're there for the catch. Here he comes again now and bowls to Campbell. Campbell is driving just to the left of the field. That second slip could have been a catch. Had there been a third slip, he would have been gobbled up, but has gone into the boundary for 4. Zach Crawley dived to his left, and even if he had spread up perhaps a bit more, I don't think he would have got that. He went through third slip area like a bullet from a gun, and Campbell gets the boundary.
There's just some late movement, late swing from Chris Wokes, inducing that drive from John Campbell outside edge and flew away down to the vacant third man region. But something's happening out in the middle, heartening signs for England and their bowlers.
So there's 1 slip and a 4th slip now, as this delivery is again on the line of the off-stump, defended into the short point area. Would you call that a 4th slip or 3rd slip?
Seems to be around that 4th slip mark.
So you've got Joe Root at 1st slip, no 2nd or 3rd. Crawley's gone to 4th slip position. Looks quite odd. It looks like if someone's tooth is missing.
Gap tooth.
Here he comes in again now. Bowls to Campbell, and Campbell is getting the one outside the line of the off stump with a lot of pace and bounce, taken there by the keeper. Well bowled. Wokes, he will feel quite happy with that.
What do you think about only having those 2 slips though, Barry? Because you're looking for a win, you're looking to get early wickets, and you only have those 2 slip fielders.
I see no reason for the mid-wicket. I see absolutely no reason for the fielder that mid-wicket. And there's a fly gully. I missed him. There's a fielder in the fly gully. As Wokes comes in again and bowls to Campbell, and Campbell gets a good delivery on the line of the off-stump, but well judged, well played. So 4 runs in the over. 62 overs remain, and England, after declaring at 186 for 6, setting 282 to win. The Windies are 5 without loss. Brathwaite has 1, Campbell has 4. The latest here at Kensington Oval.
Perhaps Joe Root thinks that his major wicket-taking options in this 5th and final day will be his spinner Jack Leach, and even himself with those off breaks, perhaps even Dan Lawrence. So any wicket that he gets with the fast bowlers, he might just consider that a bonus. But I certainly think that he should be more attacking with that feel. I don't see in any possible equation where West Indies will chase these runs down. So it's just a matter of being a little bit more attacking.
Here he comes in Ollie with Matthew Fisher correction with a new over, and this one is punched into the covers by Craig Brathwaite. It's going to get quite close to the boundary, but it wouldn't get there. Picked it just about now, but they're going to run 3. So 3 good runs there from Craig Brathwaite, just outside the line of the off stump, and he was on the back foot and didn't time it. Had he timed that, it would have gone to the boundary, but it slowed up. So Fisher to Campbell, which is what produced the first wicket in the first innings. He would want to have perhaps a bit longer look. I'm eager to see if they're going to beef up that slip cordon. 2 slips, or you can call it 3 slips, but a 1st, 2nd and a 4th. Here he comes in now, Fisher and bowls to Campbell. Down the leg side and turned out to the fine leg boundary for 1. There's a fielder there. Did that come off the 5 pad? Nope. No signal at all, so it came off the bat, or perhaps just a glove. With another single to John Campbell, he goes to 5, is 9 without loss.
Yeah, Fisher operating and bowling at decent enough tilt. Good areas so far. Very open stance of Craig Brathwaite. That left foot down towards the leg side.
Fisher bowls on the line of the off stump to Brathwaite. Pushes it into the offside and there's no run. Does Fisher's action remind you of any former England player?
Has a bit of Jimmy Anderson in him, certainly when he starts his run. He has admitted that he's looked a lot at Jimmy Anderson growing up and really idolizes him, so there are some similarities in his approach to the crease.
I'm just going to look at him a bit longer, but something reminds me of one of the England greats. He comes in again and bowls, and this delivery is well on target. Pitch right up. Brathwaite is equal to the task on the front foot and defends, plays it back to the ball, and there's no run. So they've got 2 slips and a gully there for Craig Brathwaite. There's a backward point. Mid off, mid on. Straight mid wicket. Fine leg. And a short leg. What Nicholas reckons he looks a bit like Scott Boland. He does actually. Didn't think of him. But here he comes in again, Fisher, as he steams in, passes the umpire and bowls to Brathwaite, and Brathwaite is again defending, bang on target, straight to mid-on, and there's no run. This is the right line and length, because for me, if you really want to win this game and you're going to get West Indies out, the only way to do it is to make them play. You have to bowl and attack the stumps 4 out of 6 deliveries. Just my 2 cents.
I'll give you a funny story, Barry, as to who he looks like. I think he looks like Matt Fisher. Let me tell you why. I asked my 8-year-old daughter a few weeks back. I said, what do you want to do when you become older? You know, your mom is a teacher, I'm a commentator. As Fisher bowls this one short of a length, outside off stump, well played. And she looks at me, stone-faced, and says when she grows up she wants to be an adult.
And very much so she will be. The question is, she might be a female cricket commentator. Who knows? Who teaches? It's 9 without loss. As the 4th over ends, they need 273 more. England need 10 wickets. The contest is interesting, but who knows? This might just peter out into the draw that we had predicted since Friday. Or, you never know, Windies might lose a couple of wickets. It could get interesting. I just don't see them going for the runs. Wilkes is having a bit of a chat. Who's that he's chatting with? Is that Ben Stokes? Yeah, he's having a chat with Ben Stokes. I haven't played at the highest level, but I'm telling you, I know this game a little bit. They've moved the mid-wicket, which I said they didn't need in the first place. They've plugged the slip cordon, so there are now 3 slips, but there's a first slip, a third and a fourth slip, and now the mid-wicket, which has been moved. There was no need for him at all. He's now moved to that short point position.
You have some captaincy pedigree, Barry.
I'll tell you about that. As this one is outside the line, the off-stump and pulled through mid-wicket. Well, perhaps he should have left the mid-wicket. I told him, leave the mid-wicket. Why did he move it? No, they get 2, but Campbell there did not look in control of that shot at all. But he's got 2 for it.
And how many times we've seen captains make decisions after the fact? The ball went flying through that region in the air in the previous over, and we've now seen the fortification of that slip region. In a situation like this, do not worry about runs. If the West Indies get off to a flyer, then that might even help your cause. They might think that they can go after the target. Attack.
This delivery is again bang on target, played into the onside, and there's no run. Now, when England were here in 2019, I remember Darren Gough and myself, who were on air, and Darren kept saying, do you think they have enough? I said no, they need to get a bit more. He said 400 runs, Barry, you don't think they have enough? I said no, they got bowled up for 77. So I was like 380 short of what I thought the West Indies should have had in terms of the declaration. But who predicted that Roston Chase would have got 8 wickets for spit when England crumbled in such a feeble manner? Here comes Wilkson again and bowls to Campbell, well on the line of the off stump. Campbell made a great decision to leave that alone, a master decision, I've got to say, and luckily for him, he survives.
Yeah, what an epic test match that was. 8 for 60, 8 for 59, somewhere around there. I think Roston Chase got in that innings on the back of a masterful, unbeaten double 100 from, at that time, Captain Jason Holder.
Here he comes in again and bowls to Campbell, and Campbell gets another good delivery on the 9, the off stump. He sees it, leaves it, taken by the keeper.
And for all the attritional cricket that we've seen in this series so far, I think the West Indies in particular have done quite well. Remember, they've only lost one series here in the region since 1968, in that 2004. So it's a rich legacy and a rich history, particularly against the English here at home. And it's not something that they should take lightly. For all of the players who have gone before and the ones who are to come, they want to maintain that.
Again, this is on the line of the off stump, right on the stump. So he had to play at that this time. He pushed it out to the middle fielder where Ben Stokes is, and there's no run.
And if we are honest with ourselves and the way the West Indies, they have played test match cricket in the recent past, well, even going back for a long time, they have been beaten by almost every opposition. So I'm not too dissatisfied with the way that they have played, particularly given their recent history and given the number of relatively inexperienced players in their batting lineup.
Here he comes in again and bowls to Campbell, and Campbell's flicking beautifully through the square leg position. Runs here for him, he gets one, he'll come back for the second. The fine leg field is giving chase, picks up just about now, they're going to come back for the third, but that was on the legs. That's a gift, and Campbell gleefully accepted to get 3. He's in double figures, he's got 10. The 5th over is gone, 60 remain, and the West Indies need 268 more to win. England need 10 wickets, as they are 14 without loss, with the captain on 4 and Campbell on 10.
And 5 runs being scored through that vacant mid-wicket region, Barry. The player you just moved from there and brought him across on the offside.
Well, the problem is that he changed the line. You moved the mid-wicket, and then you changed the line to bowl short and to bowl on the legs. That can't make sense.
So as a captain, then you would be very dissatisfied with that.
Yeah, I would have said to him, look, mate, you're on your 3rd strike.
It might have been his last over if you were captain. But this is the battle that we are looking forward to. Jack Leach against the West Indian batsmen. We've seen him use the relatively new ball before in that first test match in Antigua and in this one as well. And if anyone is going to turn this game on its head, it's this man who is now going to bowl his first over. How many overs have we had so far? Just 5. So he's bowling the 6th over of the innings from this, the Malcolm Marshall, and we saw what he was able to do in the first inning. A marathon effort from him, 69.5 overs, 3 wickets, but he did bowl much better than those figures suggest. Quite a lot of balls spun past the bat, some bounds. Had he had a little bit more fortune, he could have ended up with a 5-wicket haul. But this year is the real occasion for him to come good, to turn this match on its head.
Yeah, you're right. So it's going to be Leach. Fisher's off. Leach taking it up for the Malcolm Marshall end. Now here he comes and bowls, and this lead is short and pulled, but straight to the fielder at backward square, and there's the run. Not a good way to start. He got away with that. That should have been put away by John Campbell. Cameron thinks that Cameron was saying for the entire luncheon period he's been visioning a century by Campbell. As a kite just hovers over, annoying bull just making a hiss. Here he comes again and bowls to Campbell. Campbell is looking to sweep. He's wrapped in the pad. He's low shot for LBW. That was a risky shot on a scale of 1 to 10. For risk, that was 10 plus.
Yeah, this is the pressure immediately created by Jack Leach. An injudicious stroke, really, sweeping, going across the line of the ball, even though if it's with the turn. But in this situation of the game, I don't think it's necessary.
Here he comes again and bowls to Campbell. Short again, and Campbell is pulling. Came off the bottom edge of the bat. Straight to that fielder there. Bear struck backward square. This is a very interesting approach here from John Campbell.
Very aggressive. The deliveries bowled so far in this over. He's played a shot almost at every single one. And with very ferocious aggression as well.
Again, he spins the ball from hand to hand. Bowls to Campbell, short again, down the leg side, but that one seemed to be a bit closer to his body. And he, in the end, just opted to sort of let it go by the keeper. So here he comes in again. Spins the ball from hand to hand, comes in and bowls to Campbell. And Campbell's on the front foot and turns the ball straight to Bear Street. Again at backward square. No run. But this is good bowling. A very good start here from Jack Leach. He'll be encouraged with how he started.
Yeah, excellent start. On the money, on target. immediately creating that pressure, having doubts in the batsmen's minds, and they're thinking about playing shots. John Campbell anyway.
This one is well flighted in the air. They're appealing for catch at short leg. How is that, they're asking? Did that come off the bat? Did it touch the pad? Joe Root is going to review it. So there's a review for a catch at short leg. Campbell is the man under the pressure. Let's hear what Gregory Brathwaite, the third umpire, has to say about this.
Thank you. Review for court. TV umpire to director. We have a player's review for catch. The on-field decision is not out. Front foot check. Fair delivery established. Can we move on to front on, please? That doesn't appear. It does appear as the ball is pretty close to the glove, actually. Can I use ultra edge to confirm whether there's contact with bat and...
That's touched the glove.
Yeah, there's a spike as the ball is right next to the glove. Can we follow through to the catch, please?
Yeah, that's going to be out. So the catch is a clean catch. There's a spike where the glove is concerned, and John Campbell is going to be given the red light, I'm afraid. The decision has changed, and Campbell is a goner. That was a very good review there from the captain, Joe Root. Campbell, who was playing a shorter ball, defended at that particular stage, and then he was up when he defended. Can you believe that?
Immediate success for Jack Leach in his first over, and I just said that he's the man who can change this game. Just a feather through from that gloves onto the pad and just lobbed for forward short leg Alex Lee's comfortable catch, and you can see the reaction of the English. They're very chuffed with that, and why wouldn't they be? The first wicket down for the West Indies, 14 for 1 after 6 overs.
So, Neil Manthorpe is going to continue now. West Indies 14 for 1. The target is 282, but England need 9 wickets to win as Shamar Brooks comes to join Greg Brathwaite. Here's Neil Manthorpe.
Many thanks indeed, Barry Wilkinson. Well, what a surprise that was. Possible, Samuel Badri, that John Campbell didn't feel that ball. It was just a little brush on the glove, wasn't it? I mean, it's it wasn't like it wrapped him on the fingers. Possible that there was no cynicism at all in him standing his ground.
Absolutely, it was just a feather through, and usually off the gloves at that sort of connection, you don't really feel that. So no malice whatsoever. But what a tremendous start for Jack Leach. He's being cheered by the English supporters on the boundary where he's positioned now, and early breakthrough for England.
Chris Wokes is about to bowl the 7th over. His first 3 have cost him 10, but he still doesn't look like he's at his best, to be honest. Now he's just fiddling a bit with his close feet. He's got 2 gullies, but he's just moved the finer of them a little finer, almost like a 4th slip. So he's got 1st slip, 4th slip, and a gully. And Craig Brathwaite's on strikes, an in-swinger from Wokes, clipped away out towards square leg, fielded by Matt Fisher, and there's no run. Just 65 overs, Samuel Badri. It is highly, highly unlikely that the West Indies could be bowled out in that time, isn't it?
Highly unlikely, but not impossible. I think that Craig Brathwaite holds the key. If they can get rid of him inside the first 15 overs or so, then they have a really good chance based on how this pitch is playing. As Wokes comes in once again, this one is confidently pushed through the offside. Not superbly timed, so 1 will be the result. But yes, the way that Craig Brathwaite plays and his ability to absorb pressure, he holds the key in this West Indian batting lineup.
You don't mean really good chance. I mean outside chance, don't you? Surely.
Outside chance, yes, outside. But again, if they can get Craig out early inside the first 10 or 15 overs, you never know.
Yeah, no, I agree. Yeah, totally. I'm not ruling out the possibility. I just think that it's unlikely. Two slips, Gully, short leg. Here's Wokes, bowls. Oh, and that one hits him on the pad. There's a big appeal for leg before wicket, but surely it was an in-swinger that was heading down the leg side. I'm not sure that you would have heard our build-up to the start of play, Samuel, but we have a betting odds feature with 888 Sport. We always get the odds. The draw was 9-1 on, which I'm not a betting person, but I know that's hardly worth putting any money. But an England victory was 6-1, which you don't get generous odds from betting firms these days when there are only two teams involved. But 6-1 on. And I must say I wasn't even remotely tempted. So here is Wokes once again, and that's pushed defensively up towards mid-on. I mean, those are pretty long odds, aren't they, given it was a two-horse race?
Yeah, I agree. I just think that from what we've seen so far in this game and the way that the West Indies have batted both in that first test and in the first innings of this second test, it's really difficult to see a result taking place. But it's going to be a challenge. It's going to be not an entirely straightforward proposition to see out these 60-odd overs.
Craig Brathwaite on strike once again as Wokes is in once more. That's left alone outside the off stump, and there's no run. Why do you think Wokes has got two gullies and one slip? Is that something to do with... Brathwaite's hardly flashy outside the off stump.
I saw some ball bounce from Jason Holder from that end when England were batting, so maybe the one that just pops a little holes in the surface and hits the shoulder of the bat or the gloves. I think that's the reason why this one is full. Driven uppishly back to the bowler, falls safely. Chris Wokes does the fielding himself, brings the over to an end after 7 overs. West Indies 16 for 1. The one batsman to go so far, John Campbell, fell for 10 of 22 deliveries, and still some 58 overs left in this game.
16 for 1, yes indeed. The target for the West Indies, 282 in 65 overs, so safe to say that the theory that you should give the batting team some hope. You need to sort of, if not dangle a carrot, maybe just a couple of slices of carrot, just to keep them vaguely interested. It's fair to say that Joe Root has not done that with that target, Samuel Badri?
Yeah, he didn't give them a chance whatsoever. That target score is purely academic. There isn't any scenario where the West Indies are likely to chase this down or even try to.
No, it's well over 4.5 and over. Here's Jack Leach, and forward comes Shamar Brooks, pushing that one square of the wicket defensively on the offside. Joe Root and those of like mind would say that but what it does mean is that we can set whatever fields we like, and we can just go all-out attack. Here is Jack Leach once again, and that one's a thick outside edge there. This skims away between slip and silly point and down to the boundary for 4. But the theory about giving the batting side some interest is that it's easier to take wickets if they're playing shots, and so England might say, well, we can go all-out attack and not have to worry about the runs. But it's harder to do that against a team which is all-out defence, just not really interested in runs. They're just a sort of pleasant byproduct of proceedings rather than the main goal, which is... Oh, that's a good delivery from Leach. Oh, gee whiz, turn. Not so much bounce, but sharp turn, of which we've seen very little from Jack Leach. That one goes past the outside edge, nicely taken by Ben Folkes. Well, no signs of fatigue after his marathon 69.5 overs in the first innings. Leach in, full-length delivery this time, and driven up towards mid-off. I'm sure that Jack Leach would have thought thought about giving the ball more air in the second innings, so from time to time, varying his flight more often. I know you have to leave, Samuel, to go next door to the television commentary box, but maybe just a comment from you after this last ball of the over on variations for Jack Leach, and perhaps more of them. That one is driven down the ground towards mid-off. I mean, he commendable effort to bowl so many overs in the first innings, but a little bit more variation, or am I being harsh?
I think so. I agree with you. A little bit slower, particularly in that first innings. He's gotten some considerable bounce at the pace that he's bowling 90 kilometers per hour, but certainly in the first innings I thought that he should have bowled a lot more slower, because he was getting purchased with those deliveries that were slower. So far in this innings, at pace it's turning, so it might not be a case of too much variations in this innings because of the surface.
Many thanks, Samuel Badri, and if I don't get the chance, I'd like to say thank you for everything over the first 2 test matches. Look forward to working with you again in Grenada. Maybe we will be on a bit later on, but thank you for now. So, Saqib Mahmood gets an early chance with the ball while it's still nice and new and hard. The reverse swing specialist, and it looked like that's why he was chosen in the first innings. He had to wait an age before he got a chance. Here he is with an early chance with the new ball, and there's a swing and a miss. Square cut from Craig Brathwaite. It was short and wide outside the off stump, but you would have thought that Craig Brathwaite, given his monumental efforts in the first innings, would have been quite happy to leave deliveries like that alone. But, Jack Leach did account for him in the first innings, eventually, after 2 days of batting, for 160. 20 for 1. Here's Saqib Mahmood. Can he get some conventional swing? We know he can get some reverse swing later on. Here he is once more. Oh, it's a low full toss. That isn't a great delivery. It's punched away through the offside. Craig Brathwaite is somehow managed to profoundly mistime a very juicy full toss, shin height outside the off stump, and he's only got 2 for it. You would have thought if that had hit anywhere near the middle of the bat, it would have gone away for 4, but it'll just be the 2. A reminder that England declared at lunchtime a late lunch because of some showers at 185 for 6, leaving the West Indies with a target of 282 in 65 overs. Saqib Mahmood in once again, back of a length, and this time it is played defensively by Craig Brathwaite up towards mid-off. Sunil Badri has been replaced as my co-commentator by Mark Butcher. Butcher, what do you make of the target?
Well, it's irrelevant, the target. The amount of overs left are the only numbers that matter. That and the amount of wickets that England need. Curious, I suppose you could call it, before lunch. Others might use stronger words.
Yes, you obviously didn't see the inverted commas that I used around the word target. That's pushed away out towards extra cover, and there's an easy single. Brathwaite moves on to 8. Shamar Brooks has 4. Yeah, I was just talking to Samuel Badri about this notion of dangling a carrot, and suggested that even a few shavings of carrot might have accompanied Joe Root's declaration, but there is none. I mean, there's just no chance they're going to score 282 in 65 overs. But at least it's tax-free, pressure-free for England and their bowlers. I mean, they don't have to worry about runs. Here's Saqib Mahmood. He's got straight mid-on and mid-off, 2 slips and a gully, so it suggests he is going to be bowling full and attacking the stumps, and so he's got a little bit of drive protection on mid-on and mid-off. 23 for 1. Just an opportunity, I suppose, for England to try and... I'm not writing off the possibility. I really am not. I mean, stranger things have happened. Not very many and not very often. A few stranger things have happened over the course of 140 years of Test cricket. Teams have been bowled out in 20 overs, and we've still got 56 remaining after this one. Here is Saqib Mahmood. Edged and dropped. Gone!
dropped and caught. It's been knocked up at second slip by Zach Crawley, and Joe Root catches the upward rebound at first slip. Well, goodness gracious me. Saqib Mahmood finds the outside edge, and Zach Crawley's drop is caught by Joe Root. Credit, actually, Mark Butcher, to Crawley, who had the presence of mind to knock his own drop up into the air for Joe Root to catch. Well.
That was magnificent. England's slips are very, very close, as you'd expect on day 5. They're trying to give themselves a chance. Brooks had a bit of a dip at a back of a length wide delivery, back foot punch, tried to slap it through the offside, got a thick outside edge, and it flew at Zach Crawley, who's got terrific hands. He parried it the first time up in the air, and it bounced sort of over his head and behind him. And as he turned round to his left, he managed to get a really good left paw on it and patted it back up in the air. He then looked to try and get the rebound, but by which time Joe Root had nipped round behind him and plucked it from just out of his reach, and Joe Root will get the catch. A brilliant assist from Zach Crawley, excellent work from Mahmood, and England are on fire out there at the moment. That is one of those little moments in a game, little moments in an afternoon where you're looking to take 10 quick wickets that will give everybody a massive lift, because it could so easily have hit the deck and been disappointment all round.
How many times have we seen catches, not only at slip, but anywhere close to the bat? We see the fielder trying to recover from a drop, and they get like 29 out of 30 times they don't do it. And we see in the slow motion replay they're grappling and scrambling and trying to catch the rebound. But Crawley has done sensationally well there. I mean, having dropped it, he did manage to recover and just knocked it up, as you say, with his left hand, having dropped it. And Joe Root says, "I'll have that."
Actually, I've got my left and rights mixed up. It was the right hand. He spun round. The ball hit him so hard that he spun around to his right hand side. It almost knocked him off his feet, and it was the right hand that he got out behind him. He's got a long old reach, as Zach Crawley popped it up in the air, and gleeful Joe Root ran round and take the catch. Amazing stuff.
And I just want to reiterate the point you made there about one of the reasons that Zach Crawley dropped it. Here's Jack Leach bowls a new over, and it's driven. They're hardly blocking it, the West Indies, at the moment. But one of the reasons that Zach Crawley may have not snaffled it cleanly is, as you said, I just want to make the point, I mean, they are standing, how would you say, 3 or 4 yards closer than they would normally on a quicker wicket?
Absolutely, yeah, for sure. Reminds me of the Newlands catch. Remember back then in the New Year Test match of 2020?
Go on.
I'm trying to remember that it was right at the death during that brilliant Ben Stokes spell that wrestled the game in England's favour.
Driven up towards Ben Stokes at mid-off, and they scramble through. Well, he knocks it on as he dives to his left. I hope he hasn't inconvenienced himself. He's now flat on his back, and I don't know what is he. Oh, he's winded. Jay Dernbach's alongside me, just saying that he's winded himself, hasn't he? He tried to pick it up cleanly with his left hand, and he's just landed awkwardly, and he's winded himself, Butch.
Yeah, I think it's his. I think it's his left elbow, as it folded underneath his body, has sort of jabbed himself in the ribs with it, or in the solar plexus with his own left elbow. But he seems fine now. He's up on his feet, hands on his knees, and sucking in the big ones. He should be fine.
The elbow in the ribs, not often you can do that to yourself, is it?
That's quite good. I mean, most people would have ripped the shoulder out their socket probably doing that.
Yeah. But, Jack Leach in again outside the off stump, and it's left alone by Craig Brathwaite. He's 10 off 27, and Kumar Bonner is the new batsman. And the West Indies are 25 for 2. Early wickets for Saqib Mahmood and Jack Leach. That one's driven down the ground, and it's beaten mid-on. That's actually a very nice shot indeed from Craig Brathwaite, who's I think he's playing shots, Mark Butcher, just to try and get rid of some of the close fielders, isn't he? I mean, you can't think that he's being positive like this for any other reason.
And also, he's probably in pretty good nick, having been out there for, what was it, 480 odd deliveries. Yeah, you're seeing them quite well.
As Alex Tudor said yesterday, seeing it like a breadfruit. 29 for 2. At the end of the 10th over, that's played defensively by Craig Brathwaite. I just get the sense that we're entering we're in the most exciting period of the Test match since just before it started. That was quite exciting. Another word from Butch, and then it'll be Mark Nicholas.
I couldn't agree more, Manus. Thanks. Sorry for interrupting. There's a certain amount of end-of-term delirium that is starting to set in a little bit around these parts. The England fans that have braved all 4 and a bit days of this Test match so far will feel that they are overdue some reward for their patience. And you never know, they might just get it. I'll tell you what I wouldn't want to happen, though, is for England to have the West Indies 9 down and run out of time at the end after the shenanigans with the declaration.
Good point, Budge. That was a very odd 15 minutes before lunch, wasn't it? Very odd. 29 for 2 anyway, as Saqib Mahmood is at the end of his run, having picked up that wicket of Brooks in the previous over after the smartest bit of work between Zach Crawley and Joe Root. Piece of magic, as Butch said, lifts everybody's heart and mind. Here's Saqib now. Steams in. It's a lovely stroke, hit firmly to mid-off for no run, and nice position that Nkrumah Bonner got into with a high elbow there. Yeah, Butch, could you make head or tail of all of that? The rush for singles?
No, I don't know. Especially after Dan Lawrence kind of sacrificed himself.
Yeah.
Actually turned down two singles, didn't he, at the beginning of the over? Then slogged one up in the air and walked off. And he thought, well, okay, that's it. They're going to declare now. But no, a curious spell.
Let's not contemplate the 9 down scenario. Here's Saqib again now, pumping his arms. He gets to the crease, bangs that into the surface, back of the length. And Bonner works it leg side without much trouble. There's never been a hurry to play on the back foot on this pitch because it's so slow. I've just seen that replay again, Butch, of Zach Crawley. We get it from a different angle. At the speed of it, hurried Crawley, and that's why he didn't grab it at the first attempt. But what a parry from Crawley and what a reaction from Root. Took me back to Ian Botham and Jeff Thompson at the Melbourne Cricket Ground in 1982-83. When Jeff Miller picked up that drop catch the fumble catch by Tavare. Here we go again.
Was it Jeff Thompson, wasn't it?
Yeah, Tomo batting. Yeah, that's a good one. Big leg cutter. Must go off a crack, I think, that ball. The pitch got a few cracks opening up.
Yeah, it has. They tend to be in the wrong place, unfortunately. They're kind of sort of in no man's land, outside what would be the left-handers off stump if you're bowling from the Joel Garner end, as Saqib is. But they have opened up, I'd say, about 4 millimetres maybe, but nothing like you'd expect them to have done, given the way this pitch had started to look on day 2.
And the Joel Garner end down where the Worrell Wicks Walcott stand is, the big stand, and then the Malcolm Marshall end at the media stand end of the ground. Here comes Saqib now. And that's a half volley that's hit into the gap. Nicely placed. Might not go for 4. Should be pulled up by Stokes. Yep, 5 yards inside the rope. He pulls it up. That's fine, though. Saqib getting it up there, hoping one swings late, in or out. You don't mind him driving you. There's no real threat to lose the game.
No, absolutely not. And I think with Bonner as well, he's so comfortable just sitting back on that back stall that you want to try and get him forward as much as you possibly can. England did that in the first innings, or at least caught him on the crease with a full delivery that he stayed back to. So I think it's exactly the right way to go to him.
Joe Root's taken a lot of catches for England, 150 of them in 116 games. Saqib again, and Brathwaite just drops it out on the offside for a single. Much more urgency to Brathwaite's batting in this innings than there was at any stage through that 480 ball marathon when he held England off.
Yeah, I mean, I wouldn't sort of underestimate the thought going through his head that in order to kind of keep the body moving and keep the brain functioning, that he's having to be just a little bit more hyperactive this time. I mean, he must be unbelievably tired. He's been out there for almost the entire Test match.
But don't you think you're running on adrenaline, particularly going in as he is now with 54 overs of the match remaining? Here's Saqib again. reaches the crease and bowls pretty straight, and it's worked with one hand. Actually, the bottom hand comes off the bat, worked for no run to mid-wicket. A short leg actually turns to field it. 33 for 2. Butch, what do you think?
I think you are. I think you are running on adrenaline. Hence, he's being a little bit more hyperactive. You know, what does adrenaline do? It kind of gives you a little bit of extra sort of fidgetiness, or a little bit more activity. You're a little bit more alive, a little bit more alert. So I think that the combination of those two things is why he's being perhaps just a little bit more forceful. Also England have got plenty of gaps out there. There are runs to be made if you get a decent piece of bat on it, because England are attacking. But yeah. I would imagine that's what's going on in his head right now.
Butch, going back to our county cricket days, we'd have a lot of games like this, wouldn't we, where you'd try to bowl a side out on the last afternoon. You'd hope to get one before lunch, declared mid-morning or late morning. And then you'd have the afternoon on a slightly worn pitch with one of your spinners in operation, with one of your seamers. It's interesting. You'd have backed yourself to win it, wouldn't you, on a pitch offering a little bit of something now. England with 5 men round the bat, and down the pitch comes Brathwaite. He came down the pitch once in the first innings and should have been stumped by Ben Foakes. There he came down, hit against the spin, hit it really hard to mid-on, where Saqib did the fielding. I don't know whether he's bothered by these vultures waiting around the bat. There's a very straight, silly point, a slip, a gully, a leg slip, and a short mid-off. That's a great length and line. If that spins, it can hit the top of off stump. That's a roundabout middle and leg, and Brathwaite is well forward, blocking that ball. I reckon that leg slip can come a little squarer to leg gully. A square leg gully, indeed. Here comes Leach again from quite wide down the crease. Charging down the pitch, Brathwaite, and thumping it back past Jack Leach. Maybe the chase is on for the West Indian captain.
Well. Didn't see him do that in 489 deliveries in the first innings. There is something going on here. That is so encouraging for Jack Leach. Going back to the county cricket chat, it would happen a lot, wouldn't it, with 3-day cricket, where you'd have to set up a game running out of time. Yeah. I tell you what, in the 4-day games, if with the team that I used to play for, with Sad Lane and Salisbury in this scenario,
you'd fancy it big time.
Yeah,
you would. No, quite right. Here's Leach again. Left arm over the wicket, bowls one that just turns a little bit, and Brathwaite is back. His footwork, you're right, he's spent so much time at the wicket, everything's working. His footwork's really good. He played that so late, so well. He even appears, it's all smoke and mirrors, but he appears to have added a bit of style to his game in this innings, his brief innings so far. And he cuts now very late, chops it away. There's a chase on for Craig Overson, the Tubbs substitute fielder, and he pulls it up just inside the rope with a slide and the flick. And now he wings it back into Ben Foakes, pretty much over the top of the stumps. He's a big fella, is Overton. Appears to lumber after the ball, but he's just a bit quicker across the ground than you think he is. He's got a good pair of hands, and he definitely safely saved the boundary on that occasion. They're looking, just checking it, because he slid into that boundary foam, but all is well. Brathwaite still on strike, just a couple for that then. Here comes Leach, and that's wide of off stump, and Brathwaite leaves it alone. So at the end of the over, 39 for 2. Interesting to watch Leach. Butch, this is a different challenge, isn't it? Can you bowl him out? That's where all the expectation is centred around you.
Yeah, and he's had plenty of experience of doing this for Somerset, turning pitches down there, and this is where that experience for him should be very, very useful indeed. It's not a scenario that he's uncomfortable with.
No, he was good in Sri Lanka.
Yeah, he was tidy, good. Look, tidy's the right word. I think he's still got a lot to learn in terms of his control and variation of flight, his use of overspin and dip and all of those things in scenarios whereby you don't have the ball turning square. How else are you going to fox batsmen? How else are you going to make them make mistakes? But he's got a little bit more confidence, and Joe Root seems to have a little bit more confidence in him, which is great.
Saqib again, 2 slips of gully and a short leg, very deep short leg.
That's out. Don't worry about that. A great delivery from Saqib. Got it to bounce and nip, and Bonner has nicked it to Joe Root, who's got safe hands. Another big moment.
Would you believe it? Absolutely sensational. Saqib Mahmood is tearing in from the Joel Garner end. And again, it's a line ball, really. Back of a length. Bonner caught on the crease again, as we talked about. Doesn't like coming forward, doesn't like getting his weight going towards the ball. Mahmood has pinned him to the crease once more. He hangs the bat at it. A nick that goes flying again very, very quickly, but right at perfect catchable height, around about sort of waist high to Joe Root, who pouches it as simply as you like. And England are absolutely flying here. 3 wickets in 12.1 overs, and at the moment it's Saqib Mahmood who's the wrecking ball.
Out comes our first innings 100 maker to join the man who resisted England for more than 480 balls. So this is the pair. They did it first time round. Can they do it second time round? Jermaine Blackwood arrived to the middle, a little punch of the gloves with his captain. The line ball that probably held its line, I would say. I think it did just a little bit, nipping a little bit, and it was classy cricket all round. Exactly the ball you want for Bonner, and exactly the bloke you want on the end of the catch. So England, as Mark Butcher just said, flying at the moment. In 12 and a bit overs, they've taken 3 wickets. Never mind the odds as we heard them this morning. All of a sudden, England are favourites here. Awful lot of cricket left in the day. 7 wickets to take. Saqib ecstatic.
Is that the first? I mean, I've not got a stato with me at the moment, but 3 wickets in 12 overs. That can't have happened in the top order in this match before, in 4 and a bit days.
No, definitely not. No, England were 1 down at lunch on the first day for a start. Here's Saqib now to bowl to Blackwood, who goes forward and plays it nicely. Gets forward and gets in line, and the bat straight. That's the value of first innings runs. The second innings seems less daunting.
Oh, a lot of rattle from England now, as you can imagine. Short leg and a man about 15 yards in front of square on the leg side, mid-on, and the fine leg, but then you've got the 2 catches and a fine gully.
Saqib pumping his arms, head nice and still, reaches the crease. That's the same sort of line, but a bit shorter than the one that got Bonner, and Blackwood jumps a little to play it on the back foot. 3 for 25 in 38 balls if we go from wicket to wicket. Just looking at these England catches, Joe Root 151 now in 116 tests. Similar test, Colin Cowdrey, they said was a fine slipper. He was a fine slipper, 120 catches in 114 tests. So 2 tests fewer, but 31 fewer catches. Nearest to Root is Andrew Strauss with 121 in 100 tests, then Ian Botham 120 in 102 tests. Here's Saqib again, and that's banged into the surface as well, forcing Blackwood back. I think he'll fire one up there full in a minute, because he's got him right back in the depth of the crease, defending high, straight bat, punching it back down the pitch. These are tense moments, make no mistake.
Yeah, I think Saqib Mahmood is trying to set up Jermaine Blackwood here. A couple of deliveries have been banged into the pitch hard, trying to push him back. Just wonder if we might get the one going for the stumps next.
Yeah, I think so. 2 slips in a gully there as well. Also short, really hit the pitch hard there. Wow, you can hear the grunt in his delivery stride. 5 balls of the over gone as Blackwood again stood up to play it, punched it back. He's like a strong little boxer, little middleweight. He comes jabbing back at you, does Blackwell. There's a great contest between 2 fired up men. Tapping of the ground again. Number 25, Saqib Mahmood, powers in. No, he hits the same area, 3 or 4 in a row there, and all defended on the back foot by Blackwood. Jared Kimber's got something for us.
Yeah, Cricket's just had a look at those wickets for us, and on the Shamar Brooks ball, there was no deviation at all. but on the Bonner ball, that nipped away 0.6 degrees. So I think the first one was probably an error from Shamar Brooks, but that last one was a really good ball by Mamu to get any deviation on this pitch off the seam. And it was probably one of the few times that he had a dead bolt upright seam. Quite often he doesn't go with that, so he did get a little bit from the surface there.
The ball to Brooks was just a tad fuller, so it probably drew him wider. That's the beauty of line allied to finding the right length for the right surface. You've got to try to draw the batsman ever so slightly out of position. You don't want to bowl into his arc of defence. And there's a great skill in that. All the maestros, they move you around the crease ever so slightly, so you're not quite where you think you are, and then the mistake comes. Going to be more of Leach. We've seen a lot of Jack Leach in this match. 69 overs and 5 balls in the first innings. 4 overs already in this one. He has 1 for 16. He bowls now to Craig Brathwaite, a perfect left-arm spinner, pitching on the right length, the right line, and forward comes Brathwaite, as he did so often in the first innings, to defend, and it rolls out to the silly point fielder, who I think under all that gear is Dan Lawrence.
Bumped into Jack Leach.
Another block forward, no run.
Bumped into Leachy at breakfast this morning. He said he was more than up for racking up the 100 today.
It's been done just 3 or 4 times before, 100 overs in innings by an English spinner. Here comes Leach, and that's another. They're all 3 similar, really. All pitching pretty straight and played quite well on the front foot by Craig Brathwaite. 21 he has. Blackwood yet to get off the mark. 39 for 3 if you've just turned on. England are knocked 3 over. Gunning for victory this afternoon. Leach again. Over pitch this time, and Brathwaite whips it away on the leg side without timing it, but he does get 2. There's nobody out there. Completely different field from the first innings, where there was somebody out there all the time. England aren't in the business of worrying about runs here. Striving for wickets. Lots of applause and encouragement around the bat, as you would expect. The vultures hunting their prey. Leach again. Nice. The ooh and the ah is because they know that line is so difficult to play if the ball does spin. It's about a middle and leg line that he's pitching that, certainly middle, from quite wide on the crease. Very unusual too to see the man at Gully in a helmet and on his knees. So I saw Marcus Trescothick do that once, and of course he's one of England's coaches. Very unusual. He's staying down right on his knees. It's a good ball. Wait for one of those to turn. Brathwaite having to play it. End of a good over from Leach. Fascinating stuff. 41 for 3, Butch. The target 282, and the target for England 10 wickets, of which they've got 3.
Yeah, and they will be feeling very, very confident about cracking this open now. See, all-rounder Jason Holder comes in at number 6, and you've got De Silva after him and the bowlers. And yeah, I mean, it's just the possibility is more than hoving into view, isn't it? It's completely doable.
Holder has the technique to resist, for sure.
Yeah, and the heart too.
Yeah, and the heart. But there's a long way to go. Where are you staying? You said you were staying in the same hotel as the England guys.
Yeah, a place called Accra Beach.
I know Accra Beach. Yeah, South Coast.
Correct.
Here's Saqib Mahmood. In he comes. Good, strong figure, and that's a great delivery. Just bounces from a tad back of the length. Blackwood chose to play it off the back foot, and also ended up taking his bottom hand off the bat as it bounced a little awkwardly, a little higher than he might have expected, and maybe nipped back a tad. What we've seen here on a couple of occasions already is the old adage: you don't need the ball to move much. Get on a green deck and it can go sideways, and batsmen just miss every ball, but when it just does a little bit, you can nick it, and that's what England are searching for here. Here's Saqib again. And that does nip away, and he plays and misses. It's a low bouncer, and it grubs a bit to Ben Foakes, who ends up on his knees cleaning it up.
That one just moved away as well off the seam. There's a little bit of a puff of dust, and the ball jagged away from Blackwood. I think all the West Indies batters are being sucked into thinking that Saqib Mahmood has got the ball moving in. It did predominantly when he bowled in the first innings because he bowled with the old ball. But this ball is a little bit newer, and he's just getting it to do a little bit of something away from batters who are expecting the ball to come in and hit their stumps, and it's moving away from them.
Here we go again. Nice line and length. Very good indeed. It's good defence, I have to say that, but I'm going to make a little statement here. Butcher, there's something about Saqib that looks a Test cricketer to me.
Yeah, for sure. Absolutely. I mean, it's a point of difference, isn't it? He's not your archetypal English seamer. He's not a Chris Wokes type. He's a type of bowler that, given a kookaburra ball and a surface that you're not relying on lateral movement off the seam, is going to still be able to make things happen for you. Somebody like Dean Headley, he was that type of bowler too.
Here we go. Well bowled. I would say now, though, as Blackwood knocks it away on the legs, that I would say now is the time to pitch it up. I reckon he's banged a lot into the surface, which will take a heck of a lot out of him. And I think the full ball now, Blackwood's played every ball either from the crease or in the crease. And if he finishes this over without getting one up there, I would think Root could just have a little word with him. And just say, just mix your length a little bit. Fifth ball of this over from Saqib Mahmood. That's banged in shorter, and he jumps to defend it, and it careers off to gully for no run. This is real hardcore. These are the sort of balls that jar the bottom hand, Butch.
Yeah, absolutely. And again, he's got his man back. You have to think that he's bowling entirely to this plan. He's got it in his head. He's trying to set his man up, push him back. And we know that Saqib's got a brilliant Yorker. His first Test wicket might have come with one had he kept his foot behind the line.
Oh, we want to see it speared in at pace. No, he's kind of got a rhythm now, hasn't he, on that length? It's the same thing. Defend on the back foot, and he survives. Blackwood, but not without alarm. 41 for 3 as drinks come onto the field of play. And I'm going to hand over to Barry Wilkinson in Barbados.
Thank you very much. Well, it's a very interesting Test match. It's come alive, to tell the truth. I just came from outside, and I was speaking to a couple of members of the Barmy Army, and they reckon that England will win this. In fact, a couple of Barmy Army spectators that were at the hotel decided to take today off, have come into the ground, and all of a sudden the crowd has looked a little bit bigger. And you could be in for an exciting final session of this 5-day game, which has been certainly topsy-turvy, and many people were saying that the pitch was the problem, and perhaps it has not been at its best, but it could very well produce results or even leave something very exciting heading to St George's, Grenada on Thursday. Steve Harmison is back with me. Steve, 41 for 3, 15 gone, still a possible 50 to go. How do you see it from here?
It's been a good start from England. I thought Fisher and Wokes used the new ball. They bowled tidily. Jack Leach came on, and the prize first wicket of John Campbell, and from that moment England have been in control. Brathwaite looks again like he did in the first innings, in sublime touch. Timed the ball beautifully down the ground. He's still looking for, I say this with all due respect to Craig Brathwaite, he's trying to be positive, and it's not his natural game to be positive, but I think on this surface I think you need positive movements, and that's certainly what the West Indian captain has done. He's in good touch, got a lot of runs under his belt. It's just whether, I think, mentally can he hold out for what's left in this game, because there's been a lot asked of the West Indian captain and the two guys at the crease now batted for a long time in that first innings. But England have been excellent. The catching, very good. Saqib Mahmood, he's hit the deck hard from that Joel Garner end. And what is in the pitch, there's a little bit of inconsistent bounce, as you can imagine, on a fifth day, and he's skiddier, slight trajectory pierced through the air. He's just got one to stand up. Squared Nakoma Bonner around. Take the catch off Joe Root, and England taking wickets at the right time just to keep their spirits going. So from that point of view, at drinks in the middle of the session, in the middle of the day, you feel as though England are definitely in the box seats, and just hope that with 50 overs to go, they've given themselves enough time to win this cricket match.
So the drinks are off, and Jack Leach has got the ball again. We're not yet ready to restart. It seems to me like umpire Joe Wilson is having a chat with Jack Leach about something. Not quite sure what's the matter, but Bradford is taking guard. There's a slip, a very short gully, and a silly mid-off. They're really putting some pressure there on Craig Bradford. There's also a leg slip. This is a very interesting field, and Joe Wilson says we're ready to play. Bradford uses the bail as usual to just make his mark, a la Shivlan Shandapur. He says let's play, and we are about to restart. Here comes the left arm spin of Leach now, and bowls to Bradford, and Bradford is on the front foot in defence. Plays the ball just along the ground to the hands there of the fielder at short leg. That's a silly mid-off correction. So another 49 overs remaining. The West Indies needing a highly improbable 241 more to win. England needs 7 wickets. Here he comes in again and bowls outside around the off-stump. Once you don't make Bradford play, he's going to leave it all day. So England have got to be a bit more attacking with the ball. Yeah, Jack's got to get his line that little bit straighter. Make sure that he's got to pitch it on the stumps, and if it goes straight on, and obviously the natural variation. Well flighted, driven, back to the bowler who gets a hand to it. Deflects it into the offside. No run there for him. If he bowls outside off stump, then the West Indian captain's comfortable leaving that all day. So the more balls Jack Leach can bowl on the stumps, hopefully the pitch will play for him. Leach bowls again on the line of the middle stump. Bradford forced to play, but with very soft hands. He's crafted that very soft hand approach well, because you've got a slip, you've got the short gully, you've got a silly mid-off, you've got a leg slip. Anything that pops up could end up like John Campbell taking a catch there, who was out caught earlier. Here comes Leach again and bowls short, and Bradford is on the back foot and cutting well through the vacant point area. He won't get a boundary, but he'll get a couple of runs for sure. And 2 runs to take his tally now to 25, and the total now to 43 for 3. Good shot by Craig Bradford. Joe Root had just brought Matt Fisher up from the sort of cover point boundary into the circle. Come on, lads. Leach just dragged it down a little bit when he tries to bowl that little bit slower. The ball before was 92 kilometres an hour. That one was 87. Leach to bowl to Bradford. Bang on middle stump. Bradford defending into the offside, and there's no run. The over ends. 16 gone. A possible 49 left in terms of overs for the West Indies. And they are 43 for 3. Needing 282 runs to win. England needs 7 wickets. Anything's still possible, but this game is certainly heading for an exciting climax on the final day of the second test before they head to St George's Grenada tomorrow. The Grenadians haven't really been studying too much about cricket, because there's a big price increase in the price of wheat tomorrow, and flour is going up by 16%, and there's a big protest in Grenada tomorrow, so perhaps the cricket might be a secondary thing. Big protest in Grenada, yeah. Something to look forward to when we get there. We thought we're getting away from all the protests coming over to the Caribbean islands, away from the UK. Confusion here. So Ben Stokes walks up from mid-off after Jack Leach over, gives his cap to the umpire, then told by Joe Root, no, you're not bowling, I'm bowling. Saki Mahmood gives his hat to the umpire. He was bowling. I just wondered if Joe Root thought about changing ends for Jack Leach, and that's what he was thinking about, bowling himself. Mahmood bowls to Blackwood, who's played the ball into the onside, wants a single. He'll get it now because it was misfielded there. And that 1 run achieved. I think it was Lees who might have just overrun that. He got down, but he didn't pick it up, and a single was achieved, and Blackwood is off and running from that perspective. He's finally on 1 after facing some 12 balls. It's 44 for 3, and they've seen something here about Craig Bradford, because they continue to beef up the slip cordon and be a bit more attacking when Bradford is batting. There's one slip, but they're two gullies, or perhaps you can say a first slip and a fourth slip in a gully. Here comes Mahmood and bowls to Brathwaite, and Brathwaite is turning this one dangerously, just short of the field that short leg. But that could have very well carried had he played it with a bit more firmness.
Two catches at sort of fifth slip and gully. Very, very close. Crawley and Lawrence, two big men. I think they're there for the ball that bounces off Saqib Mahmood, off sort of back of a length. Roots took two catches, one obviously an assist by Crawley. They're the only two catches that have gone to slip in the whole match. And that's largely down to that little bit skiddier injection of pace from Saqib Mahmood.
Saqib again bowls to Brathwaite, who's on driving. Straight to Ben Stokes at the mid-on area, and there's no run.
Again, good bowling. Back on to off stump, making the West Indian captain use his bat and play. All modes of dismissal are in the game there when you bowl that line and that length. It's so important that he keeps his pace up. His pace now with 135, 136, 135, 133, 132 have been in this over. He needs to keep that pace up, intensity, not only to the crease but actually through it as well.
Saqib again, bowls to Brathwaite, is driving. The bowler doesn't stop it, but he kind of parries it to the mid-off. Where Ben Stokes is fielding. He might have a very crucial role to play too. He hasn't bowled yet. Woakes has bowled 4. Fisher has bowled 2. Leach has bowled 6, and Mahmood is in his 5th. We haven't seen Stokes yet, but I'm sure he's going to play some kind of role like he has in a lot of famous England matches. The great Ben Stokes.
I just wonder if they're going to change ends for Jack Leach. Bowl Jack Leach from a Joel Garner end, and whether Stokes bowls from the Malcolm Marshall end. Jack Leach to return straight after this over from Saqib Mahmood at the Joel Garner end. Just trying to vary things up. Joe Root trying to keep it fresh. See, tired bodies. Nearly 188 overs in the first innings in the field.
As the delivery is short, Brathwaite is defending, pushing it back down the ground to Stokes at mid-off, and there's still no run. I think that could be right, because it seemed to me that was going to be the move a moment ago, but then they decided, look, we're going to just do what we originally planned, and that very well might be the thought process. We'll wait and see.
I think Saqib would say, look, give me one more. I think Joe Root was looking to just bridge the gap in between and asked his fast bowler to give him one. The fast bowlers asked him to have one more over. He's feeling good, feeling confident. He's got 2 for 8 of 4.5. Good to see. Took control of the situation. Got one ball left. Can he be rewarded for that one extra over?
Here he comes with again now. Bowls to the captain, Craig Brathwaite. And Brathwaite is driving just to the right of the fielder there at the gully position, down to the boundary for 4. But that was pretty close, and it was not a very controlled shot at all by Craig Brathwaite. He's got 4 for it, but very lucky on that occasion to end the over with the West Indies chasing 282 to win, or 48 for 3 with Brathwaite 29, Blackwood 1, and we have about 46 more overs left after this.
So close for Saqib Mahmood. He's pitched it up. There's a puff of dust. A little bit of disturbance of the pitch. Full skiddy. It's just gone to the right hand, well wide of Dan Lawrence at gully. If you're going to flash hard, and that's what Craig Brathwaite did. He flashed hard. See it again on our replay screen. Just leant back a touch, middle of the bat, gone off the face towards that gully region, but went past Dan Lawrence in a flash to the third man boundary, and 4 welcome runs for the West Indies.
So Jack Leach is going to continue. Here he comes in now and bowls to Blackwood, and Blackwood is on the front foot and defends, pushes the ball to cover. They're very, very happy with the not only the field but also the situation in the match, where they feel that Blackwood could perhaps do something at any minute that can give them a chance. They're chatting all around his ears as he comes in now and bowls to Blackwood, who's on the front foot again in defence. We saw great powers of concentration by Jermaine Blackwood in that first innings. He didn't do much silly, perhaps only when he got out, when he left the ball that was pitched straight on, but he showed tremendous amount of constraint. Let's see if he continues to do that in this second innings. As Leach bowls to him again, he's flicking into the vacant space there. He's going to get a couple of runs, won't get 4. He gets 1. The captain, Joe Root, is chasing it, and they're going to come back for the third, which they should take rather comfortably. 3 runs achieved there to Jermaine Blackwood. The 50 comes up for the West Indies. They're 51 for 3. He has got 4, 29 to Bradford.
You talk about the powers of concentration. They had that in abundance in the first innings, but also England fielders be mindful of the brain fade that Jermaine Blackwood had at Antigua trying to save the game. An almighty heave across the line to a vacant leg side field, exactly what there is there now. Vacant leg side field, completely made a hash of it, missed it, LBW. So England will be reminding them of that around the bat.
This delivery is on the front foot, on the off stump. Bradford comes on the front foot and defends it and just plays it along the ground. You've got to be very brave to be playing that kind of forward defensive with those fielders around the bat just waiting to snap you up. But Bradford does it again successfully, pushing the ball this time to the cover area.
Brilliant, buddy.
Getting a lot of support from Ben Foulkes, the keeper. He's been very, very vocal. Just 2 fielders on the onside. That must be enticing. As Leach again bowls to Bradford, and Bradford is on the front foot and defends. This is good cricket from the West Indies captain. Another dot ball. 18 overs gone, 47 remain. The Windies are 51 for 3. Bradford 29, Blackwood 4. The last man gone, Bonner, caught by Root off of Mahmood for 3. As the West Indies lost 3 in quick succession. Campbell, Brooks, and then Bonner.
Joe Root's decided that he's going to bring himself on now. Wind still relatively strong. Party standers starting to get going. Dancers are dancing away down to, as we look, if they were bowling from the Malcolm Marshall end, it would be a fine leg for the right-hander. English fans are just waiting for that something special to happen. Joe Root will hope that himself, try and get the ball to do something outside the footmarks of what little footmarks there is outside Jermaine Blackwood's off stump. Clouds have gone. I think we're good to go for the rest of the day now. It's all about England. 47 overs to get 7 wickets to win what would be a fantastic win in the second test match here in Barbados.
Yeah, so Root's come on. He's giving Mahmood a little break. Here he comes with his off spin down and bowls to Blackwood, and Blackwood is driving, or defending really, playing it back to Root.
What this also does is, when you're trying to utilise all the skills you've got at your disposal from an England captain's point of view.
Blackwood looking to turn that into the onside. Benfield collects and there's no run.
Got Jack Leach throwing the ball into the dirt. Left arm spin, but Joe Root as well. And that accelerates the reverse swing if you've got spin bowlers bowling into the rough.
There's a shout for LBW. Now it says the umpire. I don't think they will review that. That was down the leg side and it was also a bit high.
So I don't think England have got really the artillery for a bouncer war. So I would imagine they'll try and once the ball does stop swinging, try and get the ball roughed up as quickly as they possibly can.
This delivery is again on the line of the off stump, played into the onside and there's no run.
And utilise Stokes and Mahmood and Fisher ability to reverse swing the ball. See if they can get that. So that's what Root's coming on here now to do as well, land the ball inside the rough.
Here he comes again, a ball short. There goes Blackwood on the back foot and punches it straight to cover. Johnny Bairstow's there. No run for the West Indies. They've been kept quiet. Still 46 overs remain. They gotta try and bat as Root turns and comes to again. Ball has all spin to Blackwood, and Blackwood is looking to turn this into the onside. There might have been a bit of bat on that. There was a bit of a shout, catch it. In the end, it just goes into the offside and there's no run. The over ends and a good one from Joe Root. He starts with a maiden. It's 51 for 3. Bracket 29, Blackwood's 4. The Windies set 282 to win. Possible 46 more overs, and they are still in a spot of bother that England want to get 7 wickets. To tell you all about it, here's Neil Manthorpe.
Thank you very much indeed, Barry Wilkinson. Yeah, well, it's not much time left in terms of the overs, but they've rattled the bars of the cage, that's for sure, England. And you sense that they will need another wicket.
So the energy levels mustn't be at the highest because of what they've gone through in this test match so far, but with a thought and a chance to win a test match overseas, something that hasn't happened for a while. It's last big effort by Ben Stokes to try and rally the crowd again.
Stokes' first delivery is 2 full, 2 straight, and clipped away just for a single by Craig Brathwaite out towards mid-wicket, and they trot through for another comfortable single. What a test match Brathwaite has had. He's up to 30 now to add to his 160 in the first innings. I'll tell you what, at the start of the last over, Harmy, I thought Ben Stokes was about to rip the ball out of whoever's hand it was in. He was determined to have a bowl, wasn't he? I mean, he's bristling. I mean, this is Ben Stokes at his absolute best. He wants to be involved. He knows this is a critical time. Punched off the back foot out towards extra cover, and the Ashes, he was his own biggest critic afterwards, and I think possibly by general consensus put too much of the blame upon himself. But this is from about 15 minutes ago right up until tea, he knows this is a critical stage and he wants to be at the middle of it.
Yeah, he does, and we've seen this many times before, haven't we, Manners? He gets the ball in his hand.
Defended off the back foot straight to Stokes, no run.
Gets the ball in his hand. A bit too eager there. It's a no ball. Just a little bit too eager, but he gets the ball in his hand just before a session. Tries to rally the crowd, give his teammates some energy, put the pressure on the West Indian batsman, and I thought he was going to bowl from a Joel Garner end. There was 3 of them converged, and all 3 of them had their hats off, and it was decided Mahmood was going to have a go. I thought it might have been just for Jack Leach to have a little bit of a change of ends, but Stokes is back from the Malcolm Marshall end. Started quite well, hit the deck hard, just overstepped that last ball.
Here he is once again, 2 slips in a gully and a short leg. That's left alone outside the off stump by Jermaine Blackwood. No doubt that in my mind that England see Jermaine Blackwood as and I think this is the right term, you'll be able to correct me, an ego player, and it was Blackwood, wasn't it, in the first innings, who Ben Stokes had tried to pick a fight with, just to see if he could get some response that might distract him. Blackwood is on strike once more, and that's flicked away out towards square leg. It's actually ricocheted into Alex Lees, who's fielding at short leg under the helmet. I don't think it was, well, it wasn't a chance. It's hit off the middle of the bat. But it was there anything said about, do you think there will be any action taken?
I don't think so. I think Blackwood come out after the game and he said, it's Test cricket, I love it, the banter's great, I love going sort of toe to toe with the opposition, and I thought he diffused it very, very well, because it did get heated for a short period.
Pushed away defensively up on the offside, and there's no run. There's the sort of the match referees draw the line at physical contact, don't they? And there was just a little bit of sort of, well, you might say handbags at 10 paces.
A little bit, but it wasn't much in it. You look at Jermaine Blackwood, he's not the tallest, quite vertically challenged. Ben Stokes, big lad. I don't think it was going to be it was a heavyweight against a paperweight, so it was never really going to be a fair contest.
No, I think he just wanted to get him into a verbal joust, didn't he? Here's Stokes once again, bowls. That's a good line, just outside the off stump. Tempting, but not tempting enough, and Blackwood was able to leave that one alone. He's 4 off 27 balls. Craig Brathwaite 30 off 57. 20 overs gone, 53 for 3, 45 remaining. Just a reminder that England declared at lunch, at the end of lunch, I might add, just to make things a bit more awkward for the West Indian openers, on 185 for 6, and they've taken 3 wickets. John Campbell caught at short leg by Alex Lees off Jack Leach for 10. Shamar Brooks and Kumar Bonner both caught by Joe Root at first slip off the bowling of Shakib Mahmood. Any word on Joe Root's back injury? We saw him wearing a back brace just before the declaration, which looked, well, fearsome, to be honest. And he only bowled 3 overs in the first innings, and so we assume that it is because of the back issues that he's having. But he's putting the pain to one side because he knows his team need him to bowl now, and he actually looks like he wants to bowl. He's not just forcing himself to do it, and he's a good wicket-taking option on this pitch.
Yeah, he is on this surface. I think this is the right thing to do. I think he is an option to get the ball to turn. There's enough foot marks outside off stump, and it's whether the England captain is flexibly able enough to bowl a substantial spell.
Punched off the back foot to Johnny Bairstow at cover again, and there's no run. But is the back been problematic for a while, or has it just become more stiff and inflexible on this tour? It's punched off the back foot out towards mid-wicket. Maybe it's those little planes you have to fly around between islands in.
Come on, lads, come on, boys.
Not really. I think the plane's it's a decent size from that point of view. Sitting at the front, England captain, he's all right on that.
That's pushed out towards short leg. Yeah, I forget you're flying between major tourist islands. It's not like you have to go to St Kitts on those little 15-seaters. Here is Root once again. Leg slip. Oh, there's a big appeal for leg before wicket. Look a bit high. Certainly is, according to umpire Nigel Digood, who says not out. 54 for 3. Craig Brathwaite 31. Jermaine Blackwood has 4. And just good turn, and quite quick turn as well from Joe Root. It's a pretty weathered pitch, but it's still behaving largely very well indeed. That once more punched off the back foot by Blackwood only as far as mid-off, and there's no run. The overs are ticking down. There is just 44 remaining, but England will be telling themselves that victory is still possible. 44 overs. I mean, I know, Harmy, 44 overs at the beginning of a test match is very different to 44 overs at the end of a test match.
Absolutely, 100%, especially with the wear and tear that this pitch is, how much disintegration it has in the course of the last probably 24 hours. This time yesterday it started to go, and now I think it's in a position where we could conceivably get a result with 44 overs to go, but somebody's going to have to do something special. Somebody's going to have to put their hand up, and more often than not, when that's the case, Ben Stokes.
Yes, exactly right, and not this time. Pushed away defensively up to mid-on, and there's no run. There's a fever of activity. I can smell Jared's brain in overdrive. He's working on something. He's I don't think he's quite ready, but he's picked the microphone up.
I'm always ready.
No, but you were making notes on your electronic notepad there, and I thought you were still compiling your dossier of fascinating facts. Here is Stokes again. It hits the outside half of the bat. They kept it a bit low. Gosh, Brathwaite survives though. 54 for 3.
Do you want Joe Root or Blackwood first?
Blackwood.
I double dossiered.
You did.
Jermaine Blackwood's one of my favourite cricketers, as you'll know, because at any moment he could hit the ball over mid-off for 6 or miss it by 1.5 foot and get bowled, and that's exactly what Test cricket should be about. Did you know he's beaten England with 2 incredible fourth innings knocks before?
The listeners have moved to the edge of their seats Here's Stokes again. Forward comes Brathwaite, pushing up towards mid-off. No run.
So he averages 31 in Test cricket. So in Test cricket, he's really struggled. Against England, he averages 46. Against England in the fourth innings, he averages 49. And within those, in Southampton in 2020, he basically was the difference between the two teams and won that Test for the West Indies. They don't win a lot of games away from home. That was a very big deal. But he's also won another game for the West Indies against England in Bridgetown.
Tell us more after this ball. Stokes in, and Brathwaite's leaping upwards to keep this one out, and it didn't bounce half as much as he expected. Go on.
They were chasing 192 on a pitch that had fallen apart. A lot harder to bat on than this particular wicket. A lower scoring game as well in general, I think, from memory. But they were really struggling, the West Indies, and they had fallen to, I think they were 80 for 4 when Blackwood was in. And he scored 47 off 104 balls with 4 fours and a 6. And basically took...
Stokes again to Brathwaite, blocks it defensively up towards mid-off. Once more fielded by Wokes.
And counter-attacked a little bit. And because of that, they never really struggled. In the end, I think it was him. I'm trying to think who he was batting with. Oh, it must have been Darren Bravo. Him and Darren Bravo completely deflated the game, whereas at one stage it looked like England would sneak home there. So twice in the fourth innings, he's been monumental in the West Indies beating England before. And he's not had the most spectacularly pretty career outside of playing against England.
Stokes again, tries to bowl it back of a length, but it bounces like an ordinary length delivery, nudged out on the onside. And there's no run. Harmy, I think you need to nip off to the commentary box, but the atmosphere is raucous. Barmy Army are really in full voice.
It is. They're getting behind Ben Stokes, and the problem with Ben Stokes in the last over, he bowled some very, very good balls in some challenging areas, but unfortunately he's bowled a Craig Brathwaite. I think he managed to sort of under-edge him towards slip. Some really good areas proven by Ben Stokes, and unfortunately he's come up against a guy who is in unbelievable form and touch. Came into the Test match with a double 100 in first class cricket, and since then he's looked nice touch, great balance, discipline's been excellent. The way he's kept England at bay has been a real credit to him and the West Indian cricket team. And unfortunately, from an England point of view, they seem to be bowling all their best balls at the West Indian captain. Ben Stokes did it in that last over, and the support is just starting to get going, and they're going to need that, because 43 overs to go. They're going to need something special, and they're going to need some help.
Thanks, Harmy. And if you do hear anything, an update on what to expect from the pitch in Grenada, do let us know, won't you? Here is Jack Leach back into the attack, and it spins past the outside edge of Blackwood's defensive bat into the gloves of Folks. 54 for 3. You were going to tell us about Joe Root as well. You've done Jermaine Blackwood.
See what you did, though. You picked Blackwood first, and Root's been taken out of the attack now. So, Joe Root, I figured that I know he struggles with right-handers, but that he'd have a pretty good record against them in the fourth innings of Test.
Leach in, wide and left alone by Blackwood.
And so I looked that up. Against left-handers in the fourth innings of Test, Joe Root averages 14. Really likes bowling for left-handers at the end of games. Obviously, he's only coming on when no one else is getting wickets, and it's probably ragging.
Very wide outside the off-stump, and rather than leaving it alone, Jermaine Blackwood square cuts out towards the boundary. Wokes is in pursuit, keeps them down to 2.
Against right-handers in the fourth innings of Test matches, he averages 60. So, with 2 right-handers at the crease, that's sort of limiting the sort of impact that he can have. I don't think in this Test match he hasn't bowled a lot because of his back, although his back is clearly a problem. I think it's just that they've just got so many right-handers in this lineup.
Leach ought to be enjoying that, and he's into one of them, Blackwood. He plays defensively this time, and there's no run. Jack Leach has really, it's been a monumental physical effort from him, and he is getting more turn now, finally, on the last day. This one is pushed away unconvincingly by Blackwood. He's pushing from some way from his body. I mean, it spun away from him, and he could have left it alone, but it seemed like he was committed to defending, and that's what he did. 3 men around the bat. Gully helmeted on his knees. Orthodox slip and a wide leg slip as Leach is in again past the outside edge. Blackwood pushing at this one, and substantial turn there from Jack Leach, as I said, is finally getting some real good purchase, Jay Dernbach, and he deserves it after the work he's done.
Yeah, he certainly earned his way to this point to be getting those sorts of rewards. Unfortunately, just doing too much there. Such a special delivery, pitching on the stumps and turning prodigiously away. Good work once again from Ben Foakes behind the stumps, who's had a decent game besides the one missed stumping. I think in all the overs England being appealed, he's done a fairly decent job. But yeah, Jack Leach again getting some prodigious turn, and with 2 right-handers in, there's still opportunities to take wickets here.
He is very good against right-handers, but it doesn't actually matter as much in the 4th innings for him, because he's also one of the world's best bowlers in the world in the 4th innings.
Ben Stokes up to the crease now, bowls, and defended by Brathwaite once more. 56 for 3, don't worry about the target. 282, they're not going to get that, the West Indies. It's all about the overs and the wickets. 41 overs left after this, 56 for 3.
But he is very good against right-handers in the 4th inning specifically. He has 23 wickets in Test cricket, an average of 17 against right-handers in the 4th innings.
And I'm just wondering how many 4th innings he's actually bowled in.
10.
Right, okay, that's a reasonable sample size then. Stokes in again, bounce, and Brathwaite takes his bottom hand off the bat. I'm not sure that it bounced that much.
It's not as many as you'd think he would have bowled in. You should have more wickets than that as well, but he has bowled 987 balls, so it's a very good sample size. He's a brilliant bowler to right-handers all the way through the game. It's left-handers that cause him the majority of his problem, but he's also very old-fashioned in that he's a spinner who doesn't do very good until the end. The opposite of someone like Nathan Lyon.
Well, Ben Stokes, he's still running in. I mean, he always runs in with intent and purpose, but he just has that's pushed defensively again by Brathwaite up towards mid-off. Something about Stokes, he gives off this aura of energy, doesn't he? And when he really knows that it's a big moment, he just bristles.
He comes to life, doesn't he? And he's infectious in that sense. If just as the paying public or the viewing public, let alone his teammates on the field. So he certainly is a commander of respect in that sense. And yes, he's an all-giving cricketer. He's bustling in
outside the off stump and left alone. This will be a good test for particularly Jermaine Blackwood, you feel. You kind of get the sense that Craig Brathwaite's already passed every test that he's sat in this particular game.
Yeah, certainly in the sense of Blackwood likes to play a few shots, so this is a different sort of scenario for him. It's going to test a different element of his game, and having Ben Stokes running in at you as accurate as he is, and he's actually getting the ball to talk from this somewhat docile surface. The odd ball lifting, the odd ball staying low.
Here's Stokes once more, bangs it in, effort ball outside the off stump, defended. Bairstow fields at cover. 56 for 3. We've not had a run for a couple of overs, 3 overs actually.
Ben Stokes is probably made to be a fairly good 4th innings bowler because he hits the pitch so hard, and his general ball is probably coming back in, other than occasionally when he bowls with the newer ball. In the first innings of the match, he averages 32. Second innings 35, third 30, and in the 4th innings he averages 23.7.
A slip and 2 gullies as Brathwaite comes forward, pushes that one square of the wicket on the offside, and there's no run. That's 24 overs gone, and there are still 41 remaining. I just get the feeling that if that comes down to about 30 or just below 30, and there's still 3 wickets down, the sort of tension in the game, I think, will begin to quite quickly dissipate.
Yeah, I think you can see that. I think even the crowd have sensed that over there in Bridgetown, Barbados, trying to get behind this side. They know this is an important phase of the game. If anything is going to happen, it's going to be now, as you say, Manners. In the next 10 overs, it will depict where this game either peters off into a draw or whether England can really force a victory. But it's all going to happen in the next 10 overs.
If you've just joined us and you know, because it's getting close and you think there's a chance of a victory, it's important to note that this is an incredibly weak West Indies tail.
Forward comes Blackwood to Leach, no run.
The last time England played the West Indies in Bridgetown, Jason Holder made 200 batting at number 8. He's now batting at number 6. De Silva has yet to make consistent test runs, batting at number 7. And then you've got the bowlers, a couple of which you can hold a bat.
Here is Leach once again. Forward comes Blackwood. Just to point out that this very, very weak tail that Jared's talking about batted 45 overs in the first innings.
It was a slightly friendlier pitch, to be fair to them. Joseph and Roach can certainly stay in for a while, but they're not, all-rounders.
Leach again. Forward comes Blackwood, defending, no run.
And Virasamy, Pamal and Jaden Seals are probably more traditional tail-enders. But there have been some very strong West Indies batting orders with, Holder and other players coming in later on. That's not the case anymore.
Oh, go back a few years, Ian Bishop was a very useful number 8, wasn't he? That spun and bounced outside the off stump. And there's been a few fast bowlers. Malcolm Marshall's terrific. He was an all-rounder at the end of his career.
Didn't Curtly Ambrose say to us he had one good batting year, 1988? And then he gave it up after that.
Yeah.
He had 1 year where he averaged about 30. He was like, I can do this. I don't want to do it anymore.
That's right. He batted number 9. Forward comes Blackwood again, defending towards mid-wicket. And there's no run. 56 for 3.
But I think in one of those test matches we covered, they might have had... I forgot his name. The all-rounder from Guyana might have been batting at number 9 as well. Bowls outswing.
Here's Leach once again, and chopped away behind square. Actually, no, sorry, in front of square on the offside, and they'll run through for 2 more. Oh, Mark Nicholas has just popped out to get himself some dinner, and we all have to pop out from time to time. We're always concerned we might have missed something of importance. And as I hand over commentary to him, I can tell him that we've had 5 successive maidens.
Well, yeah, what I have seen, though, is that Jack Leach, when he gets up and over his action, is getting much more bounce. But when he gets round his action, when he comes a little wide, he's undercutting the ball a bit, and that tends to be the ball that he bowls very straight, the sort of middle and leg, middle stump ball. And Jay Dernbach's nodding his approval of that bit of analysis.
Yeah, I completely agree, because actually it's quite weird with the headphones on. You can hear his feet, so when he gets up, you can hear the distinct tapping of his feet.
Ben Stokes steams in now, bowls a bouncer that Brathwaite ducks underneath. They used to say that some of the greats in the old days, Jack Hobbs used to come and watch Surrey, they reckon, and when he was going blind, he could still tell you what sort of shot had been played because of the sound that the ball made on the bat. I don't suppose he could tell you where it had gone, but he could certainly tell you whether it was sweetly timed or not. And one or two others I've heard that about. And they say that there are a lot of golfers who can... Johnny Miller can commentate with his eyes shut based on the sound of the strike. Here's Stokes, and that's a length off stump, really slow ball. And Brathwaite almost had to wait to sort of knock it into the ground. 31 he's got. Blackwood's got 8. 38 overs remain after this one, so this has definitely taken the sting out of England, this partnership, and this is the pair that did the same thing in the first innings. I think it's a question of mixing it up now, and certainly Leach mixing it up, switching to over the wicket, bowling at leg stump for a while, coming back around the wicket, trying to bowl more overspin. He doesn't find it easy to bowl overspin. That's a great delivery from Wokes, outside off stump, but only by a fraction, and the batsman had to be in form to decide not to play that. So Brathwaite is in form and decided not to play it.
Yeah, Stokes is bowling a very challenging length here. He's hitting the pitch hard, as we've suggested. He's a wholehearted cricketer, and he's certainly coming in with a good spell with bowling here. Unfortunately, not getting too much assistance from the surface, but out of all the bowlers so far, he's definitely extracting the most.
You remember that stunning performance in the second innings against the Australians at Nottingham back in 2015 when he just blew them away? It was like Botham pounding in at his best, or Flintoff. Here's Stokes again, and he bangs that into the surface. Not much comes of it because the defensive shot from Brathwaite hits near the base of the bat, and goes to wide mid-on, and there's a run in it, though, 59 for 3. West Indies target 282, and Brathwaite, who had a fair bit of energy in his batting at the beginning, energy is probably the wrong word, but certainly aggression actually might be better, has becalmed himself. It's as if he wanted to use his adrenaline properly. He wasn't going to hold himself back. He could feel it coursing through his veins. Oh, hello. Something happened. Wokes is furious with the music. There was the pounding of a drum suddenly as he reached his delivery stride, and he pulled out of bowling the ball, and he was not impressed. He shouted something across at the fella running the disco.
Yeah, Paul Stokes, he's just got up as he's going to release the ball, and the DJ's got a bit excited. 4 balls too early and put Stokesy right off.
Here he comes now. This time he does release it outside off stump, taken down by the ground. I would think no more than 3 inches off the ground by Ben Stokes, even though the ball had plenty on it. Yeah, my point about Brathwaite was that early on he in fact danced down to Jack Leach a couple of times, didn't he? Drove to a wide ball, one of the seamers.
He did, and he showed a side of his game which we hadn't seen in the first innings after the marathon effort of 489 balls, which was good to see, but now he's reined himself back in. It shows the experience he has and the tendency to lead by example as the captain of the West Indies here, and he's playing the sort of innings they need.
Oh, beauty, beat him, beat Blackwood, just because of the line. Great line ball. Got him involved with his hands, and he tried to withdraw them, but no, too late. As it was, he missed it. Stokes is just having a little grumble to the umpire, but that was a cross seamer.
Yeah, cross seams just hit the edge of the foot marks, it looks there, and it's just lifted up off of a length and just straightened on him. Blackwood drawn forward into a defensive shot, but didn't get a touch of a glove or a bat at all. Unfortunate for Stokes, but it's one of those deliveries which are angling in, forcing the batter to play, and Stokes is unlucky there not to get an edge.
Jady's gone and had a real good look at the spot he just hit, hasn't he? As if to say, right, maybe that again. Such a strong man. Tugs on his England cap. Beads of sweat running down the side of his face. Leach waits, twirling the ball from finger to hand, twirls it with his left hand fingers into his right hand. Now he's ready to bowl, spinning. And he comes now to Brathwaite. We've seen that a lot. Middle stump ball blocked, dribbles out in the offside, no run.
We have seen that all too often, but he has got the ball to spin from straight a couple more times in this second innings, Mark, and he needs more of the same if he's going to get Brathwaite out. He already got him in the first innings.
Leach again. It's a bit short. That actually looked a tired ball, didn't complete his action at all, and Brathwaite played it dead easy. The other thing I do is I try the off spinners, Root and or Lawrence, and I just want to see how the batsman. You remember how Blackwood just had a brainstorm in the first innings and left a straight ball, got out LBW. So I just think you've got to keep changing. I don't think you should leave Leach on all the time. I hope he now proves me wrong. In he comes, and he bowls a good ball that's defended comfortably on the front foot. England have 4 round the bat. A slip, a gully on his knees. I talked about him earlier. Marcus Trescothick used to do that for Somerset, so Leach is used to it. A gully on his knees closer than he would be normally because the pitch is so slow. A very close silly point, and one on the leg side at leg slip as well. And Leach bowls, and that's well played by Brathwaite, who keeps his left leg out of the way but makes sure that his bat comes through the line of the ball, so we saw the full face of it. Gary Sobers is in the ground, sitting next to Rod McSween, a music industry man, a promoter of bands and a great guy, very close friend too of Shane Warne. So a sad day for him. Today was Warne's funeral as Leach bowls a ball more at leg stump, and that's defended by Brathwaite. Yeah, Rod McSween. Wow, what a day for him to sit next to Sir Garfield Sobers, the greatest all-round cricketer of them all. Brathwaite stands, batter loft, and that's a slightly more flighted ball and more indecision there from Brathwaite, but he coped okay. Leach bowling too quick at the moment. We need him to bowl slower. That ball was at 90 kilometres per hour. We'd like him to try some at 77, 78, never mind 80. 59 for 3, 32 Brathwaite, 8 Blackwood.
Yeah, I take up your point there, Mark, about getting the off-spin bowlers on. I think with the nature of the pitch and the amount of overs in which Leach bowled in the first innings, these two batters certainly got to see a lot of him, see the different tricks he has. Whereas Dan Lawrence comes in, offers a bit of flight. He certainly extracted some bounce in that first innings, and with as many men close round to the bat, I think that's a good option here to the two right-handers.
Yeah, that's right, and I think because he's going to have to start it outside off stump, either of the off-spinners you'll bring the outside edge into play with the one you don't spin, the one that just goes straight on. Here's Stokes down the leg side, diving. Ben Foakes stops it. What was the point I was making? Yeah, you bring the outside edge into play because you're not that good a bowler. You know, if you were a top off spinner, you'd reckon to spin most balls on this surface. But some here you'll either undercut or you just won't get right, and they may skid on and catch the outside edge.
Yeah, Lawrence Orbit said that, didn't he? He said, I'm going to bowl some good balls and then bowl some bad balls, but as we know, those bad balls can often be the wicket-taking deliveries.
Stokes again, and outside off stump, but left alone. Interesting with Ben Stokes that he takes a lot out of himself with every ball that he bowls, and so it must be very frustrating for him to see a batsman not play at a ball that's wide of off stump. But the margin, of course, between bowling too straight and too wide is when a batsman's really only looking to defend. I've got a question or two for you after this ball. 59 for 3, 37 overs and 4 balls remain. That's nice and straight, and actually Blackwood plays it quite comfortably into the leg side for a single. When you're in this situation, what's your target when you run in? What are you aiming at?
So particularly on a surface like this, and you're trying to run in, as opposed to looking at top of the stumps, I'm thinking about I would be personally thinking about hitting 3/4 of the way up the stump. Because of the variable bounce, because some are popping, some are staying low, I'm looking to hit halfway up the shin, as opposed to your standard top of the stump's length.
So is that what you look at as you run in?
I didn't really focus too much on one thing.
Okay, Stokes again. That's a very good ball, beautifully played by Brathwaite. He held his shape nicely there. Blocks it out onto the offside from the crease.
It wasn't a case of, particularly, I found with the red ball, was kind of getting into a rhythm, understanding the length you had to bowl, and it was more of a feel thing for me when I knew the length I was looking for. I didn't particularly stare at a point on the stump or anything like that. I just felt naturally I could adjust and would do so.
55 on Stokes' back. It's well played as well. Tucks in behind it. The England team have a 55 in Stokes, a 66 in Root, and a 77 in Leach.
It's very strange.
And we have a betting company, 888. We don't have a Cadbury's Flake, though, do we? 99. I like the numbers on the players' back. Yeah. I think that sense of identification is good for the audience, wherever they may be. He turns, does this man from the northeast of England, Ben Stokes, talismanic figure, arriving at the crease now, and bowls a half volley that Brathwaite just pushes out to extra cover. So I think England need a change of something somewhere. 60 for 3, 37 gone.
What I would like to see, Mark, and we have spoken about this, we have touched on it, and it might not come naturally to someone like a Stokesy, but the idea of the seamers potentially running up and bowling fast off break with men on the leg side field, bowling that touch fuller, asking the batters to drive. With the variable bounce, I think that could be a play, and I say that in the sense of you might be able to extract a bit more from the surface the more you're putting on. We've seen some prodigious turn from both Leach and Dan Lawrence at times. I'd like to see Saqib Mahmood come on, or a Chris Woakes come on and bowl some fast off break into the rough outside the right-handers off stump and see whether something happens.
Okay, there's an idea. It's going to be Jack Leach to continue, though. Oh, silly points in so close now. no problem for Blackwood on the back foot. The ball just a tad short. Brathwaite has now faced, I don't know, he's 83 in this innings. He must have faced 560-ish balls. Amazing how many balls he's faced.
Go.
Runs there for Blackwood. Oh, plenty actually, because there's nobody out there. Fisher chases, stops it just inside the boundary rope, and they get 3. He's the only batsman to face more than 500 balls in a test in the West Indies since Brian Lara's 400 not out against England April 2004, when he faced 582 balls. Brathwaite himself actually has played another test match in which he faced 507 balls against Sri Lanka. There you go. The things we find out. Nice left arm spinning there from Brathwaite, from Leach, but very well played by Brathwaite. Just a forward block with a dead straight bat.
Go well, lads.
Playing him well now, seeing it big, going to hit in the middle of the bat. Another forward defence off a very full ball. At the start of his innings, he definitely would have attacked that length. And the same thing as the ball before, quite full.
Real good here, buddy.
One ball in the over remaining, then 36 after this one. England need to get back on the trail again. And he sort of stuns it that time, Brathwaite, on the front foot, rather than just plays an orthodox forward defence. 63 for 3. A bit of encouragement for people beginning to worry. In the last 10 tests prior to this one, wickets number 6 through to 10 in the 4th innings of the match for the West Indies. So in other words, 6, 7, 8, 9 and 10. The last 5 wickets in the 4th innings of the match for the West Indies. Don't have a great record. The 6th wicket averages 8 runs, the 7th 38 runs, the 8th 26 runs, the 9th 7 runs and the 10th 10 runs. Well, England will be hoping to cause that sort of chaos at some stage in the next couple of hours of our lives.
Looks like our wish has been granted here, Mark. Dan Lawrence coming into the attack. It's nice to see something different. The game's just sort of meandering on a little bit, and if we want any hope of pushing the game forward in any way, shape or form, I think it is going to change. It is going to take a change of tact. Maybe Lawrence can extract a bit of extra bounce here.
Yeah, I'm surprised Root doesn't bowl himself more. I really am. I guess he's got enough to think about. Anyway, he thinks Lawrence has got something, so do we all. Bit of belief. Driven into the ground and straight back to the bowler who catches it, and England rather mockingly say, how's that? But not out, sir.
Obviously, Root bowled very briefly before, but he does average 60 against right-handers in the 4th innings of test matches, so that might be the reason.
Okay. Well played by Blackwood. It did spin a bit, actually, and he's whipped it away through the leg side. There are no fielders back, so Root does the chasing. I know, but he's got a habit of taking wickets, and he likes bowling round the wicket and bowling across them. And I'd say he should bowl over the wicket and bowl at them, because he's got a lot of changes of pace.
He might be saving his back for the left-handers as well when they come in, because he would definitely bowl to them, won't he?
You'd like to think so. Sometimes captains find it difficult to get themselves on to bowl. Other times they don't. Here's Lawrence. That's a good ball. A bouncy ball. That's what we like from him. Really up high. Hit the splice. Blackwood on the back foot. 14 he's got from 54 balls. Restraining himself as he did in the first inning. Showing he has the temperament for the job to hand. Bit leg sidey and flicked to a fielder in a sun hat, actually, a wide brimmed sun hat. I'm not sure who that was. Probably Jack Leach. He wears one of those, I think. Yeah, Jack Leach it is. Another man whose beard has grown throughout the match. Brathwaite has grown a lot. There's a great line, you see. Ooh, the oohs and ahs, because the ball was pitched wide of off stump. So Blackwood had to go outside his comfort area to go and play the ball, knowing if it spun back in, he'd be in trouble. He smothered it very well, actually, with bat and pad close together, though. Brings Silly Point into play. Oh, well, what has happened there? That ball's gone straight along the ground. He must have under-edged it. Otherwise, they'd have all been up. He was in front of all three. And it hit him on the pad, and you thought, gone for all money. But no, he must have edged it, eh?
That was a certain bottom edge. We were just about to all go up in arms here in the com box. And yes, an under edge onto the pad. Otherwise, that was gone for all money. But already something happening there from Dan Lawrence coming into the attack. Just a different sighter for the two right-handers who've looked fairly comfortable up until this point. But good to see him introduced.
You can tell him I haven't.
It's the end of the session there. 30 overs completed there. 3 for 65. A run rate of 2.17. A decent session, but West Indies have stabilised things for everybody. After some excitement to begin with in the first few overs of that session. Brathwaite, the man still in, 32 off 87. Jermaine Blackwood, 14 off 57. Two men still at the crease. And the bowlers, Wokesy's bowled 4 overs. Mahmood, the pick of the bowlers, with 2 for 12 from his 5. And Jack Leach has taken 1 for 30 from 11. Matthew Fisher with only 2 overs. Rooty with a couple, and Stokesy with 5 overs. No wickets.
Okay, 65 for 3. Both sides with a lot to do in this final session of play. During the tea break, Neil Manthorpe and Jarrett Kimber are looking at some of the cricketing headlines around the world, including an England win in the Women's World Cup. That was a tight game. And looking ahead to the third Pakistan and Australia Test match in Lahore tomorrow. You're listening live and exclusively to coverage of West Indies against England on talkSPORT 2.
Exclusive international cricket live. The West Indies versus England on talkSPORT 2.
Get an expert guide to all the latest speculation, signings and spending sprees with Simon Jordan's Football Business Roundup on talkSPORT with Tesco Mobile for Business. From the latest deals worth knowing to where the big money transfers are going. Get the inside track in one all-covering football finance feature. Simon Jordan's Football Business Roundup on talkSPORT with Tesco Mobile for Business. Big mobile networks are raising your bills again. Join us for prices that stay fixed. Tesco Mobile. Every little helps. For applicable terms and verification, see tescomobile.com/fixed prices.
Brian recently opened a Crown Decorating Centres trade account and got even better prices, which made him whistle happily at work. A whistle that matched the mating call of a previously undiscovered bird. And the famous powder blue beaked Brian was born. Coincidence? We don't think so. You see, everything's better when you open a Crown Decorating Centres trade account. Sign up in store or online today for preferential pricing and more. Crown Decorating Centres. It's not just paint, it's personal.
My prostate cancer was thankfully caught in the nick of time, but it shouldn't be down to luck. Men at higher risk are
aged over 50,
those with a family history of the disease, or black men over 45.
Check your risk of prostate cancer now. Search Risk Checker or visit prostatecanceruk.org. Men, we are with you.
At TalkTalk, we know some things are better faster, like our ultra-fast full fibre with speeds right up to 900 megabits per second. New speeds, same great value. It just makes sense. TalkTalk for everyone. There, that was so fast you have more time to relax. Search TalkTalk Fibre. Subject to local availability. T's and C's apply.
White and Jordan's supercharged weekend review on talkSPORT with the new Renault Traffic. Big space for big things. From a powerhouse performance in the Premier League to revved-up rivalries on the racetrack. Sparks will fly as the most well-connected duo in sport discuss another action-packed weekend. White and Jordan's supercharged weekend review. Tomorrow morning from 10 on talkSPORT with the new Renault Traffic. Celebrating 40 years of helping the nation's businesses. Search new Renault Traffic.
The EFL Show.
Tomorrow night from 6
on talkSPORT 2.
What an absolutely stunning goal!
From Mark Webster, myself, Darren Window, and our raft of top EFL pundits.
It's the post, and what a finish!
Expert analysis.
It's us against the world, and I think that's shown in the performances.
Superheated comments.
They can't right now afford to fire him.
The EFL Show.
On paper, they now have the strongest squad in the league.
Tomorrow night from 6.
Smashes it into the back of the net.
On talkSPORT 2. And here they come. What a magnificent sight. Yes, it's live British horse racing on the radio, and talkSPORT 2 have got it covered. Wednesday afternoon from 1. talkSPORT 2 will bring you full coverage and live race commentary of all the action. Direct from Foslas. Saddle up for live British horse racing on the radio. Download the talkSPORT app and swipe left. Or ask your smart speaker to play talkSPORT 2 to follow all the action. Wednesday afternoon from 1 on talkSPORT 2.
Exclusive international cricket live. The West Indies versus England on talkSPORT 2.
Well, toss said it nearly carried to the hands of mid-wicket. But England get over the line just, and the celebrations from Anya Shrubsole tells everything about how tense it was. New Zealand fought seriously hard in that last half hour. But it's a sense of relief from England and huge disappointment from New Zealand.
We've just got to take it a game at a time, which is what we've, I think, been doing really well so far. Is, you know, we've been playing must-win cricket now for a week, and it's just about ticking things off as we go. So the fact that we've got those first 2 wins is so important to us, and we've got 2 more must-win games to come. So yeah, it's been a difficult tournament for us. It's obviously not gone how we wanted it to, or how we envisaged that it would, but I think we're starting to just pick ourselves up at the right time.
That was talkSPORT's and England's very own Kate Cross talking about a remarkable game Jared and I called about a week ago. We said it was looking like being a straight knockout game at the Women's World Cup between hosts New Zealand and England, who lost their first 3 games, and that's exactly the way that it turned out. And well, just purely because of the number of quality players they've batters at the top of the order, New Zealand, and the fact that they're hosts, I had them as my favourites to reach the final. We've been joking about the race to lose to Australia in the final. So much superior are Australia to the other teams at the Women's World Cup. But New Zealand are out, and England, the defending champions, live to fight another day. They now have to win their remaining 2 games against Pakistan and Bangladesh, and they should be strong favourites to do that, although they're still not playing their best cricket. If you didn't see the scores last night, they restricted New Zealand to 203 all out, with Kate Cross taking 3 for 35, and then England absolutely cruising to victory at 176 for 4, lost 5 for 20. They did their absolute best to snatch defeat from the jaws of victory, although that's not giving sufficient credit to the New Zealand bowlers who were fighting for their survival in the tournament. But England got home by 1 wicket with the last pair at the crease. Charlotte Dean and Anya Shrubsole still needed 8 when they came together, and Anya Shrubsole scored 7 of them from 10 deliveries, including what turned out to be the match-winning 4. It's the wait goes on at the Women's World Cup for a dull or one-sided game. It has been absolutely astonishing, Jared Kimber.
I can't think of any ICC event that I have ever seen where we've seen this many games that have come down to last over. Or in some cases not even last over. There's, been 9 wickets and 8 wickets and all. It's just been absolutely ridiculous. And Anya Shrubsole is an absolute marvel. She had a bad game with the ball. If you go back to the last World Cup, she was pivotal with the bat for helping England get through against South Africa at the end when they almost lost in the semi-final. Obviously, with the ball, she gets all the credit in the final. It just seems that when England need her, she's always available. She's such a good cricketer. But yes, it's the whole tournament's been absolutely brilliant. I think it is a big shame that is it for the New Zealand women, because it is their tournament. A lot of people thought that, in the warm-up game before the start, they beat Australia. Yes, it's only a warm-up game, but it was obviously a very, very disappointing tournament for them. 2 wins from 6 games, but it's very close between it's very close between 2 and 6 in this tournament. There's a lot of teams who are kind of in that middle period who are, anyone who's not Australia and not Bangladesh and Pakistan. That middle area is quite tight at the moment, and New Zealand just didn't get enough wins.
That's right. Just to have a look at the table then, Australia through to the semi-finals with 5 wins from their 5 games. South Africa are all but qualified. They've won 4 out of 4. West Indies, 5 games played, 3 wins and 2 losses. India women, 2 wins and 3 losses. And so basically it's India, England and New Zealand. New Zealand are gone now because they've played 6 games. That final, the 4th semi-final spot is a straight fight between India and England.
Yes.
No,
the West Indies. Missing a team here. I was going to say West Indies have a terrible net run rate, but they actually have the extra points at the moment, don't they? And they've got a game against Pakistan, so they should get one more win. And then there's a game between South Africa and the West Indies. So South Africa is about to have their first loss in the game in a day and a half time, or just over a 24 hours time, because they're playing Australia. So you would assume they would lose, which will mean that they'll be 4-1. But that should be enough points to get them through. And West Indies should only have to beat Pakistan to get enough points. And then England have the 2 easy games coming home. But India also they've got 1 extra win on England at the moment. And they also have the game against Bangladesh. So there's still quite a few different things that could happen. It might come down to, if England win their next 2 games like we expect, it might come down to what the West Indies do against South Africa and what the Indian women do against South Africa. So even though South Africa's probably already qualified, those particular games could be incredibly important for the rest of the tournament. It's possible that South Africa could lose their last 3 games going into the finals and still qualify.
Moving on to the men's game, there's another one-day series going on, which we should bring people up to date with. The second game was played today. South Africa beat Bangladesh by 7 wickets at the Wanderers in Johannesburg, having lost the opening game. And just to unwind, at the close of the 4th day of this test match in Barbados last night, as we do, I thought, I wonder how many times Bangladesh have won the first game overseas of a 3-match series against one of the major teams. Well, they had done it against the West Indies, but I didn't know whether they counted as a major team.
Was that the strike team?
Yeah, I think it was 2016, wasn't it? So, it was a West Indies B team. But I reckon that's the first time. I went through all the Bangladesh series, and of course they've had some massive results at home. I mean, they've been not exactly unbeatable, but they have clean swept New Zealand, Pakistan. And they've beaten South Africa at home.
India
beat India as well. But it was the first time they haven't won against one of the major tests playing in a 3-match ODI series. And they hadn't won the first game of a series. So, I thought that was going to be a very, very good opportunity for them. But they were restricted to 194 for 9 today. Kagiso Rabada took 5 for 39. And
also, I think that was quite friendly. I think they should have been bowled out for far less than that, because there was an injury to one of the South African bowlers.
Wayne Parnell, yeah. Well, in fact, Bangladesh were also 94 for 6. But then Afif Hussain, who I have seen a couple of times live, he's a very, very impressive cricketer. He made 72 at batting at number 7, and Mahdi Hassan, who's also a fine all-rounder, off-spinning all-rounder, they added 80 for the 7th wicket to give Bangladesh a chance.
I don't disagree with you at all. All I would say is, if I was an international cricketer and we lost a couple of wickets and the ball was suddenly thrown to Temba Bavuma's medium pace...
It's not medium.
With Rassie van der Dussen as his backup, I'd probably be thinking to myself, do you know what, this is a good chance to knock a few around in the middle overs here. That's all I'm saying.
Just Wayne Parnell, who of course was a Kolpak player for 4 years and has now being brought back into the South African fold. He injured a hamstring after just 3 overs. So Temba Bavuma, slow medium.
Wasn't he the first coal pack of the new Brexit era to come back into South African cricket? There was a big move to get him in, wasn't there?
Yep, he was. He was brought back into the squad and into the one-day squad. And then, of course, Dwan Olivier, who's been released by Yorkshire now, to play for South Africa, to be available for South Africa.
With a heavy heart by Darren Gough.
Yeah, I'm not so sure about that. Dwan Olivier wanted to. He actually said, "I'm going back to Yorkshire." He told Cricket South Africa that he was going back to Yorkshire, and it was Darren Gough who said, "No, no, you're not."
Well, I think
Simon Harmer was the other one.
Yeah, I think if he'd had a full season, but Gough. Mr. Gough told us the other day that he knew he wasn't going to have the full season with him. But look, those are, straight away, there's obviously problems within South African cricket. It's currently run by, insert name here. I know it's now a full-time person, but, some of the troubles, there's still the Mark Boucher thing. We don't know what his future is. We don't really know what Graham Smith's future is. Cricket South Africa board is on a constant rotation. Sadly, many people who seem to get more famous for abusing sponsors than they do actually helping South African cricket. There's clearly a lot of issues there, but getting back a few of those players has got to help, even if the majority of their team is already, pre-booked themselves for their flights to the IPL. Do you have to how far in advance do you pre-book your exit row? You don't really need an exit row if you're in business or first class.
No, well, exactly right. Yeah, exactly. The name you were looking for is Poletsi Moseki, who was the chief financial officer at Cricket South Africa, and when nobody else, when the second chief executive officer was fired, they looked around and he was the only bloke with an office in the building. So he took over the role, and he's been acting chief executive for the last 15 months. And they looked around and they offered the job to 6 particularly cricket qualified chief executives, and they declined to be interviewed.
Oh my God!
So not only has Cricket South Africa's reputation fallen, but their budgets have as well. Anyway, should we move on to the next topic of conversation?
Just before you do, Haroon Lorgat, was he one of the 6? Is he too toxic?
Yeah, inflammable. He's done his time at Cricket South Africa. I don't think he would have been interested anyway, but no.
It's just incredible that they can't find a CEO.
That would have been throwing a hand grenade into the building.
But they can't find a CEO, and the former ICC CEO is sitting there, and they're like, no, we can't do it because it's awkward.
Too hard. There's 2 more points. I was looking at some of the news for us to discuss during our usual tea time debate, and it just struck me, and I haven't run this by you yet, but I was looking at the lead stories on a couple of the newspapers and cricket websites, and it just struck me as just so bizarre that one of the lead stories was the Chennai Super Kings' anxieties about Moeen Ali's visa issues. I mean, this is where we are heading towards IPL season, and that one of the lead news stories is about Moeen Ali's delay in getting a visa to get to Chennai.
If you're a person who wants to work in sport, and you've got particular skills when it comes to organisation, I've said this before, cricket needs a specialist visa company to get all the different people into visas. I'm not sure it should be front page news on any of these places, but that is a way to get into sport. The other one is, if someone can just collect a database of all the different players in the world and who their agents are, half the times you get general managers and head coaches, they'll contact me going, do you have a contact for this player? If you want to work in sport, become a visa specialist or work out who is the agent for which player.
Okay, and last item on our news roundup concerns yesterday's news roundup, in which you delivered a magnificent 8.5-minute monologue on the history of
I thought your questions were excellent.
Of cricket in the USA, and instead of writing in to congratulate you and thank you for all the information, one person on Twitter complained that you neglected to mention the fact that the United States is part of the next but one T20 World Cup in 2024.
Yeah, there's a few things actually. they were part of the CPL plans for a while, and they fell apart in the USA. And you had the Canadian League that has come and gone, and also their CEO, who was the former ICC head lawyer, has left of recent times. But the other big American thing that I missed is the World Cup. But there's so much going on in American cricket at the moment, and I'm not just talking about the renovations at Air Hog Stadium. You want to go to Air Hog Stadium more than anything in the world, don't you? It's not a pig, I told you. It's about planes. It's not as exciting as it sounds.
How many games are there in America? Have they released that schedule? Do we know how many games will be played, and where are they? Florida?
They haven't released the full schedule yet. They've been playing minor league cricket, which is, I think they've got 28 different competitions. Jade actually played there recently, so he'll be able to give you all the details that I don't know. But there's a Silicon Valley team. I think there's a Southern California team, Seattle, Houston, Florida, New York, Philadelphia.
First delivery after tea, Saqib Mahmood is back into the attack, and that one is steered into the gully and fielded by Zach Crawley. Actually, while we're waiting for Mark Butcher to make his way up from the field of play to join us on the commentary, Jade Dernbach can tell us a little bit about playing cricket in America. Where was it? What was the standard like?
Yes, it was very good standard. There was quite a few overseas players. A lot of lads from the West Indies come over and played, and a few guys from Pakistan. It was a franchise-based competition, the US Open, just before Christmas, and that was played over in Florida, just outside of Miami, which there are worse places to spend a couple of weeks before Christmas, I must add. But the standard was brilliant. Great competition, well run.
Saqib in once again, punched off the back foot by Brathwaite through the offside. Chase on for Dan Lawrence, and he slides and picks up, throws it back. I love the name of the tournament. Not satisfied with having a US Open in tennis and golf, they decided to have a US Open in cricket as well.
They did indeed, and I must admit, when I found out that cricket was taking off and there was opportunities to go and see America or different parts of America and be able to play cricket and take the game of cricket somewhere like that, I jumped at the opportunity, and as I said, it was a very well-run competition, and there's plenty more to come from the American team, that is for sure.
I'm shocked that Jade went to Florida on a free trip and didn't go to the Seattle competitions.
Here is Saqib Mahmood, 2 wickets to his name already, and back of a length, pushed away up towards mid-off, and there's no run. And I don't mean this in any way facetiously, but did they pay quite well? I mean, in terms of you were treated, and everybody else, you treated as proper professionals and paid respectfully.
Yes.
Okay, not great money then.
No, but yes. I must say that it came with the option of, like I said, it was an opportunity to go to Miami, which I had never seen before, and I got to be able to put on the cricket boots, bowl a few slow balls and a couple of Yorkers, and get paid okay money.
Pushed away defensively out towards short leg. And let's be honest, Jared, you and I would have done exactly the same thing for nothing.
Well, if you could take your talent to South Beach, to quote the great LeBron James, why would you not do it? Any time on South Beach, Jade?
There was a couple of occasions we found ourselves down on South Beach. It was actually, we met up with Ram Naresh Sarwan, who was over there. As I was playing with Josh Cobb, and he knows him very well, and he took us out for dinner kindly, showed us around Miami, which he's very familiar with, so took us to a couple of nice places, but it was just great to be over that side of the world, and never thought you'd get the opportunity.
Saqib Mahmood once again, pushed away by Blackwood with the angle in towards him. He pushed that one out to Matt Fisher, who's fielding at mid-wicket. Fisher's only bowled 2 overs, so expect him to have at least one more spell, unless there's a physical reason why he can't. I'd be very surprised if he doesn't get another ball. Craig Brathwaite, 33 not out from 89 deliveries. Jermaine Blackwood has 14 from 60. And we're just keeping an eye on wickets and overs. Those are the numbers which matter. Here's Saqib Mahmood once again. Punched off the back foot by Blackwood to Stokes at mid-off. And there's no run. 34 overs remain. England needs 7 wickets. Don't worry about the runs. West Indies aren't going to get them. Their target is a theoretical one, 282. Mark Butcher has joined us. Have you been to South Beach, Florida, Butch?
Not this week, Adams, no. No, I've never been. But, There are plenty of places on this planet of ours that I've not visited as yet. I've got a bit of news for you, though. You know, last night we came off the field at 5:45 for bad light.
Indeed.
Floodlights weren't put on at the ground. Umpires forgot to sort of get them fired up. It takes 20 minutes for them to be ready. Because the spinners were bowling and they kind of didn't think the seamers were going to be coming back on anyway. They didn't ask for them to be fired up and put back on. Therefore, this evening, at around about 5:45, you can expect there to be a bad light issue once again, and England will lose whatever overs are left.
Here is Lawrence once again, down the leg side, and there's a flick and a miss, 66 for 3. So in other words, the playing conditions were set yesterday, and so there would be a change of playing conditions if they were turned on today.
Pretty much, yeah, because they had to take a reading last night, and the reading was whatever it was, and they came off the field. Although I suppose that the England captain might get the option to keep the spinners on if we get down to that late stage in the game and there's still a chance of result.
Good in, mate.
66 for 3. As Dan Lawrence, as he said, he's just spinning it as hard as he can. He's trying to get the ball to do something, and he's spinning it from off to leg, and that one is pushed away defensively down on the onside, and there's no run. 31 overs remain after this. I said, Butch, when there were about 40 overs to go, that I thought that the tension, the expectation would go out of the...
Goes a swing! Terrible shot from Craig Brathwaite. What was he doing? It was a slog. Not even a slog sweep, it was just a hoik. Oh, where'd that come from?
Absolutely bizarre. What a bizarre stroke. One thing I can say is the ball was going down the leg side and there's nobody back, so he might have thought they were 3 runs.
That one is chopped away behind square on the offside. There's a chase on for Matt Fisher once again. I think they might even take 3 here if they're interested in them. But that was just completely bizarre. I mean, it was absolutely village, wasn't it? From the man who's faced almost 600 deliveries in the Test match. I mean, maybe, like you said, maybe he just thought it's a free hit. But you know, there are ways to try and hit the cricket ball, not just heave at it.
Yeah, I'll give him the way he's played in this game. That was that can only be described as bipolar. That.
Yeah, not often we use that term for a cricket shot, but it's entirely appropriate. Weird, bizarre. Here's Lawrence. He tosses that one up, gives it a nice bit of air, and it's pushed up towards Wokes at mid-off, and there's no run. 69 for 3. The umpiring, actually, Butch, you know, you wouldn't say... I mean, I've covered series in which the umpiring has been poor and has been consistently poor, but there have been a remarkably high and unusually high number of overturns and umpiring errors in these first two tests.
There have been, haven't there? I mean, partly that's because the surfaces that we played on have meant that the modes of dismissal have been limited almost exclusively to LBWs and things around the bat from the spin bowlers, and therefore a high percentage of those decisions overturned have been from either bat pad decisions given or not given, or LBW decisions given or not given.
Craig Brathwaite on strike. If I'm reading that graphic correctly, here's Saqib Mahmood, turned away nicely by Brathwaite, out towards deep square leg, and they go through for a single. 2 balls ago, Craig Brathwaite just broke a very special West Indian record, if I'm reading that graphic rightly. Has he just faced more balls than any other West Indian in a Test match?
Yes.
More than Brian Lara during his 400.
So Brian Lara is on there 3 times, I think, on that list. And George Headley was on there twice, so he's gone past them all.
Wowee. 584 deliveries
Not quite in the batting level of George Headley or Brian Lara, but certainly in the patience area.
Here's Saqib Mahmood, and pushed away up towards mid-off, and there is no run. 70 for 3. Do you agree, Butch, that once we set it down to about 25 overs, if the West Indies are still 3 down, the atmosphere will start to to puncture a bit, or has it already? Has the tension gone out of it?
There's the feeling that we're flogging a dead horse has started to descend already, I'm afraid. But you never know. Saki Mahmood might burst it back into life again.
Yeah, well, another wicket in the next 5 overs would reignite the tension. I think on the back foot goes Blackwood now, pushing defensively out on the offside. But if it's still 3 down and we're sort of 25, 24, 23 overs then. And will Joe Root go all the way again?
I doubt it this time. I mean, listen, they're short of personnel as it is, aren't they? Mark Wood having gone home. I'm still not sure if Robinson is going to be up to 5 days of this sort of punishment, and so you'd probably want to cut your losses and go to Grenada with as many fit and able-bodied people as you possibly can, because a lot of them have performed, nearly all of them have performed sensationally well in this test match on this surface.
Punched up towards mid-on, fielded by Wokes, no runs, 70 for 3. Yes, the consensus from all of us here, led by Mark, is that by Mark Nicholas, is that Saki Mahmood and to a marginally lesser extent Matt Fisher have both acquitted themselves very well given the conditions.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think if England are going to make any sort of change in the next test, if the pitch is anything like the first 2 that we've seen in terms of its flatness, then you play Matt Parkinson, wouldn't you, and leave out one of the seamers, and that would probably be Chris Wokes.
Here is Saqib once again, and that bounces from back of a length, but it's played very nicely by Blackwood up onto his toes, pushes it out on the offside. English cricket selection-wise has been beset by doubt, and there's always maybe a little too much attention paid to the worst-case scenario. So there might well be a thought of, well, what if Parkinson is expensive and doesn't pull it all together on a test debut, and then we can't bowl him and he's going for 4 or 5, 6 and over. Who's going to pick up the slack? And so you can't afford to think like that, but has been known from England selections in the past. Play and a miss here outside the off stump. Very polite question asked as to whether there might have been an outside edge, but there wasn't. 33 overs gone, 70 for 3. If you select Matt Parkinson, you can't be worried about a bailout option, can you?
No, and I don't think you need to have one. I think the positive way to look at it is the amount of runs that England have been able to score in the series against this West Indies bowling attack. So, all of your calibration should start at that point. If you're backing your batting lineup to be able to score scores in excess of 400, 450, then you've got there's your safety valve. You don't need it from another bowler. What you need is wickets. England at the moment took 13, 14 wickets in Antigua. They've only taken 13 wickets in this one. They didn't need any more runs, they needed more wickets.
Yeah, just imagine if Matt Parkinson had been playing in this test match and he had 507 for 9 declared on the board. Here is Dan Lawrence. He's been very good, and that's an inside edge here. Indeterminate drive from Brathwaite and didn't really get to the pitch of it, and there was a gap between bat and pad, and that's come off the inside edge just past leg stump. Almost another wicket for Dan Lawrence. Yeah, just having a look at the replay. Definite thick inside edge, and because it was such a thick inside edge, it went past the leg stump. Here is Lawrence once again, and that's nice and full and juicy, inviting the drive. Wokes punches, it's punched to Wokes, and he's down in the long barrier position to field. West Indies remain 71 for 3 into the 34th over. 31 remaining after this, and Lawrence up to the crease once again, and just spin, sharp spin, and bounce as well. Gee, he's a good option, and he's described as like fully part-time, because for the last couple of years he doesn't get a bowl down at Essex. Simon Harmer bowls 40 overs in innings for Essex, but he's looking really good in helpful conditions. 4 men around the bat now. Pitches one up, driven again towards Wokes at mid-off, and there is no run.
Blackwood just wants to be wants to be a bit careful here. He's just getting a little loose at Dan Lawrence. Some big drives out of the rough.
Yeah, there are, and as I say, 4 men round the bat in an almost symmetrical square. And that one is pitched up, turning from off to leg, and worked with the spin behind square on the leg side and fielded at leg gully. Lawrence none for 6 off 3 overs. We can hear Johnny Bairstow in the stump microphone saying anything can happen here, lads. He's at silly point, that's why we can hear him. Actually silly mid-off, really, with a helmeted, very, very close. Whipped away again off the pads to Jack Leach behind square on the leg side, and there's no run. 71 for 3, 34 overs gone. Craig Brathwaite 38, Jermaine Blackwood on 14. Quick reminder that England declared at lunchtime, at the end of lunchtime, on 185 for 6, leaving the West Indies to score 282 in 65 overs, and they slumped to 39 for 3. John Campbell caught at short leg off Jack Leach for 10. Shamar Brooks and Kumar Bonner both caught by Joe Root at first slip off Saqib Mahmood. But since then, things have calmed down a little bit. With Saqib Mahmood in his second spell, that 5-over first over spell, bringing him a return of at lunch of 2 for 12, and he's bowled 2 more overs, and he's got 2 for 14, and he's continuing the third over of the second spell. Up to the crease now, bowls to Brathwaite, drives that up towards mid-off. Any idea at all, Butch? I'm expecting you to say no, none, but any idea at all how many balls you faced in your longest innings in Test cricket?
Absolutely none. No, and I can't even venture to think what my longest innings would have been actually in Test matches. No, can't help you there.
Jared,
it wasn't something that I ever sort of really gave a great deal of thought about, or even would have prided myself on in particular.
The batting or the long innings?
Either.
Slipping 2 gullies. Short, pulled away by Brathwaite. Behind square of the leg side, Jack Leach does the fielding. I just wonder whether it is conceivable that Craig Brathwaite is heading towards 600 deliveries in this Test match alone. I'm just wondering whether it's conceivable. I know that it would have to have been a very sort of thin season of poor form, but I imagine it is possible that some county top order batsman might have gone through the best part of a season without facing a total of 600 balls, and Brathwaite's going to do it in one.
They might not have got another season if that was the case. That might have been their last.
Yeah.
Mark Butcher's longest innings in terms of balls was he made 105 against Sri Lanka.
Saqib Mahmood off the back foot, punched out towards mid-on. Don't tell us. Let him guess. 73 for 3. 105 against Sri Lanka. Do you remember it?
I've got no idea. It was at Lord's.
Yep.
Batting for a draw. I think they made millions in the first innings. Marvin Atapatu made 200. But no clue. No idea. Run out, I think I was, by...
You were, yes.
Yeah. Run out saving the game. No, I think we'd already saved it by then.
295 balls, 399 minutes.
That's good.
Is that all?
Sounds great.
295 balls, that's a lot. Here is Saqib Mahmood once again, and it's slapped away through the offside. Chase on for Ben Stokes, and he's, because runs of so little consequence, he's not chasing after it hard, he's not running hard, he's just really jogging after it. Picks up now.
I had a conversation with Marcus Trescothick over the coffee machine at breakfast this morning, and both of us kind of looked at each other in utter horror at the idea of having faced nearly 500 deliveries for what was it,
160.
160, yeah. Neither of us could have imagined a scenario where we would have been able to do that. So it's admirable in its way, isn't it?
Yes, absolutely. He's almost 2 away from 100 in this innings as well. And this one is punched by Blackwood out towards mid-off once again, straight to Ben Stokes. And I mean, what has been so impressive about it is that there haven't really been ups and downs, have there? There haven't been peaks and troughs. He's just maintained this tempo, and you know, sometimes you go through dry periods as a batter. You're just absorbing pressure, a particularly good spell, but there just seems to have been an even tempo to his batting throughout the Test match. And his first innings lasted 2 days. Here is Saqib Mahmood once again, punched once more off the back foot, this time past Ben Stokes at mid-off, running down towards the boundary. Chris Woakes from mid-on has beaten Stokes to it, flicks it back. Stokes takes the flick and throws it in to the keeper, and the score moves up to 78 for 3, Jared.
You're talking about English openers not facing 600 balls in a season? In the 2018 season, which I think was the first time Alex Lees moved to Durham, he played 10 games, so it is only 10 games. And he faced 607 balls that season in first-class cricket, averaging 16.1.
There you go, Butch.
Ouch.
And he lived to play another season. He's playing for England now.
And play for England, there you go.
I didn't. Thanks, Jared. You really got me out of a hole there. Here is Saqib Mahmood, and it's pushed up towards mid-on and fielded by Woakes. I didn't think, Butch, that it would have been that they would have played every game, but I mean, still 600 balls in 10 matches is having a pretty thin time of it.
That's pretty thin. That's pretty thin. Wow. Okay.
I'm just trying to emphasise what a performance it is to face 600 balls in a Test match. You know, more than any other West Indian. Think of all of those unbelievable innings played. I mean, 400 Brian Lara made, and he faced less balls than Craig Brathwaite has in this Test.
And I think that therein lies the sort of the incredulity that myself and Marcus were looking at each other with this morning, because if you were going to face as many balls as that, you'd think to yourself, well, you might have made 300 or at least close to it. But to be as abstemious as he was to only make 160 is just quite something.
When you look at all the other players who'd faced the most balls, they were all double and triple centuries. He was completely on his own.
Yeah, I thought he might have been.
Here's Dan Lawrence, and that one is a flashing drive from Jermaine Blackwood. It's going to race away for 4 behind square on the offside, but I don't know whether he was hitting that in the air deliberately, but, it was very wide, and it was a slap drive. Maybe he did. Maybe he was chopping it upwards deliberately.
There's no fielder there, so it was a free hit.
Here's Lawrence once again, and there's half volley outside the off stump, and a lovely shot. Genuinely super drive through wide, long off, sort of cover drive from Jermaine Blackwood. I mean, a long half volley. Nice bit of width on it as well. And 4 runs. Good shot. Really lovely shot. Far more convincing than the previous one from Jermaine Blackwood. Dan Lawrence said, before the Test match, I'm going to bowl some bad balls, but there'll be a decent pill or two in there as well. And he's absolutely right. Couldn't have described his own bowling better. That one is left alone outside the off stump, and the oohs and ahs are because it spun sharply, and I think it probably wasn't quite as close to the off stump as we might have been led to believe by Ben Foakes and the rest of the close-in fielders, but just trying to put a seed of doubt in the batsman's mind about leaving it from the viciously spinning Dan Lawrence. That one is a bit too straight, clipped away nicely off his pads by Blackwood out to Leach at square leg. Blackwood has now 27. Craig Brathwaite, by the way, is heading towards 600 deliveries in this Test match. He's not far off now.
Come on, lads. He
needs to face another 18 deliveries for 600. But he's over 720 for the series. Big appeal, optimistic appeal, very optimistic appeal, I think. Ben Foakes jumping up and down with his arms waving around like an excited child when the jelly and custard arrive. The end of the party, but it was very optimistic, wasn't it?
Terrible shout, to be fair. Yeah. Absolutely shocking. nicknamed Dan Lawrence the Chingford Chauhan after the Indian off spinner.
Who gave him that nickname?
Well, I did. It was, I said the Chingford Chandrasekhar, but then, Chandrasekhar was a leg spinner, so I had to find an off spinner beginning with a ch.
Brilliant, lad.
Very good. 86 for 3. The West Indies, 29 overs remaining, and on that note, I shall hand over to Mark Nicholas.
Are you still there, Butcher?
I'm still here, yeah, I'm still here. We've had lots of time to think up nonsense like that, I've got to tell you, over the last 5 days.
I thought you said I've nicknamed Dan Lawrence the Chingford Chihuahua, but
well, that'll do.
Oh my goodness. If he could bottle the third ball of that over, it was the perfect off break, other than it didn't hit the top of off stump. It was what Graham Swan made a very successful career out of. He got it up in the air, he curved it away from the right-hander, and then it spun back and bounced enough to be really disconcerting. It was a cracking delivery with the seam perfectly rotating at 45 degrees, the ultimate off break, and it just didn't take a wicket. But the trouble is, there's only one of them in the over. He can bowl 3 of those and over. 4 and over, wow, he'd be a very useful part-time off-spinner. As it is, he's a lucky dip part-time off-spinner. As Joe Root turns again to Jack Leach, and he could do with Jack pulling 2 or 3 out of the bag here. He could have bowled.
Absolutely.
Yeah, he could. He's going to. Has he bowled in this innings exclusively from this Joel Garner end?
No, he started off at the Malcolm Marshall and switched sort of late on in the
first spell
session.
Right, okay.
Yeah, we had a little look out there at half-time. Our producers sent us out there to go and have a look at the pitch, and there are areas there that are loose and where there should be variable bounce, where there should be big spin or the odd ball shooting along the ground, and it sort of defies logic that hasn't happened at all in this Test match.
Here he goes then. He's going to bowl to Craig Brathwaite. England needs a strike, but he bowls a poor ball that Brathwaite gets away and cuts. Not very powerfully, just a couple in it. I think that might be, I can't see, is that Matt Fisher? Or... Anyway, the fielding was done out in the deep by, I think, Matt Fisher.
Chris Wokes.
Chris Wokes, okay, thanks. 88 for 3 is the score, and more West Indian supporters in the ground today. More Bajans, which is nice, waving their flags. Here's Leach.
Go!
It's nicely bowled. That did get a thick edge, went straight along the ground. That's the problem. One of the great strengths of Brathwaite is that he doesn't go hard at the ball. I know it's a bit of a cliche in the game, but boy, if you are soft with those hands and go gently at the ball, it does make such a difference. Leach again, and that one is too short. It's cut away again, very similar to the shot 2 balls ago. And Wokes again is the man who does the fielding, this time only a single. Plenty of colourful scenes at the ground today, and the weather's cleared up. It's much brighter and more blue in the sky. We've had squalls of showers both yesterday and today that have made play a bit sort of staccato. On and off. 50 from 148 balls, this partnership now. They're putting 50 together. The target was 283. That's now irrelevant. The score's 89 for 3. It's just a question of whether West Indies can survive as Blackfoot goes well back and plays an orthodox back foot defence stroke, pretty much sideways on, as is the want in the old coaching manuals. 28 overs remain after. That's a beauty. That's out. Caught in the gully. Cracking bit of left arm spinning by Jack Leach. And a good sharp catch by a man on his knees in the gully.
Wow. Well, just when you thought the whole thing had gone to sleep, Jack Leach arcs one in on that breeze, that northeasterly. It pitches perfectly. There's a big explosion of dust. It takes the outside edge of the prod forward of Jermaine Blackwood, and the ball lands perfectly in the hands of the man fielding on his knees, Johnny Bairstow, with the helmet on at second slip gully. He didn't have to move. It literally landed straight in his lap in that position. Had it gone right or left of him, I doubt he'd have been able to move fast enough to catch it, but he was perfectly positioned. He didn't panic, pouched it, and the door is ajar once again. Would you believe it?
Well, Yes, on the basis that it's doing as much as it is, and no, on the basis that it's not doing as much as we expected it to. It's you're quite right. The way you summed up, you looked at those loose areas and you thought, well, there has to be some uneven bounce, and there hasn't been. It's a confounder of a pitch, this. West Indies are hoping it stays safe. England are hoping it gets rough and readier. 89 for 4 the score now as Jason Holder arrives at the middle. Tall, slim man with a good technique. Test average of 31.3, I apologise. Just looking at this replay again. Oh, Leach has got it all right, hasn't it? Drifting on the breeze, you're right. The seam at 45 degrees. It's an interesting point about the fielder on his knees there, isn't it, with Bairstow? Moving to his right or left is going to be difficult. It is an interesting point.
Yeah, I mean, I guess the thing is, if he'd been back in a more traditional position at gully, maybe sort of half a metre further back, the ball wouldn't have reached him. So that's the reason for it, and it has paid massive dividends.
Okay, we're going to go with a slip and that very close second slip, a leg gully and a short leg. Bairstow's quite fine at that second slip. You sense that the slip fielder, first slip, is sort of hiding behind him a bit. He might be a bit too narrow. Anyway, here we go. Leach to Holder. Good ball. Thick outside edge. Rolls to backward point. No run. There's booing and ahhing around that bat. Good over from Jack Leach. 2 for 33 now. We called on him. We needed him. 1, 2 or 3 wickets. Break this open, Jack. Maybe he started that process. 89 for 4, Butch. Ooh. It's just in reach, this, isn't it?
It's going to tease us, I think. It's going to go all the way to the death. Did you hear me talking about the scenario, the nightmare that happened with the lights last night, or the lack of the lights?
No, tell us more, please. A friend of mine has just rung me to say, get Butch to talk about the lights.
Yeah, so what happened last night, the umpires forgot. West Indies were bowling spin from both ends. The West Indies forgot to sort of prime the lights. It takes them 20 minutes to sort of fire up. And so when Captain Brathwaite decided he wanted to bring his seamers on to bowl, the umpire called for the light meters, decided it was too dark to bowl the seamers, but they hadn't had the light switched on yet, which meant that they basically had to take a reading, and the players traipsed off the field.
Full ball from Lawrence. The guys around the bat are making a noise now. You'd think that was an exploding bomb he'd just bowled. But it was pushed quietly to mid-on by Brathwaite. He's the ever-present Craig Brathwaite, the immovable object. That's a lobby little off-spinner. I like that. Get it up in the air, see if it spins. Goes to square leg, no run.
So what I think will happen is we'll get to the same period of time. Obviously, sunset's very, very regular here, and the light will fade. Is that the lights won't be allowed to be turned on, and then England will only have the option to bowl spin from 5:45 onwards, and there will be overs left at that time of day.
Oh, okay. So in other words, whatever happened yesterday has to happen again today.
I think so. I'm not 100% sure on that. Yes, and it was a cock-up.
Right. 89 for 4 as Brathwaite taps the ground. Lawrence with this unusual action, a very high action. He has a sort of a bouncing approach to the crease and then a little bit of a skip. He's not wrong-footed, but he's not far from it when he releases the ball. It's like an old amateur from the 1920s or earlier still, as he bounds in like that, bowls it right up in the air, hoping that something happens. That's a great off-spinner. Out there, just bowl them all out there. Aiming a foot outside off stump. Then the batsman is challenged on both edges.
I do think that's the one area I'd have really concentrated at Brathwaite. And the ball has been aimed at his stumps and straight. He's just absolutely immaculate. Open him up, get him to go towards extra cover a bit more.
Yeah, we couldn't agree more. We'll be talking about that here. Silly point's really close in there, right under Brathwaite's nose. You see, that's far too straight, and he plays that nice and late, nurdles it away on the leg side, though not for a run on this occasion, which is good, because it means Holder will remain on strike to our cult hero, Jack Leach. We'd like him to be a proper hero today. We're going to drop the cult and just be a hero. Because if he took... England need to take 6. He probably needs to take 3 of them, I'd say. Sam Badri has replaced Mark Butcher over there in the commentary box at the Kensington Oval. Well, tell us, what do you think? 6 wickets to win. Do you see it as... It's doable, isn't it?
It is. And they have continued to toil, continue to try and endeavour their level best to try to get these wickets here. But promising signs for them as Leach continues once again from the Joel Ghana end to Jason Holder, who's on the front foot defending quite confidently. Yep, the pitch has offered something. They just need to find 6 magical deliveries.
Yeah, well, they found one for Blackwood. That was a beautiful left arm spinner that was caught by Johnny Bairstow low down in the gully in this extraordinary kneeling position that he's in. I cannot believe how close that silly point is. Every time I look at it, oh, it's a great ball. That is a great ball. Played off the outside edge, drops down into the gully by Holder. This is not easy when you first come in. It takes 4 or 5 overs. You can survive 4 or 5 overs against spin. It suddenly becomes a whole lot easier. That ball really spun and bounced extra high. Hits the shoulder of Holder's bat. An orthodox stance, Holder. Now he picks the bat up. And Leach comes and he goes forward and runs it off the blade nicely to point for no run.
Love it, Natty.
Don't see many left arm spinners with that whizzing arm ball, sort of big in-swinger. They all used to have an arm ball that drifted in. Derek Underwood had the spearing fast medium thing that, well, I suppose medium fast thing that did you all ends up. And Leach again, well pitched ball blocked by Holder on the front foot. He needs to be pitching middle, or even middle and leg, or even leg stump, creating more angles for the batsman to contend with, but he needs to keep nice and upright in his action. Doesn't want to bowl round himself. That's pretty good. Landed on the back foot by Holder, no run. You've got a lot to think about out in the middle. The ball itself, the pitch. You've got to get that out of your head. The fielders around the bat wittering away, get them out of your head. Just the ball, not the man, just the ball. And Holder does that well as he blocks. And it's the end of that over by Jack Leach. 2 for 33 from 13 overs. England have taken 4 wickets. They need to take 6 more in the 26 overs that remain. Whether we'll get those in with that light issue, Samuel, what do you think?
I don't think we'll get all of these overs in. The sun usually sets just around that 6 o'clock mark here, so I don't think we'll get to 26 overs. It's all a matter of just trying to get these wickets as quickly as they possibly can, but not a dissimilar situation to what Jason Holder did in that first test. Dan Lawrence will continue.
Get it!
Dug into the ground. It was a very full ball, and Brathwaite sort of hit the toe of his bat into the ground as it met the ball. It was Yorker length, over pitched. Here he comes again, bounding now, boing, boing, and then he reaches high action, arms flailing all over the place. Nothing comes of it. Another over pitch ball. Can he just find one japper for West Indies captain? Might it almost be cruel to see him out. He deserves better so well as he played. There it is. There's the off break. Big spinning ball. What's that doing? It's pretty high. I think that's the problem. England are not going to review it. Root asked them all. What do you think, boys? They say no, Skip. He turns away, oohs and ahs, throws his head to the sky. Probably too high, I suspect, but that is such a good line. Oh yeah, much too high. Boxed him. And that's a good line as well. A little wider than that still. Get it outside off stump, Dan Lawrence. That's blocked by Brathwaite, and it runs away on the leg side.
All of the 4 wickets they have, they'd much prefer if they had the wicket off Craig Brathwaite, the West Indian captain. They wouldn't mind trading his wicket for any of the others. And if they can prize him out, they would feel that they're in with a chance. But as long as he's out there and defending that the way that he has throughout this test match, is going to be so difficult. Also bring that measure of calmness to the crease and whoever he's batting with, as Lawrence comes in once again over the wicket from the Malcolm Marshall end. This one is short outside the line of the off stump and cut away by Craig Brathwaite. Well controlled. Gets himself one, will get another. He moves on to 44.
Yeah, it's a perfect line, isn't it, Sam, if it had been a bit fuller. England have gone to 2 short legs now, taking Silly Point away. I would just bring extra cover into Silly Point. I wouldn't worry, and I'd keep Lawrence bowling that line outside off stump. I don't think they need 5 fielders saving a single. Well, I know they don't need 5 fielders saving a single. Bowled, well bowled. There's the line. He's really got it going here. This is good stuff from Lawrence. He's become a real threat. Now he's bowling a consistent line outside off stump. 25 overs remain. It's 91 for 4. Anything different you'd do, Samuel?
I think they've tried everything that they possibly could. That's for sure. I just think that maybe bowl a little bit wider to Craig, left-hand orthodox Jack Leach, and ask him to play a few shots. Once he's defending, it's quite difficult to get him out. You want to get him in a mode where he's scoring and he's feeling the bat on the ball. I don't mind if he gets a few runs, that's okay, but I just want to see him playing a few shots, even for Jason Holder. Just flag that ball a little bit more, get everyone in, and if he wants to take on the fielders, play a few shots, get a few boundaries, that's fine. But if they're defending, it's hardly likely to get them out. I want to see them playing a few more shots, so I'd bowl a little bit slower, a little bit wider, open up the gaps and let them go for it.
The most extraordinary field I've seen, I think, in all my years of watching the game, as Leach comes into Holder, and he plays forward and it rolls out onto the offside. There are now 2 men in the gully, both on their knees, Alex Lees and Johnny Bairstow.
It looks really strange. You're quite right.
It does. It looks village. Well, that's a bit unfair on village, I think. Here's Leach again. Huge reach of Jason Holder means that he can smother that ball way onto his front foot very easily. What could Leach do differently?
I think another couple of fielders in front of the bat, like I'm saying here. I just want to see guys crowd Jason Holder. You know what we're going to see, Mark? The last few overs or so, they're going to crowd the bat when they can't get the runs, and that's the time they're going to apply the pressure. Now is the time to exit the pressure. Now is the time to go all out to get that wicket.
Well, there's a big change of things here. We've had a helmet board out, so obviously another fielder's coming in close. Leach is standing there looking exactly the same as he always does, like a sort of a Tudor figure with that beard, and he's still standing there spinning the ball in his fingers from one hand to the other. Back and forth it goes as he waits for Joe Root to make all these adjustments to the field. So it's back to 1 on their knees and a silly point and a leg slip. It actually hasn't changed that much. It's just the protective equipment that has. And Leach will now bowl to Holder.
Oh, love it,
Nicely
love
played.
it.
Oh no, there are 2 men on their knees. Lord, I've never seen anything like it. There's a slip, 2 on their knees in the gully in helmets, and a silly point in a helmet. And a leg slip. Most unusual. Lots of shin pads. I might as well have a short leg as well, frankly. Leach again. Just short, and very cleverly Holder waited and played it on the back foot. Eyes firmly on the ball, hands soft on the bat handle.
Come on, Leach.
Leach again. Nice ball, well blocked, well defended. It's just not doing that much. Occasionally one really goes and you think, oh, he could start mayhem here, but then the rest seem to do very little. It's a funny old surface. There we go. Same thing. Forward defence. Firmly and safely done. The over ends. 91 for 4, 24 overs remain. England still needs 6 wickets. Let's head over to Barry Wilkinson at the Kensington Oval.
Thank you so much, Mark. I guess you could say that the England players are praying for a victory in every sense of the word. Because, like Mark said, I've never seen fielders kneeling in that manner. But perhaps they're hoping and on their knees proposing that something can happen. Well, it's going to be bowling of Lawrence to continue as he bowls to the captain Brathwaite, who's now got 200 runs in the match. Had 160 in the first innings, and now he's got 44. If this game does end in a draw, no doubt he'll be man of the match. It's been a fantastic kind of effort from him. Here comes Lawrence now and bowls to the captain, and this delivery is down the leg side and it's gone down to fine leg. I'm not sure if they're going to take a run because not sure if he played a shot at that. He might be set back. The 1 run is taken, or 1 leg by is taken, but Joel Wilson is saying that that's a leg by. He was actually saying no run allowed, no shot played, but he's saying no leg by now. So that's a leg by. Inconsequential really, because runs have no meaning at this particular stage for the West Indies. 92 for 4. England needs 6 wickets to win this. The West Indies need to survive another 23 overs. As shadows already begin to lengthen, it's 4:30 in Barbados and the Eastern Caribbean. And for the West Indies, they must be saying, where is the rain when you really need it? Well, it's gone. It's over the ocean now. Don't look for that.
Here we go, lads.
The weather is as nice as it has been all 5 days. As Lawrence comes in again and bowls now to Jason Holt, who gets a well-flattened delivery. He misses it. Doesn't get hold of that at all. And in fact, it just was also missed by the keeper, Ben Folkes.
Yeah, just dribbled away close to the stump, but not close enough under the bat of Jason Holland. Almost sneaked through. Bat onto pad and rolled perilously close to the stump. In the end, all is well that ends well for Jason Holder.
Lawrence in again and bowls to Holder. Ball is on the front foot. On drives up to the captain route at mid-wicket. No run.
Just very contented to defend and to trust their defences, both Craig Brathwaite and Jason Holder, despite the fielders around the bat, despite what the surface may look like, despite 1 or 2 balls misbehaving rather.
This delivery is flighted again on the line of the off stump. There is the batsman Holder defending into the offside. So Holder's yet to score. He's actually faced 16 balls, but that wouldn't matter to him. He just wants to continue to bat and bat. As Lawrence in again, bowls to Holder. Holder is on the front, but again defends. Plays the ball into the offside. There's no run. 23 overs remain, and the Windies are 92 for 4. Brathwaite has got 44 from 116. Holder yet to score from 17. And it's Jack Leach who's got 2 for 33, trying to lead the charge and pull off a miraculous win here for England, who have done exceptionally well in this Test match, showing that cricket is about 5 days of competitiveness, and not just 1 or 2 days of shining glory. Consistency over 5 days. Sometimes we tend to forget that about Test cricket, Sammy and Badri.
Indeed, such a long time, and sometimes, like we saw in that first Test, you can play for the entirety of the 5 days and still end up with a no result, match drawn, a stalemate as it were. And it seems as though we're likely to end up with that once again. All of the attritional cricket played on the first 4 days, at least some bit of drama might yet unfold.
Well, here comes Jack Leach now and bowls to Brathwaite, and Brathwaite is on the front foot. Again, plays it square to the offside, no run. So a slip to Neelan Gullies, a backward point. City mid-off, cover, mid-off, mid-on, and a leg gully. Here comes Jack Leach, left arm spinner over the wicket, comes in now again and bowls. And this again is on the off-stump. Bradford is on the front foot, pushes it into the offside, and there is no run.
Incredibly, he's faced the most deliveries by a West Indian batsman in Test match cricket during the course of this match. Craig Brathwaite, combined in first and second innings.
Again, on the line of the off-stump, Brathwaite just pushes it down. Just in front of Lees. He's known to do some interesting things, Craig Brathwaite. Just turned 30 a couple of months ago. This delivery is outside the line of the off-stump. He was on the front foot, thought about playing at it, but he watched it very carefully to be taken there by the keeper.
Brilliant, mate.
Really wonderful concentration from Craig Brathwaite.
Here comes Leach in again and bowls to Brathwaite, and Brathwaite is driving nicely out to the mid-on area. No run. Saqib Mahmood picks up, throws it back to the keeper. Just about everyone cheering on Jack Leach now. Not quite sure how the pitch in Grenada is going to shape up. They haven't played there for a while. In fact, the last test played there was when England played in 2019. That's delivery again on the line of the off stump and on driven. There's no run. The over ends. And at the end of it, it's 92 for 4 with 22 overs remaining. There was that international played. There were 2 internationals played in Grenada against Ireland in 2020. Just before the whole outbreak of COVID-19. That would be 2 T20s, was it? There were 2 T20s, Sam?
Yeah, a couple of T20s, and then last year there were 5 T20 internationals against South Africa. That would have been around June. So that was the last bit of international cricket played in Grenada. And that wicket was quite flat for those T20 games.
Here comes Lawrence now, bowls to Holder. Holder's driving out to mid-on. Still no run for him.
He's trying to give us a sniff here, lads. He's trying to give us a sniff, boys.
Someone has said he's trying to give them a sniff. A sniff of what? Not quite sure he's trying to give a sniff of. Here comes Lawrence. Here he comes in and bowls. And this delivery is outside the mouth stump. There's no one that's going to sniff at that. That was wide. Holder was not tempted to go after that at all. Who's doing the majority of the chirping? Is it Ben Folks, the keeper?
Usually is. The keeper, those are the ones who lead the charge out in the middle in terms of that.
Here he comes in again, and this is a full toss that's driven beautifully through extra cover. Field intercepts, and there's no run.
Come on, lads.
100 in the first innings, 153. Eyeing up a half century in the second innings as well, Craig Brathwaite.
Here he comes in again and bowls. This delivery is down the leg side. Beats everyone. They're going to take a run. Should be a bye, I reckon.
The last West Indian batsman to score a century and a half century in the same test match. Craig Brathwaite did it last year against Sri Lanka in Antigua. And before that, guess who? Craig Brathwaite.
That's in Dubai, wasn't it?
Well, that was in Headingley in 2017 when he narrowly missed 2 centuries in the same game.
But he also came not out twice against Pakistan in Dubai. What year was that?
It might have been 2016 or 2015, I think. He got a century unbeaten in the first innings and he was unbeaten in the second innings. Not quite carrying his bat because there was at that declaration.
Here comes Lawrence and bowls him again. This one is down the leg side. He swats it behind square but finds the fielder and he can't score. John Campbell caught Lees, bowled Leach 10. Shamar Brooks caught Root, bowled Mahmood 4. Bonner caught Root, bowled Mahmood 3. And Blackwood caught Bairstow, bowled Leach 27 from 84 balls and 2 fours. As Lawrence bowls again to Brathwaite. And Brathwaite is driving straight, but straight to the field as well. There's no run. The over ends. 21 remain, and 93 for 4 here in Bridgetown, Barbados. So you look at Craig Brathwaite's career, you look at the particular innings he's played. Craig Brathwaite is not even 30 yet. I was saying he just turned 30. He actually just turned 29. And when you think about how long he's been playing and what is up ahead if he remains fit in Test cricket, he could well play double what he's done so far, which is 75 tests at 4,490 runs, which is quite admirable for Craig Brathwaite. And you look at his innings and the matches that he's played and the important knocks that he's had for the West Indies, 10 centuries. This Pretty impressive stuff. So here comes Leach now, and bowls to Holder, and Holder is just playing this one on the back foot, and there's still no run. We're going to get to that batch against Pakistan. He would have scored 142, not out, batted through the innings, and then he scored 60 not out in the second innings. That was in Sharjah in 2016. As this delivery is driven out to the mid-off area, so he's come not out twice, which is very significant. I don't think that has ever happened, has it? 2 not outs by the opening batsman in a test match. I think that was some kind of record, if my memory serves me correctly. I know someone listening will correct me, perhaps Gary Morgan or a statistician who thinks of everything. This one is hit in the air, out to the extra cover area, and the catch is taken. Jason Holder gives his wicket, and the Windies are in serious trouble now. 93 for 5. Holder, after batting so patiently for 24 balls, goes on the back foot and punches that delivery out to cover. What a catch taken as well there by Lawrence off of Leach for Duck.
Excellent catch from Dan Lawrence. That one just held a little bit in the surface. Jason Holder was through the shot before the ball came. Has to go without scoring up 24 deliveries. And that sniff that they were talking about, well, the wicket comes, it's given them a sniff in this game. 93 for 5 now, the West Indies, and they have 20.3 overs remaining. Can they survive? Is this the opportunity? Is this the point in this game where it absolutely breaks open for England? Joshua Da Silva will be the new batsman for the West Indies, and like I was saying, that's sort of the line I would like to see Jack Leach bowl a little bit more. Just open up the areas that the batsmen feel as though they can score. When they're defending and they're just prodding on the front foot, it's so difficult to get a wicket on this surface. Bowl some wide deliveries, some short deliveries, some loose deliveries. Just open up some scoring opportunities for them, and these things can happen. Short, it was wide outside the off stump and held on the surface. And Jason Holder just trying to punch it through the offside and punched it in the air, but an absolutely phenomenal catch from Dan Lawrence, having to dive away to his left, the ball dying on him, and was just able to get that left hand under the ball to claim a superb catch. The 5th wicket for the West Indies, and the game has now opened up quite nicely. Joshua Da Silva will be tested, his defenses will be challenged, his concentration, his mental fortitude. Jack Leach picks up his 3rd wicket, 3 for 33 now into his 16th over, and lots of fielders accompany Joshua Da Silva out in the middle.
Well, Joshua Da Silva, he has to be the saviour here for the West Indies, along with his captain. And the first delivery is bang on target on the middle stump. There he is defending and playing into the onside. No run. 20 overs remain as Leach spins the ball from hand to hand. As he comes in again now and bowls to Da Silva. And Da Silva lets the delivery outside the line, the off stump go by. That was within a whisker of touching and kissing that off stump.
And this is where the arm ball that Mark Nicholas was talking about, this is where it comes in so nicely. That one that goes straight on from the left hand orthodox from around the wicket. Leach comes in once again. This one is outside the line of the off stump on the front foot. Competently played by Joshua Da Silva, brings the over to an end. 45 overs gone, 93 for 5 the West Indies. Still 20 overs remaining in this their second innings in the final day. What late hour drama is in store for us at the Kensington Oval.
It just shows what pressure can do. Jason Holder fell because of pressure. All of those men around him, 2 on the knees. He fell because of pressure. He, surprisingly, someone with his experience wasn't able to rise above that. And that's a bit disappointing for someone who's been labelled as the #1 all-rounder in world cricket. He didn't seem to handle the pressure well. He fell to the chatter, and the sniff was right. Ben folks called it right. He was giving them a sniff. It was a sniff of his wicket. So Lawrence is going to continue. He's got none for 16, but he's really bowled better than that. Could have had a couple of wickets. Still 3 men there in the little arc. As he comes in again now and bowls to Craig Brathwaite. Brathwaite is on the back foot, gets one that spins back into him. Thoughts of a single, that would have been a suicidal run. They decide against it. The total remains on 93 for 5, 19 overs and 5 balls remaining. West Indies have got real work to do to make this a draw.
And with every wicket that falls, that's an additional burden, additional responsibility on the shoulders of Craig Brathwaite. Lawrence comes in once again, bounding in. This one is driven firmly through the offside. Fielders in the deep. They're deliberately given the single to Craig Brathwaite, who accepts it. It brings Joshua Da Silva back on strike, and England would be quite pleased to be bowling at the new batsman. Just faced 3 deliveries. Joshua Da Silva yet to get off the mark. And can Dan Lawrence produce a peach forward short leg? Well, actually 2 silly mid-ons, as it were. Another fielder going in a catching position. Leg gully, leg slip. So 4 fielders on the onside in catching position, and a very short straight mid-wicket as well for Joshua Da Silva along with the slip. So that's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 fielders around the back, including the keeper.
Here comes Lawrence now and bowls to Da Silva. Da Silva gets a full toss that he reaches for. Outside the line, the off stump. Doesn't drive it cleanly at all.
Why you'd even play it that moment situation. I don't know. You
so a special hello to David Brook there listening on talkSPORT 2. Hello to David. John Ford, who said Craig Brathwaite was on the field for every ball in that game against Pakistan in Sharjah.
Nice, man, nice there, Loz.
This one is fighting again. Turned into the onside and still no run. 94 for 5. The chatter continues. The pressure is certainly telling on these West Indian players. Here he comes in again and bowls, and this one outside the line, the off stump, with a lot of turn, a lot of bounce. That hit in the rough. And it almost tricked to the keeper as well.
A couple of deliveries ago, you heard the wicketkeeper asking why would Joshua Da Silva play at that wide delivery given the situation of the game. So they're trying to get into his head, trying to get psychological advantage. Anything would work, anything would help.
This delivery is down the leg side and turned out to the mid-wicket area. No run to end the over, where the West Indies need to survive 19 more overs. England need to take 5 wickets to get a 1-0 advantage in this series. Let's hand you back over now to Neil Manthorpe and Jay Dernback.
Many thanks indeed to Barry Wilkinson. Well.
Tell you what, it's been worth the wait, and it's been a long wait. Final session of the Test match, and got a real sense of theatre and occasion, perhaps even expectation, but probably hope more than expectation, that England can somehow find another 5 wickets in 19 overs. And who would have thought, before the Test match began, least of all Dan Lawrence, that he would be the focus of attention with the ball in his hand alongside Jack Leach. England with spin from both ends, and Lawrence looking anything but a part-timer at the moment, as Leach is up to the crease again. Bowls to Brathwaite, blocks this one solidly up towards straight back towards the bowler. What a remarkable Test match it's been for Craig Brathwaite. Leach bowled his best ball of the match, I reckon, to get rid of him in the first innings on 160. Forward comes Brathwaite again, knocks it down, smothers the spin defensively on the leg side. So whether Dan Lawrence has got the bowling experience and the temperament just to focus on every delivery, ball after ball, not think about anything else when he's bowling. Leach again forward, Brathwaite plays defensively, but can't help thinking that if I was him, I'd be looking at the field that Joe Root had set me and thinking, I hope there's some good pictures of this. He's going to want one on his souvenir room wall, surely. Brathwaite forward to the next one, plays defensively, no run.
I don't know why, but it reminds me of when Monty Panesar was outed in Melbourne for using Tinder, and one of his Tinder pictures was him playing a perfect cover drive. He was so proud of it. He put it up on Tinder.
Here's Jack Leach. Forward comes Craig Brathwaite. Well, at least Dan Lawrence should be able to say, look at this, I was bowling in a Test match on the last day in the final session with a leg slip, 2 short legs and a silly mid-on and a silly point. So you have 5 men around the bat. Here's Leach once again and pushes it out to Lees at mid-off, and there's no run. Be like, hey, look at this. Look how much I can turn the ball. 4 men close on the leg side.
Oh man, is that much to your point there? There's not many things in cricket which can create as much theatre as one having good spinners on with lots of men around the bat, short legs, silly mid-offs, which is what we're seeing here, or fast bowlers running in, knees up, bowling bounces, men around the corner. So those are the two sorts of situations which bring theatre into the game, and we're certainly finding ourselves in one of those now, with spin from both ends in this match, coming down to the last 18 overs, and there is certainly theatre being created by the England players.
We're having a change of our part-time spinners. Joe Root is coming on to replace Dan Lawrence, but I just wanted to talk about Darren Lawrence quickly. He's bowled 189 overs in his professional first-class career, 68 of them at Chelmsford, and now 36 of them at Bridgetown. He is an absolute specialist on this wicket.
189 overs, first class.
Yeah.
Throughout his entire carear. Less than
94 games.
Root in for his first delivery for a while, and that's pushed away out on the onside.
So all things considered, he's doing pretty well, no?
Gee whiz. Good stat, Jared. 189 overs in his career. Here's Root once again, and it's padded away, missing leg stump, no run.
That is handicapped by the fact that he's an off-spinner, and he's played a lot with Simon Harmer at Essex, who've taken all of his best overs, probably. But even so, considering his talent, I think it's probably fewer than you would expect.
Here's Root once again, and that one is driven down straight back to the bowler. I mean, they're helpful conditions here, obviously.
Yeah, certainly helpful conditions, but you've still got to make the most of it, and Dan Lawrence is trying to take his opportunity. We're seeing Joe Root's off spin at the moment.
4 men close on the leg side. Oh dear! He dropped that one short, and it's pulled away by Joshua De Silva for 4. He can't help but wince when you got basically 3 men in close on the leg side who could all be hit. He drops that length. Joe Root. Oof. Johnny Bairstow was heading for the bomb shelter. He's got the helmet on and other bits and pieces of defensive paraphernalia in important parts of the body, but nonetheless it would still have hurt. He turned his back on that pull shot against Joe Root. He's England captain's bowling just his 3rd over. Don't mean to be disrespectful to Joe Root. I'm a massive fan of his bowling, but I thought Dan Lawrence was doing rather well. Not quite sure of why we had the change. 5 men round the bat. Root in again, round the wicket, whipped away by De Silva out to short mid-wicket, and there's no run. Jared Kimber just pointed out Joshua De Silva does play his cricket. He's a Trinidad and Tobago boy, so he played plenty of spin. That's also short from Joe Root, also pulled, and also 4 runs through mid-wicket. More reason to wonder why Dan Lawrence was removed from the attack.
I was a big fan of the England boys going, oh, I mean, it was a half-tracker. It was that up at the pitch. And Joshua De Silva, I didn't time it, but he got it out for 4. I just want to throw something else. Me and Jade off-air were just talking about Jack Leach not beating the inside part of the bat very much. Most of the left-arm finger spinners in world cricket at the moment beat the inside part of the bat and the outside part of the bat far more regularly. On the inside now, they get a lot of LBWs and bowls. So think Akshar Patel almost never gets an outside edge. He's beating everyone on the inside. Leach is a little bit different. He's in his career, he's had to right-handers, he's had 12 outside edge wickets, and just 1 have been from the inside edge. The overall ratio is about 6-1 for left-arm finger spinners. So he gets about a half as many inside edges and inside the gap. He just doesn't have that straighter ball, and I think that is why he's got 4 catches on the offside and only 1 on the leg. They know exactly where the edge will go.
Forward comes Brathwaite, playing defensively on the offside.
And even if you have a look at the way that Jason Holder went out, yes, it was a bad shot, and I wouldn't call that a traditional outside edge. But again, it was the big ragging ball. It's very rare that he gets the one that goes through straight.
Here's Leach once again, and forward comes Brathwaite, playing defensively. 102 for 5. Is there a way of measuring?
I saw your face when I said we count outside edges and inside edges. I could see your little brain whirring.
You knew exactly what I was thinking, didn't you? Here's Leach once again, and it's pushed out towards silly mid-off. It's an imperfect science. I mean, you know, you've got a fraction of a second to decide whether it was an edge or it just hit the...
Well, that's why these are on the wickets. So on the wickets we have a bit more information because you can go back and look at it again.
Of course, yeah. Here's Leach once again, and forward comes Brathwaite again. How long does it take to... I mean, can you access information on variation in pace from Jack Leach in this test match? I mean, do we know what his top speed is and what his slower... what the variation is? And I mean, you know, he just seems to be bowling largely the same delivery and the same pace. Oh, hang on. Right on cue. He's tossed that one up a little bit. It came as a real surprise as well. No problem for Brathwaite. No delivery has been a great problem for Brathwaite, apart from the one from Jack Leach in the first innings which bowled him. But it would be interesting to see. I mean, you know, variation in crease as well. How much is he using the crease? That's blocked last ball of the over. 49th over, 16 remaining. West Indies 102 for 5. Mathematical, theoretical target of 282 in 65 overs. We've had 49 of them, 16 remain. Jade Dernbach.
16 overs remaining here, and I'd quite like to see maybe Root and Lawrence bowl in tandem here. Two off spinners turning into the right-handers. We've seen some prodigious bounce at times. Jack Leach might just be getting a bit tired. Give him a little break, change of scenery, I think, maybe. Just change the momentum of the game. De Silva's come in and actually looked to be quite positive in anything short, and that might create an opportunity or two for the England spinners here. So we've got Joe Root continuing. I'd be interested to see if there might be a change the other end, Leach's end.
Root it is then. There's no shortage of turn for the England captain. He's continuing around the wicket. Forward comes De Silva, pushing up towards mid-off. Just explain why he is round the wicket.
I think it's just trying to bring LBW into the equation, and the fact of if he does get a ball that just goes straight on, the outside edge is also brought into play.
Right back on his stumps, De Silva chops it away out towards back with short leg, and I guess round the wicket does help him bring both edges into play, doesn't it?
Yeah, and that's the thing, when you've got a slip involved there, certainly the spin he's had from outside off stump, he wasn't really challenging the outside edge.
Root in once again, slightly too short. De Silva picks up the length immediately, rocks right back onto his back foot, turns it away for a single past Lawrence at short leg.
The other thing maybe to consider is, Jared brought it up, Rooty has struggled occasionally to right-handers. It's spoken about in the second innings of a game, but so sometimes over the wicket, tendency to drop the ball in short, whereas round the wicket he can maybe complete his action a bit more and get the ball, throw the ball up there, invite the drive, and on a turning surface that's what you're looking to do to the right-hander.
Here is Root once more, and this time he is over the wicket and is punched away by De Silva, no run.
He bowls from quite close to the stumps. I think of someone like Harbhajan Singh, who came from quite wide with that angle in. When the pitch is being a little bit inconsistent with bounce, you have that angle in and you can get the ball to roll.
Root in once more. Too much width outside the off stump, and De Silva's playing spin very, very positively. I won't say surprisingly positively, but I guess it's surprising me, but he's chopped that one away very, very sweetly and very efficiently for 4 runs. There's nobody down there on the boundary. Most people are in close or saving one. Well, nobody's bothered about saving one. I think that everybody's trying to be in a... Joe Root's trying to put everybody in a position where they might be able to catch the ball. 5 close around the bat, and others short mid-wicket. That is Jack Leach, who fields it now. 50 overs gone, 15 remaining, 108 for 5.
Guy's going to have a drinks break here. Just a little break in play for the England boys. It's been an interesting little passage of play there. There's been enough happening for the bowlers. Brathwaite still continues to be the thorn in the English side and playing very well. But Dan Lawrence creates a few opportunities. I wonder whether there's a chance now to bring Mahmood back into the attack, see if there's any reverse swing to be had. Joshua De Silva hasn't faced any seam as of yet in this second innings. I'd be interested to see. He has a tendency to fall over that front leg every now and again, and with the aid of some reverse swing, it might create an opportunity or two.
Would they be able to get the ball to reverse, being that the spinners have been on from both ends? Wouldn't they? Would Dan Lawrence have ruined it? That's what I'm really asking.
that's always the problem, unfortunately, when it comes to spinners, and they like to throw the ball in their hands. And the one thing we know with reverse swingers are trying to keep as much moisture away from the cricket ball as possible. So it can present a problem or two, but seeing as how abrasive it is, the ball reacts in strange ways sometimes. There is a cross breeze at the ground of Bridgetown, which, if anything, just allows the ball just to gently move in, and Mahmood has found that from time to time throughout this game. So even if the reverse swing isn't there, the illusion that there is reverse swing, if he can continue that ball on with the wind and carry on towards the stumps, could create a problem or two for De Silva.
Just on Jack Leach's pace, Cricket Viz have had a bit of a look at that as well. He hasn't bowled anything under 80 kilometres, which is fair. Most finger spinners wouldn't do that in Test cricket. Craig Brathwaite aside, of course, who went down to 61 kilometres for fun. 18% of his deliveries between 80 and 85. 75% of his deliveries between 85 and 90, and the rest above 90. So quite consistent at that one pace between 85 and 90. Probably slightly more than you would expect for a bowler who's struggled to get wickets for long periods of time. The other thing that he's done is, I think, he's probably bowled a little bit too much middle and leg stump, especially to Brathwaite. But I think that most left-arm finger spinners now are a little bit more dangerous if they land the ball just on off-stump or just outside the off-stump, which allows them to angle it in and still get the LBW and take the outside edge.
Sorry, Manners, I take your point, absolutely, but I think this is where our point previous about Jack Leach and the fact that he doesn't challenge the inside edge makes him have to bowl the middle stump line. I
think you're right. I think that's why he does it, but I also think that Brathwaite, I don't think you have a choice. I think he's too good if you're straight. We don't have the current numbers, but he must be getting up close to have bowled 300 balls to Brathwaite in this game. So, you certainly have a good idea of what Brathwaite's good at.
Last hour begins. That's being signalled, confirmed by umpire Nigel Duguid. He signals to the official scorers and then to anybody else who's interested that the last hour is beginning, 15 overs from now. So at any point here on, if the captains agree that a result isn't likely, I won't say possible, because mathematically it's possible, but I'd be surprised if Joe Root didn't use up most of these 15 overs and maybe call it off with a couple to go if the West Indies are still 5 down. But you know what? I think he'll take it right to the bitter end, and on this occasion, I think that's probably more justified than it was last week in Antigua.
I think it certainly will be justified. Unfortunately, the only thing I think might scupper those plans might be the light. I think light might come into play before the end of these 15 overs, unfortunately.
Ben Stokes to see what he can do, and the drinks break's been and gone. The first delivery is pushed away by Brathwaite to square leg, no run.
Yeah, just to update you, Leach has now bowled 273 deliveries to Craig Brathwaite in this match, which I think makes them legally married in certain parts of the world.
There was a great stat, wasn't there, that we saw early this morning before the start of play, that I think he bowled 221 dot balls to him in the first innings. Here's Ben Stokes, and that's right, looking for the Yorker, right up in the block hole, dug out by Craig Brathwaite, which was the third most dot balls faced by a batsman against one bowler in a Test innings. From memory, but I sent it to you a little bit earlier. It's like way down in your inbox, or back in your inbox. You'll have to page back and find it. 14 overs left after this has been completed, and the West Indies are 108 for 5, needing 282, but needing to survive 14 more overs after this. Stokes in, full wide outside the off stump and left alone by Craig Brathwaite.
Still always just seems to find a bit of something in the pitch, doesn't he, Ben Stokes? Whenever he comes into the attack, the ball just always seems to do a little something. The ball there just skidded off. I know it was outside off stump, there wasn't a shot played, but hurried through the crease and trying to make something happen here. You can see he's a tired man. It's been a long 5 days for Ben Stokes. Heroics with the bat, but he's bustling in, effervescent as ever, making things happen for the England boys.
Here is Stokes once again, and Brathwaite makes it look like there was a steepling bounce, again whipping the bottom hand off the bat, but it seemed to bounce pretty normally to me, and they take a run
and move on to 109 for 5, yes.
Do you want me to run through all the different kinds of shots that Brathwaite has played? 299 defensive shots, 66 balls he's left alone, 65 balls he's pushed, 63 balls he's flicked, 33 on drives, 31 cut shots, 18 steers, 16 cover drives, 16 off drives, and then licorice all sorts at the end.
Here is Stokes once more, and Joshua Da Silva, now helmeted against Ben Stokes, pushes it straight back down the ground. How many leaves?
66. They're both quite straight to him.
That's quite low, isn't it? That's much lower than I thought. I'd have gone like 150. And given that he's faced 660 balls.
He's faced some balls. Yeah, he's faced some balls. He played just the one pull shot, one slog sweep.
They had that strange slog sweep that came out of nowhere. Here is Stokes once again, and let's push straight back to the bowler again defensively. 51 overs gone, 109 for 5. In fact, I think it's overly complimentary to call that shot a slog sweep, because that's a legitimate cricket shot. It was just a slog.
Yeah, it's one of the shots he's taken out of my shot book, I think. Played that all too many times in my career and didn't find the boundary. All I found was the wood behind me. So I don't think he'll be pulling that shot out again in this innings, that is for sure.
His most productive shot is his cut shot. So 57 runs in this test match from his cut shot. The majority of those would be from Leach when it gets it a little bit short, but also sometimes because it was slower, it would spin into his arc and he'd play the cut shot. Usually quite controlled with it. I mean, he's quite controlled with everything.
In that list of shots, you know the back foot punch that he's played a lot. That's that. Well, the back foot push, really, isn't it? Because I mean, he doesn't hit the ball hard enough to be considered a punch.
65 pushes.
That would be a back foot push.
Not all of those would be to cover, of course. He sometimes does the same thing straight.
True. Oh, Jack Leach again. That one turned sharply, and Craig Brathwaite, it just seemed to be slightly... It was short enough for him to play it off the pitch, but then he was taken aback by how much it spun, and somehow knocked it from well outside off stump to mid-wicket. No run. Leach in again, and oh, beauty. Past the outside edge. He's really in his Taunton element at the moment, Leach, isn't he?
That was a beautiful delivery. Similar to the one he ended up getting him in the first innings, but actually this time it just spun too much for him. Bit of turn and bounce there for Leach. Promising.
13 overs remain after this one. Leach is in once more, and that one is steered square of the wicket defensively towards point, and there's no run.
This is just when I want to see the ball just slide on straight and get into the mind of the batter of Brathwaite, who seems to be quite comfortable watching the ball spin there. If Leach can just get one to straighten on him here, create all sorts of problems.
5 men round the bat, 4 on the offside. Leach in again, and that's blocked defensively. 2 of those men on the offside are on their knees. Not because of the endeavour and the length of this game, but because they're in so close and they're keeping the centre of gravity. You can't crouch. They're both big men, and you can't crouch and be that low. Your hands low to the ground. Leach in again. Forward comes Brathwaite playing defensively, and there's no run. You know, if the light holds, England are getting through their overs so quickly with spin at both ends. The beginning of the last hour, which was at 9 o'clock UK time, we might even get more than 15 overs. Joe Root wants to use them in that last hour. Forward comes Brathwaite once again, pushing defensively out on the offside. And you can hear the England players saying, come on boys, go, 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 go. So they are, aren't they? Jay Dernbach, another word from you, and then it'll be Mark Nicholas.
Yeah, they certainly are. They up in the ante at the moment. They understand that the opportunity is right there in front of them. Try and get as many overs as possible through to these batters. And with spin on, you can certainly scatter through your overs here, and Leach is getting through his rather quickly, and we've got Ben Stokes the other end, who doesn't really hang around the best of times, but an opportunity here over the next couple of overs, try and get a breakthrough.
Well, you probably know already, but Brathwaite has now faced more balls in a test match than any other West Indian. He's also been out there a very long time, more than 900 minutes. Here's Ben Stokes pounding in, silly point in place there. Nice forward shot from Da Silva, who had a charmed life in the first innings, but began to find a bit of rhythm in the last sort of 40 minutes of it, and seems to have that again here. He's 14 now from 22 balls. It's not I'm only mentioning the fact that he scored a few runs because he scored a few runs as opposed to them being relevant to the rollout of the match. Here's Stokes again. He looks to be a sort of a fighting cricketer to me, Josh De Silva. He's not soft about anything. His glove work was a bit mixed. He was quite hard, I thought, taking the ball, and seems to grip the bat quite tight, and has his shoulders quite tense, determined to resist the opposition. Bang, he comes forward and blocks solidly.
Yeah, one thing to notice, he certainly does look a fighter, Mark. I've seen him turn around on the odd occasion and converse with the England fielders behind him who have had a couple of things to say to him throughout the innings, which shows he's not scared to get involved in a fight. He has to, certainly, for his team here and to save the game from a West Indies point of view.
Come on, Stoker!
Come on, Stoker.
No, I wasn't.
So someone around the bat there. De Silva obviously managing to have a laugh at some of the antics here. Ben Foakes has come up to the stumps for Ben Stokes. How can we get Chris Wokes involved? We want all three of them. We want a triumvirate. Let's just settle. Being completely one-eyed about this, let's settle for Court Foakes bowled Stokes.
Yes, leave Wokes out of it for the moment. Otherwise, that would be, as I say, quite the mouthful.
Here he comes, rocking from side to side in his approach, reaches the crease, bangs it in short, and a terrific pull stroke. That really was class from Josh De Silva. He just stood up and hit it away in front of square, rolling his wrists on the ball. Really nice shot.
Yeah, great shot from Joshua De Silva there. Regardless of situation, you still got to remain positive. If you get yourself in too negative a mindset, you can miss out on an opportunity to score. Even though the runs don't particularly matter here, they're still test runs at the end of the day, and Joshua De Silva was up to the challenge there. Short ball dispatched in front of square for 4.
Very full from Stokes, who has something to say to De Silva, and De Silva hits it to mid-on and shrugs his shoulders and almost says, come on Ben, give me a break. I haven't done much wrong.
I think that's more for Ben Stokes, really. Keep him G'd up. As we say, we're in the last session of the 5th day of a test match. Must be tough on these boys, working very hard, so you've got to try and stay in the picture, stay in the fight. But Ben Stokes said sometimes getting involved in a couple of nice verbals with the batter. Don't mind that too much, and Joshua De Silva is not backing down at all, which is good to see from him, the young man, up to the fight.
How many Joshuas or Joshes can you think of in first-class cricket? I can think of 3 straight away.
About 3 in the Australian cricket, isn't there?
There we go. Little leg stump half volley that Brathwaite just pushes to mid-on from... Leach really needs one to go here. The time's running out. We've got 11 overs left after this one. Still 5 wickets to take. They're chewing their nails in the West Indian dressing room. The captain... Oh, it's a beauty. What a delivery. And it beat everything. And was taken by Foakes, and somebody exclaimed something. Nobody can believe that ball hasn't bowled him. Let's have a look at the replay off the television here. Oh, that's so close to off stump. My goodness me. And to the inside edge of his bat. It's the first one he's got to go through the inside edge, as he did in the first innings when Brathwaite came down the pitch. He's got to develop an arm ball. That just slid straight on off the leather. And now he beats him with a brilliant spinner. Beats the outside edge. Fantastic bowling from Jack Leach.
Loving that. High class, Leachy.
Kimber's working on Josh's. We're watching the cricket. I've thought of 3, but I know 4. I've thought of a 4th. Here's Leach. A forward block from... I've never seen a match in which I've seen the same thing happen so often. Jack Leach bowled a full ball that Craig Brathwaite comes forward and defends on the front foot. It's just happened time after time, and Brathwaite has won the battle so far, and he does so again off that one, though that was a thick inside edge that rolled away to sort of square leg, mid-wickety type area. Brathwaite has a gold chain round his neck, as formidable a looking bit of kit as the one worn by Kemar Roach when he bowls, though Roach's is more of a halter cut, so it doesn't slap around his face as Brathwaite's would were he running into bowl, but he's not. He's defending Jack Leach here at the Kensington Oval, trying to save the Test match for his country. He's presently favourite to do so as he goes forward again, and there's no run. How many Joshes have you got for me?
So in Australia alone, there's Josh Lawler, Josh Hazlewood, Josh Inglis, Josh Felipe. There's obviously Josh Cobb. Those are the ones I know off the top of my head, but there are actually more Joshes out there. Am I missing any?
De Carries. See?
Stumped me there.
Michael Atherton's son.
Yeah, that's a good, very good.
That's a great shout.
There you are.
Do you know there's a Josh Butler who plays for Guernsey?
No, I didn't.
He's got to get confused a lot,
really
doesn't he?
Guernsey.
He's got to get confused a lot, though.
He's got to get a Guernsey. Yeah, Josh de Carries is Athers' son, named after his mother, who's a Guyanese.
The Irish opening bowler as well, Josh Liddell, the left armer.
Oh, we're finding them all. Here's one on strike now. Josh De Silva on strike to Dan Lawrence, who lobs up the most horrible off break, and it's just squirted away for a single on the offside. But believe me, when Lawrence gets that line and length right, because he gets such overspin and bounce, he's a handful. A hint of spin would help. Could he just find a moment of magic, sneak out the West Indian captain here and get that dressing room leaping about all over the place as people search for pads and gloves? Not with that ball, he won't. It's driven into the ground and then up into the hands of short leg. And Lawrence now backpedaling to bowl. He's wiping the ball actually on his shirt, but he's backpedaling to bowl, be ready to bowl quickly. England trying to get in as many balls as possible before the close of play. That's too short and worked away to square leg, and it's a chase now for Leach. There's no fielder out there. I mean, it's all the only thing I would say, I don't like being critical of the England captain from afar, but you know, he could have got a whole lot more overs in if he'd declared earlier. He wasted 15-20 minutes before lunch fiddling about with singles from Wokes and Folks. He had plenty of runs when Bairstow got out. The score was around about 250, I would say. And anyway, he didn't declare then, so his work's cut out here. The ball spins a bit, but De Silva's well on the back foot. Great to see someone batting in a cap, as De Silva is. Takes one back in time. It's also a good line and nicely played. There's no doubt that De Silva has a good method. There's a single out to point, but it is lovely to see a cap. You can see his face, you can see his emotion. If there is any animation, you can pick up on it. If he mouths anything, you can lip read. It's so much more real. You feel so much more a part of what's going on in the middle when you can see the players' faces. 118 for 5 is the score. That's beautifully played by Brathwaite, because it bounced and spun, and he waited and then just dropped the bat on it, and he got the most delicate of leg glances, goes for 4. So it goes to 122 for 5, and Brathwaite has gone 50. 53 for Craig Brathwaite, and he's hardly acknowledging it, and people don't seem to be making much of it. He's very poker-faced at the moment. Just raising the bat an iota before he goes and has a real slug of water. Throws it back as this Barbados heat has drained even a local fellow. Staggering performance this is.
Yeah, great performance from Craig Brathwaite. Another half century to go with 160 from the first innings, coming from 157 deliveries. It's been a monumental effort. A captain's innings, a captain's knock, that is for sure. He'll need to continue for a few more overs at least if he wants to take his side home for a much needed draw here.
By the way, we can have the floodlights on. They've that's a forward defence, no run by De Silva against Leach. Mark Butcher was worried that because they came on late last night they had to come on late tonight, but No, that's not the case. So that they've got them ready to go should the light suddenly fade. That's well bowled again in at leg stump, but he got a big stride in to get rid of the ball, really. He sort of dismissed it. Most overs by an England spinner in a test match since Philip Edmonds, Delhi in 1984. Bowled here by Jack Leach. Another one now. That's a good ball, nicely played. Who are the men who have batted more than 900 minutes in a test? Hanif Mohammed, Stephen Fleming, Mark Taylor, Gary Kirsten, Sonny Gavaskar, Alistair Cook, and now Craig Brathwaite. 900 minutes. That's too full. He's just hurrying a bit, I think, here. Too much.
Yeah, he certainly is. He's just trying to get through these overs a bit too quickly, but concentrating the job in hand, I think, and as we've said before, try and rip one, get another one of those balls to straighten, as he did to Craig Brathwaite the over before, and then brought in the false shot the next ball, and that's what it does if you can have that straight on delivery.
And back goes to Silva. He used the crease very well. There's very deep in the crease, and therefore played the ball very comfortably.
Roach Joseph, boys, Roach Joseph.
Leach again, spinning the ball from hand to hand, and now bowls. Oh, that's a rank long hop, which is cut, and the guy, the square gully, has to take evasive action and does so. Thank heaven he didn't hit that cut harder. 123 for 5. 9 overs officially remain. They might just get one or two more in. Steve Harmison joins us from the press box over there in Barbados. How are you, buddy?
Not bad, Mark. Not bad. I think you mentioned just a second ago about England rushing. I just feel as though England have rushed in between deliveries to try and get that more in, but I think sometimes when you do that, you do lose a little bit of focus and direction on what you're doing. More focus on getting back to your mark rather than concentrate on actually what you're trying to deliver.
Yeah, I should have declared earlier, really. Simple as that.
I totally agree.
Here's Dan Lawrence. He gets a bit of curve on it away from the right-hander. If he could get accurate, he'd be a really useful extra bowler for the England captain, because he does, as I say, get some action on the ball, some revs on it. That's a lovely delivery. I tell you what De Silva's done very well. He's played the spin off the back foot well, and when you can play that length off the back foot, it means the bowler has to pitch a bit fuller, because playing off the back foot's easy, really, and then you shouldn't have to take too big a stride to play forward. Oh, it's a full bunger, and he pushes it straight to mid-off. 4 test match runs missed there by Josh De Silva, though he won't care less. He's all about occupying the crease and saving the game. He's got 21 valuable runs, valuable time taken up against England, who are pushing for victory here in Barbados. And that ball's leg side-ish, and he lets it hit his midriff. It bounces up towards his chest, and he smiles at some of the comments from the England players around the bat. He looks a mature fellow to me. Seems very unfazed by it all. Carries on now in his stance, waits for Lawrence, who bowls, and he leaves that ball alone, wide of off stump, not being drawn into any error out in that sometimes dangerous area when an off-spinner bowls, particularly if they can rip it back through the gate. And that's a long hop that he pulls, and it's going to go for 4, so that gives us a chance to talk to Steve Harmison again. Anything you'd have done differently, Steve?
I think England have tried, willfully. I think the honesty that this bowling attack has, made a comparison between the release points between Jack Leach and Dan Lawrence. Dan Lawrence has got a lot more, when he's landed it, you mentioned before, when he's landed in the right spot, he's got a lot more out the surface than Jack Leach. Jack Leach has bowled a lot of overs. People will question 6 wickets in the match on this surface. Bowling the amount of overs he has, you can say you could have bowled the seamers a little bit more, but I think the biggest thing I would say, Mark, and you've hit the nail on the head, the declaration came. Would it have made a difference? Possibly just before lunch, but I think the declaration came just that little bit too late for me.
Oh yeah, a fair bit too late. 40 runs too late. I feel quite strongly about it. I think they could have declared half an hour before they did. But most people, I would say, would agree with that. They could have gone after Bairstow got out. I think they could have gone a bit earlier than that. That's a forward block, by the way, from Brathwaite to another full ball from Leach. I've got one more point to make about the declaration in just a second. That's well played. Gosh, there's an informed batsman, plays that ball, skips back, gets right in front of it, in front of his stumps, and really covers the ball. I just think it wouldn't have been a bad thing to leave a bit of bait out there for a run chase. Just seen if anything would have interested West Indies, because it would be a hard pitch to chase on, that's for sure. That is rebounding away in the gap, so there's a silly point and a square gully, and he goes dead between the two of them at catching height, about thigh height, I'd say, right off the glove. And it's only 2 feet to the left of the silly point, who's very straight actually. If he's in a more orthodox silly point position, that goes straight to him. Not that it would have been the easy catch, it went quite quickly, but anyway. Leach again. Defending on the front foot is Brathwaite. I do think a declaration on a pitch like this just offers a sniff to the opposition isn't a bad thing. It's in the back of their mind to maybe play the odd shot and take the odd risk. Now they're moving around. Bairstow's gone square exactly where that ball was. There's an umbrella field now for Jack Leach on the offside close. Brathwaite is forward and defends very easily. That was the 5th ball of the over. 5 dots so far. 127 for 5. 7 overs remain after this one. They might get more in. Well, they will get more in, not might. They're racing through them. Well played. Very well played. Brathwaite in control of his game. 127 for 5 here on talkSPORT 2.
Jack Leach has now bowled more than 90 overs in this game, so he's bowled 1/5 of this test match.
Okay, far out.
That is the correct response.
Yeah. Is the right answer. Barry Wilkinson is in Barbados. Are you there, my friend?
I am indeed.
The stage is yours.
Thank you so much. Well, 127 for 5. We've got 7 overs remaining. Joshua De Silva has done his job so far with supporting Craig Brathwaite. Here comes Lawrence looking to do that as well. And this one is down the leg side and turned behind square for a single. De Silva has looked good. He's looked very patient. He's waiting on those bad balls. He hasn't been afraid to put away the bad balls, which is encouraging because, you know, when you're trying to save a game, you tend sometimes to overlook long hops.
Yeah, but he's also played more off the back foot against the spin, and I think that serves him well. He looks as though he's a batsman, a player that gets that front foot planted when he does try and play off the front foot and play all round his front pad.
Outside the line, the off stump, played backward of point, and there's no run.
Because he's played off the back foot, he's waited for the ball to spin and judged the movements and reacted accordingly. Just think in this sort of test match, in this innings especially so far,
Lawrence bowls again, and this one is undriven out to the mid-on area, and there's still no run. Do you reckon that they're going to take this down to the last over like the last match?
Well, if they can get Brathwaite out, they might take it down a little bit deeper, but unfortunately the point I was going to make, that so far in this match, all the good bowls, Craig Brathwaite's faced.
Outside the line of the off stump, nicked away to the backward point area for a single. They're going to jog that. That one run will take Brathwaite now to 54. Total to 129 for 5.
And he's batted beautifully throughout. Well, he's not really looked like getting out for 2 weeks now, and he's batted beautifully. So England have put some balls and good balls in the right area and asked questions, but the captain has just had all the answers.
Short and pulled away again down to the backward square leg boundary. Will it get there? Yes, it does. Another boundary to De Silva. He goes now to 30, and with 6 overs and 1 ball remaining, the hopes of perhaps a victory just kind of fading away in the distance there for England.
Yeah, Dan Lawrence, he's in the last 2 or 3 overs. We we're talking to Mark just a second ago about rush and stuff, trying to get back to his mark and more concentrating on going backwards rather than coming forwards. And again, he's just dragged it down and it was interesting that Jack Leach had to go and chase it after bowling 90 overs so far.
Pitched on the line of the off stump, played into the onside, no run. The over ends 133 for 5. Bradford has got 54. De Silva's got 30. 6 overs remain, and then we need, of course, for England to win 5 wickets. As Jack Leach is going to continue. My goodness, how well he's bowled. 22 overs, 11 maidens, 3 for 34. He's bowled from both ends. If there was perhaps a third end, he would have bowled from there as well. He's been the workhorse for England in this test match. Just doing what he's been picked to do, which is to just bowl and bowl and bowl. And he's taken some very important wickets. That one this afternoon from Campbell is what perhaps opened the door and just kept the pressure going. You weren't on when the batsmen, the bowlers had the fielders in that kneeling position. What would you call that position? Is there any position where they were kneeling?
I don't know, to be honest. It was a great catch by Johnny Bairstow. Just hit him hard. They practice it in the morning. Marcus Scothick and Paul Collingwood, along with Carl Hopkinson, the fielding coach, they do practice being on their knees, helmet on. It's normally Dan Lawrence in that position, but Dan Lawrence has had to bowl, so Joe Root and Johnny Bairstow have taken up the helmet on their knees.
This delivery brings Bradford forward. 6 men around the bat. He must feel very claustrophobic.
They're in a position of praying, and they've been praying for a while now, getting how on earth are we going to get Craig Brathwaite out, because he's so resolute.
Outside around the off stump and punched away into the cover area for 1. They're going to come back for the second, as a matter of fact, taking 2 easy runs.
Very desperately praying that they can come up with a new plan for Grenada, because if the wicket in Grenada is flat and it's not got a great deal of pace in, I mentioned before I was joking, but I wasn't joking. Brathwaite hasn't really looked in too much trouble in the last 2 weeks against England. When a batter gets in and likes batting like Craig Brathwaite does, it's such a massive thorn in England's side.
Again, just on that middle stump line, forcing Brathwaite to play. He's on the front foot and defends.
As the England supporters give one last go on the trumpet, hands clapping, one last push in the Barbados as the sun's going down, the floodlights are on, trying to just give England one last push. Can they get Brathwaite out and potentially nail bite round the West Indian?
None on that delivery. Pitch down leg side, and Brathwaite again is defending. Brathwaite seems to have a little bit of a problem there with his, looks to me like his left hamstring seems to perhaps just cram it a little bit. He's been on the field and been batting for 5 days.
I'm not surprised. He's been out there for every ball apart from 19 overs.
Here he comes in again. Leach and goes to Brathwaite on the front foot and defends. Like there was that game against Pakistan in Sharjah in 2016. He was on the field for every ball because he came not out, 124 not out, and then a 60 not out. So he would have batted through both innings, and he was on the field as the captain. Quite amazing. Well, he wasn't the captain then, he would have been the vice captain then. This delivery again brings him forward, and he's played it in the onside, and there's no run. 135 for 5. Brathwaite has 56. De Silva 30. 5 overs remain here on talkSPORT 2 as the West Indies desperately try for a draw. England are still trying to win this. They need 5 wickets to do so.
With all the overs ticking down and resolute that Brathwaite gets, just looking at Joe Root and thinking, right, when are you going to call time? Criticised, wrongly so in my opinion, criticised for taking the game so deep, as much as we all wanted to go home and didn't believe there would be any form of result in Antigua. I still thought there was some psychological edge, gamesmanship you could play with the likes of De Silva if you could manage to get him in Antigua. So I had no problem with Joe carrying on. But I think now, when you've got somebody like Craig Brathwaite at the crease, really seriously considering what benefit you're going to have by staying out there too much longer.
So The 12th man just coming on and helping out Craig Brathwaite there, and also Josh De Silva. 12th man is actually my pick for the next test, Kyle Mears. I would definitely bring Kyle Mears in.
Kyle Mears come in. Who comes in for England? I know Michael Atherton has said before both test matches he would have played the leg spinner, played 2 spinners on these surfaces.
So here comes Lawrence and balls to De Silva outside the line, the All-Star.
They've got huge selection dilemmas. Did they bring Matt Parkinson in, play him alongside Jack Leach? Did they bring Overton back in? One thing I'll say about Robinson, he looks nowhere near fit.
Here comes Lawrence again and balls, and this time De Silva's defending again, just playing into the onside, just buying time, knocking those overs down. 4.4 left.
Watching Ollie Robinson bowling, and then the 4th player and very gingerly running in. He doesn't look as though he's finishing his action.
Here he comes in again and balls, you're right. And this one is turned into the onside. No run there for Josh De Silva.
So huge selection issues for England as well. They carry on with Chris Woakes, who's been pretty redundant in this test match so far. We're going to get another wicket like we have here up at Grenada.
Wide of the off stump. No need to play at that.
I don't know if my geography is right. Is it up or down Grenada?
I guess it will be down based on where they're located on the map.
So down in Grenada. Did England stick with the 2 young guys who have given them a little bit of energy?
Here he comes in again and balls, and this delivery again on the line, the all-stop, turning back into the batsman and playing a gesture to the hands of the short leg.
My personal opinion, I think the TV are having the same conversation. My personal opinion, I'd give Matt Parkinson his test debut in Grenada. I'd play 2 spinners. I'd play Parkinson alongside Leach.
Defended again, back to the bowler, so you're dropping Woakes.
Yeah, I think I'd give Chris Woakes a break. If Overton comes in as well as Parkinson for Woakes and possibly a Fisher or a Mahmood, depending on which one of the 2 young guys pulls up the best. Probably Mahmood will play because of the slowness and the lowness of the wickets, and if we get any reverse swing, I think England might utilise Taqib Mahmood in that front. So Mahmood, Overton, Stokes, or I like the 2 young guys, and why not go with Fisher, Mahmood, Stokes and 2 spinners and see how that goes. A very, very inexperienced attack that's potentially putting a lot of pressure on Ben Stokes, but we're here to have a look at these guys, and I want to have a look, and a serious look, away from home.
This delivery is, oh my goodness me, what happened there? Did that hit a crack? It was pitched just to the middle of the pitch, really, and it seemed like it was going down the leg side, and then all of a sudden it hit something and then spun and almost beat Ben Foakes as he took it one-handedly on the line of the all-stump. Here comes Leach in again and bowls to Brathwaite. Brathwaite gets a quicker, flatter delivery. Judges it pretty well, leaves it alone and taken by the keeper.
If he gets something on that, it's Joe Root that's on his knees. And the only thing that's going to happen there, if he gets a thick outside edge on it, is a deflection up in the air, hopefully for a rebound.
Leach again bowls, again outside the line of the all-stump, taken there by the keeper. Shouldn't he be bowling on the stumps, trying to pressure Craig Brathwaite to play as much as possible?
Yeah, you would think so. You've got to remember as well, he's well into his, what is it, 24th over. Can't criticise the amount of overs that Jack's bowled.
This one is on the stumps. Brathwaite has to play, defends it and plays it back to Leach.
But to go back to selection, I'd like to see Parkinson have a game. They probably would go with Overton for that little bit more experience.
Here comes Leach in again and bowls to Brathwaite. Flatter, quicker. Brathwaite again equal to the task and just plays it back to the bowler.
And along with Stokes is an opening combination of Mahmood, Overton, Stokes, Parkinson and Leach.
Leach again bowls to Brathwaite, who's on the front foot, defends it, plays it back to the bowler to end the over. With 3 remain here at Gilden Oval. The West Indies remain on 135 for 5.
What that gives you that you've had a look at bowlers away from home. Sir Andrew Strauss said we need a new plan away from home. We need to have a look at these bowlers.
I wouldn't have a problem with having a punt and going with Mahmood, Fisher, Stokes and the two spinners. Overton's had a game. He comes in, he gets another game. Woakes has had 2 games, and I think we found out what we already knew. It's been a challenge for Chris Woakes away from home. Arguably that he's in for his batting. I mentioned a bit earlier, a couple of days ago, when you've got all-round qualities, a bit like Josh Butler, when your main discipline lets you down and not performing, then there is going to be question marks on whether you come or you stay in the side, and I think that time has come for Chris Woakes.
Joe Root comes in now and bowls to De Silva. He's taken off Lawrence. De Silva just playing the ball into the onside. There's no run. Here's a pretty good stat. Leach is currently the first England spinner to bowl 90 plus overs in a test since Fred Titmus in 1964. As De Silva, it's a short ball, turns it down behind square, no run. Titmus bowled against India at Delhi, 94 overs in total, 49 made in, 7 for 132. So Jack Leach has certainly put up a stat there. Thank you so much for that, Gary Morgan. Here comes Root again and bowls short. Turned into the onside, no run. West Indies won't be looking for any runs here at all. They just want to survive those 2.4. Well, 2.3 as a matter of fact. Perhaps they might call it a day after this over. Here comes Root now and bowls to De Silva. De Silva again just plays this one just through the hands of the short leg fielder. It might have been a half a chance.
Stay down at short leg, stay down. Alex Lees has just come up. He's come up with Joshua De Silva, who's gone onto the back foot, turned it round the corner, and it's gone straight through his hands at short leg.
Here comes Root again and bowls to De Silva. De Silva is on the front foot, and this one comes off the outside edge. They could have taken a single, but no need to do that at this particular stage. 1 run was there for the offering. Crawley was able to get onto it quite quickly. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 along the bat. As Root again bowls, and this time De Silva is defending again to end the over. 2 overs remain for this test match to finish in a draw. It's 135 for 5 with Craig Brathwaite after getting 160 in the first innings. Now 56, and De Silva's on 30. The 4th umpire is coming up with a light meter.
Came out exactly the same time last night with 2 overs to go with the light meter. I know the England management team weren't too happy that the lights weren't turned on last night. It takes 20 minutes to get the lights going and get the lights warmed up, but they weren't turned on last night, and England lost 2 overs. And I'm with Mark Nicholas. You add that 2 overs to possibly the 7 or 8 overs that they went a little bit too far when Bairstow was in or Bairstow was out. We could have had I wouldn't say a different complexion of this game, but there would have been added pressure when you talk about scoreboard pressure. So again, Jack Leach twiddling the ball, ready to come in.
Here he comes in now and bowls to Brathwaite, who's defending and plays the ball back along the pitch to Leach. I suspect this could be the last over if nothing happens. Who knows? Here he comes in again. Jack Leach and bowls to Brathwaite. And Brathwaite again is defending on the line of the off stump, and there is no run.
Yeah, you would think it is the last over. Pictures of the West Indian balcony there. Pretty good spirits. Alzari Joseph with the pads on. Pretty relieved that he's not having to come into the middle. 2 batsmen talking to in the centre, and Joel Wilson just telling them to hurry up, get on with the game.
Here comes Leach again and bowls to Brathwaite. Brathwaite's defending again. This has been some resolute, hard-working, honest work from Craig Brathwaite. He's been so impressive. Jayden Seales doesn't even have on his kit. Or his whites, I should say. As this delivery again is on the line of the off stump. Brathwaite defends and there's no run.
To be honest, the way Craig Brathwaite's batted, I'm surprised Alzari Joseph's got his kit on. He's not looked like getting out for 2 weeks here.
You're right. He might not, because he's got a batting grenade. He might just do the same thing.
I really hope not.
Here he comes in again and bowls. Brackett is beaten with a good delivery. They're appealing for something. They've knocked the bails off. I think that was a more optimistic appeal than anything. Are they appealing for catch at the wicket first of all?
I think the catch. I think they feel as though it just got a little glove as it went past Craig Brathwaite. Joe Root's just asking West Indian captain, did you get a little touch on that?
Review for court. TV umpire to director. We have a player's review for court. The original decision is not out. Front foot check. Fair delivery established. Can we move on to front on, please?
Well, Ben Folks was not appealing for a catch. He was appealing for a stumping.
Can you take that back for me, please? Didn't get a good view of the ball pass in the back. Alright, I'm going to need out Tredge. Doesn't appear as if the ball has made any contact with bat. It's a gap between bat and ball. Follow through. Satisfied. There's no bat involved. Go back to drill on the field. Drill still.
Yeah, that was much ado about nothing. That ball was miles and miles from the bat. In fact, if I wanted to be facetious, I would say it was almost a wide. But no, I have to be honest, it wasn't that wide, but it certainly was nowhere near the bat. But England are desperate. They've clawed their way back into the game. And one ball left in the over, and it's defended by Brathwaite. That's no surprise. Will Joe Root call it a day with one over left? No, he's got a bowl.
He's going to have a bowl. He's well within his right. He's got every right to. He's in control of the game. I don't have a problem with it. I really don't. He feels as though there is something out there for the England cricket team to benefit on. That's what his job is as captain. I'm sure we'd all have liked to gone home an hour ago, but Joe Root feels as though there's something out there for England. He'll keep them out there.
So, let's see what happens here now. Root's going to continue. Here he comes in now and bowls to De Silva. De Silva defending again. Playing the ball back to the bowler. 5 balls left. England still need 5 wickets.
There's still 15 minutes left in the day's play. As long as the light stays, England can still bowl for another 15 minutes.
Here he comes in again and bowls. And this delivery is down the leg side. And there's no run. I'm against the lights being on, I'll tell you the truth. I don't think the lights should be on.
I think if you've got the technology and if you've got... I don't have a problem with the lights being on. I think it's...
Again, defended. My thing about lights being on in Test cricket is that you have now pick ball cricket because of day-night cricket. So therefore, you turn the lights on, playing with the red ball still. What does that really mean? You're either going to have lights on and play with the red ball, or you're going to have the pick ball where you have the lights on. To me, that's how it should be. If the light is not good in a Test match, it's a day game, why turn on the lights?
Yeah, I get that, but if you look at it, and if you get bad light in the middle of the afternoon, and people have paid money to come in and watch, and the lights can enhance and keep the game moving, then I think that has to happen. You have to keep the game moving.
But perhaps there should be a rule that the lights shouldn't be on after 5.
Yeah, Barry just wants to go home, I think. I think we're all in the same boat, really. I think we're all in the same boat, but...
Root bowls again, down the leg side, turned into the onside, and there's the run. The over ends, and what will they do? Are they going to call it quits? Joe Root, I think, is saying yes. I think they're going to offer Craig Brathwaite the opportunity to call it quits, so yes, they have. Game over. Match drawn. Craig Brathwaite and Joe Root shake hands. The entire team shakes hands. That strong stench of a draw that we smelt since Friday has definitely turned out to be it. And this game, though, was a bit more than that. It was actually very competitive at the end, and England fought their way back. They played some competitive cricket. They made a game of it. And if anything, they should be congratulated for what I thought was a real good test match from them. And Craig Brathwaite's resolute batting no doubt will earn him man of the match. It's not every day that you score 200 in a match with 160 the first and then 56 in the second. This has been a tremendous knock, a tremendous captain's innings from Craig Brathwaite in both innings, and he certainly deserves every plaudit. So this game has ended in a draw. West Indies and England after 2 tests, 0-0. We now go to Grenada, hoping that we can get something of a more competitive game there, because what we've seen in the first 2 tests, lots of questions about the pitches in Antigua and the pitch here in Barbados, and many people believe that it was not good enough for test cricket. That's conjecture. What's reality is that the target today was 282, and the Windies finished on 135 for 5. Craig Brathwaite finishes unbeaten on 56. John Campbell was caught Lee's ball Leach for 10. Shamar Brooks was caught root ball Mahmood for 4. Nkrumah Bonner was caught root ball Mahmood for 3. Jermaine Blackwood was caught Bearstow ball Leach 27. Holder went for a duck, caught Lawrence ball Leach. De Silva came unbeaten on 30. 5 extras, 1 bye, 2 leg byes and 2 no balls, 135 for 5. With the bowling figures reading: Wokes 4 overs, no maidens, none for 11. Fisher 2 overs, 1 maiden, none for 4. Leach 25 overs, 30 maidens, 3 for 36. Saqib Mahmood 8 overs, 2 maidens, 2 for 21. Joe Root 6 overs, 3 maidens, none for 15. Ben Stokes 7 overs, 2 maidens, none for 9. And Dan Lawrence 13 overs, 4 maidens, none for 36. Match drawn. Summarise scores again. England a whopping 507 for 9 declared and 185 for 6 declared. The West Indies 411 and 135 for 5. Match drawn. It's been great, but time now for the Following On podcast.
Yep, you're listening to the Following On podcast in partnership with the ECB. I'm Mark Nicholas. With me is Jay Dernbach and Jared Kimber, and Barry Wilkinson will come in as well at some stage. Okay, so it's ended in a draw, this test match between West Indies and England. It's 0-0 in the series, 1 game to go in Grenada. It began with England in front by 100.